Hello, everyone. I am Jennifer Braverman,
And I'm Ellen Selm,
and welcome to our podcast, Stories from the Earth.
where we explore humankind's relationship and connection with the natural world.
We'd like to take a quick moment to invite our listeners to consider supporting us through a humble little donation. If you go to our anchor page, click the support button, there are options to donate for $1, $5, or $10 a month. The donation goes towards helping us with future projects such as launching an herbal educational curriculum we've dubbed the People's Herb School, as well as funding to help take the show on the road and do on-site reviews and interviews at herb farms, schools, and other interesting places relevant to the podcast. You can also support us by leaving a rating and a review on Apple Podcasts.
Yeah, every little bit helps.
So,
Today we are continuing our chat review of the book Confessions of a Recovering Environmentalist and Other Essays by Paul Kingsnorth. This book has a lot of discussion-worthy subject matter, and really, honestly, saying that sounds like an understatement. So we are covering it over the course of a few episodes, and today is part 2. If you're curious of what is this book, who is this author, go back and listen to part 1 because we do all of that sort of intro in that episode.
yes, there's quite a lot of chat about who Paul Kingsnorth is, and that is just the last episode, so not too far back with this one.
But
all
first,
right.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year, right? We are definitely starting off the new year. This book is a bit serious, on a serious note, so, but that's okay.
Something to maybe inspire New Year's resolutions by.
Oh, yes, I think there's a bunch. That would be a good video. That would be a good little, like, a good little video about, like, New Year's resolutions inspired by,
This book.
this book. I could probably think of a better title. Okay, so some updates. Number one, we are, due to various life circumstances and other things, we are going to one podcast a month, like one book chat, one official, like one interview,
Whatever it may be.
Yes.
There will be one of them.
Yes. However, in, I guess, that second slot, there I have ideas and plans and schemes to add something extra. So it won't be like a traditional interview. It won't be like a book chat. It'll be something else that sort of ties in with what we're doing and maybe expands on some sort of thing with one of our past guests. So something exciting once I get a new camera and it becomes warmer outside, and also like I can connect more with our past guests. So we'll see what happens. It's like a brainstorming.
Just wait in suspense until then.
Yes, it's been like driving me crazy for like probably a year. So these ideas, they rattle out of my brain and drive me crazy. So you must do them.
And a little reflecting on the last year, there was something, I don't remember what it was, but there was something I was having to look up not too long ago from a previous episode. And so like I was like scrolling back to find that episode, and then I was like scrolling back and scrolling back and scrolling back, and I'm like, dang, I've done a lot. That's pretty darn cool. We've talked to some really cool people and read some really good books, and it's just nice to look back and survey the work, because it's fun, so it doesn't really feel like work in some ways, and then until you're in the slog of it, I'm sure, especially with your editing skills. But then it's like you were even saying, you listen back and you're like, oh no, I did do a good job editing. It's like, yeah, we did a good job. There's a lot of cool stuff in there, so be sure you browse the entire catalog, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. The older episodes, the older ones, though, warning, they're not edited, so, but that's fine.
Really, really old.
The really, really old ones, but I really would love day one one day would love to go back and edit them, but they're very cool. Don't skip them because they're all interviews with herbalists. But yeah, it's funny how like it just, it takes a lot of work, but like once everything's put together and then I'm listening to the episode we put out, it's weird. I didn't think I had this ability, but like I'm involved in the episode in 3 different ways because like I'm here recording and then I'm editing. So I'm
Right,
like
kind of like a different shift of
editing hat on.
Yeah.
And then I'm at work and I'm listening to it. So I'm have my listening hat on. And it's just like, so I'm like hearing different things and I'm seeing different pieces. And yeah, I'm always surprised. That came out much better than I. That's actually really good. Who are these really cool, smart people who talk about interesting things? I gotta subscribe to them. Oh wait, that's me. A really cool year, and I'd like to thank everyone for everyone's support, both guests and listeners. So we can't do it without you. Happy New Year, and we have our 50th anniversary. Sorry, anniversary.
Oh.
Our 50th, yeah, kind of. Our 50th.
That's good for our age.
We do, don't we? Our 50th episode coming up soon, so we have something special planned for that. I'm pretty excited about.
Part 2 of this book, because he himself divides the book into 3 sections, and part 2 of the book is withdrawal is the theme. So what do all the essays kind of have in common, would you say? Like, how do you feel like it ties into that heading?
So we didn't talk about the first group of essays and what they had in common, but it was
the first
collapse.
Part, yeah, mm-hmm.
It was collapse. Then all these essays are written at different times and different publications. These essays deal with how to think about the issues of climate change and also the environmental movement and how it's changed through time. And then like a person's role in all this, like just a person like you and I, just like a regular Joe, Jane. It's about laying the groundwork before taking action, even if that action is to do nothing, to literally withdraw from action in the conventional way, to think that one would think about taking action or stand or to fight against something. So it's like, okay, this is the situation. What do I do about it? He really like talks about action versus inaction.
Yeah, I feel like he goes a lot into like action is another man's inaction in a way.
Right, and then that inaction may be actually your action, which may be actually good.
Test in itself, yeah. The first part of the book was all under the heading of collapse, and the quotes that we pulled from the book at that point illustrated sort of the central focus. To put it in the words of David Byrne, like, well, how did I get here? Or I guess in this case, how did we, the collective we, get here? But the second section is withdrawal, and while it's basically just an honest, straightforward personal admission on Paul's part as to his shift in perspective and his shift in his way of living and approach to activism, or recusing himself thereof in some sense, in the approach to the whole matter, it's putting down into words what so many others in the movement, quote unquote, either don't wish to talk about or possibly haven't even thought about. I mean, I found it's not only really a bold move, I think, but it's sort of a guidepost erected for the considerations of the passersby that might have needed it pointed out and didn't know they needed it pointed out, in a way. Like, because he's willing to stick his neck out there and put the stuff down into writing that other people might just tippy-toe around, And it doesn't come off in any way as like, ha, I'm such a rebel. Listen to me. I have all the answers. So he's very, very straightforward about like, this is just me. Like, I can't deal with this stuff anymore. And here's the conclusion I came to. Whatever. Maybe I'm just shouting into a void. Like he doesn't really write it in a way, I feel like, that's like trying to be edgy and make people go along with him,
Just a little.
I mean, it comes like it comes across
just a smidge, but mostly not.
It comes across as edgy, but it comes across as it's edgy only because he's venting.
Yeah,
and whether or not anyone gave two raps about it is beside the point.
It's a good rant. Actually,
Yeah.
I think you can summarize this whole book as
It's
an excellent rant.
a very eloquent rant.
A very eloquent rant. Like I'll be like typing in a quote and Google Docs will be like, that punctuation is wrong. And I'm like, no, that's how he wrote it. So one of y'all is wrong. Like I'm double checking. And I'm like, stop using semicolons. It's harder to type them. Anyway.
Like if I have to think about what emotions the book makes me feel, I'd really just have to admit that it kind of gives me a level of relief or maybe even like exoneration in the fact that I realized a few years ago for my own mental health and sort of existential wrestling and existence in this world that I have the need or the desire or even the imperative to withdraw more in ways that he sort of discusses in this section of the book. And I had to have that same sort of mental grappling with the notion of it being construed by some as just a giving up or a throwing in the towel or being an armchair person, so to speak. And no one ever said any of that to me, but it's like my own part of my own brain was like browbeating me for it. And then I, was reading this book and I was like, I'm not the only one. Okay. Somebody's making this make more sense by putting it into words. That's great. That's great.
But also it sounds like sometimes the actions that people do make things worse.
Yeah.
Like the quote unquote good actions or whatever. So it's complicated.
He's trying to, in his own way, hold up a mirror to some of that, I think, so that maybe people would ask themselves, like, one, do I really want to be doing this? And two, is it even actually accomplishing anything? Is there a tangible result? And if there is, great, keep doing it. And if you like doing it, great, keep doing it. But he was just basically saying, here's where he was at, what he didn't feel was working anymore.
Right. Yeah. And we're definitely going to go into that a little more detail. So I wanted to chat a bit about the cover of the book and the art and the title, because this is you can see the cover on, if you're watching on YouTube.
It's understated.
Yeah, so it's a black cover with kind of a greeny, yellowy words, and that's it. They're bold, blocky, all caps print. And so I think that the title, I feel like it, so it's Confessions of a Recovering Environmentalist and Other Essays. And I felt like it, definitely suggests that there's something past environmentalism, and it's a bit spicy sounding because the word confessions in the title. And the title's totally not something I would normally have picked up just by the title alone, because it sounds like a made-for-TV movie. I was just thinking about confessions of a TV confessions, all those really
you could hear the voice of the old host of Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah.
Tonight we're going to be discussing the confessions of a former environmentalist.
Dun, dun, and a little mystery, right? Yeah. So it sounds very cheesy in one sense. And however, the black cover and the title only artwork sort of, it does offset the cheesiness, and the title makes me very curious about what the book is really about, because it's just when you look at it, you're like, and then you're like, wait a second, might have some deeper shit in here. But it is pretty ballsy, because it's just people spend a lot of money designing covers, right? And it's he's like, I want a black cover.
Oh yeah.
I don't actually know if this was part of his decision or not, because usually it's the publisher makes these decisions. I don't know how much he said, hey, do it this way.
In that case, I could see the publisher was probably like, boom, boom, bold, in your face.
Yeah.
No nonsense. Here you go. It is what it says.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's like, yeah, I want this. We need to do it. It's in my contract or something. I really don't know how these things happen, but yeah.
I can't say it wasn't anything that I wouldn't have ever thought to pick up, because I did pick it up.
You did pick it up
because of the title, but These days, I think a title like that would be referred to as clickbait if it was in digital form, but that just wasn't really a term floating around back when this book first got published. So, we can excuse it of that fact. There's no denying that the title is meant to grab one's attention, I would say. I mean, or maybe even to kind of poke some buttons and rile people up. The reason it stood out to me, though, was because, like I said, I had stumbled across it at a time when I was sort of also wrestling in my mind with that withdrawing sort of feeling, and just as a concept, and it was causing me a lot of sort of background mental anguish. And then I saw this title, not having a clue exactly what was going to be in it per se, as in like what approach it was going to take, which made me curious. And then I found out it made me have some hope, and that perhaps that there are words to some of these things that I was struggling with reconciling. So hopefully others that read it would, find that as well.
In my little added intro to our last episode on this book, I said that I felt like he was putting words to thought, to feelings and things that were more that I was experiencing, but I couldn't put words to. So I just thought that was a really cool thing that was going on.
Sometimes I just do not have the head for this, which is why I have to write all the quotes down. But some people who are really good at trivia and stuff, some people are just really good at remembering quotes. And I wish that my head was like that, so that anytime I read these really good things where I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, finally somebody put it into words for me, how I feel, that I could just at the drop of a hat, if I needed to, go through the roster in my head of it and shuffle it around and pull those things out, on a whim when I needed it. But oh well, I guess that's why you have a giant library, is you just pull the book out and flip it open anytime you need to remember.
I think with some things I can do that.
I'll remember the feeling it gave me more than the specific words usually.
Yes, although we do have some quotes written down, so you could just go to your handy doc on the computer.
I'm just the casual quoter.
The casual quoter. Ooh, that's a good quote. It's a good it's like a T-shirt or something, or a store name. When I was looking up additional sort of questions we could answer about this book, I came across a weird one. It's, what did you Google while reading this book? And I was like, oh yeah, okay. So I looked up how long ago the dandelion appeared. It's millions of years ago, according to Wikipedia. The Romans and the Greeks, and apparently it was brought over to North America by Europeans. I think it's not native. So, and then
so it seems like at this point it's probably almost everywhere.
Yeah, it probably is. And then I looked up the books by Wendell Berry, and I also looked up the Dark Mountain Project
to see more about what it is, or that it was still around and stuff.
Yeah, so I think I didn't speak to it. I put the links on the last episode's notes. But basically, you could do a subscription. They put out a hardcover book, color hardcover book. It's a collection of different authors. They write on a topic, a theme. And I think it's fall and it's either twice a year, or it's 4 times a year. They put out a book, and some of the older ones you can only get as PDF, and it looks really cool. And they do on their website, they do a whole hour with all the authors talking about the issue, that it's still along the tenets of the original Dark Mountain Project. So I would encourage anyone to really look that up,
especially if you read this book and then you're wanting to find more people of somewhat like mind. That would be the right avenue.
Yeah, and I really want to I would love to get a subscription, and they take submissions. So if you even want to try to write something for them, there's information up there.
I just had to Google and I don't even know if I'm saying it right, but I think it's pretty much said how it's spelled, what Umayyad at Tours was, because he references it in a quote that I've chosen to share here in a moment. But it's referencing something called the Battle at Tours, wherein some Frankish Spaniards were fighting off an invading Muslim conquest army at the time, a long time ago. Not really relevant at all to the quote, honestly. In the end, I think he could have made his point without saying that statement. It's not really relevant to the book either, but it just stood out to me because I didn't have the slightest guess of what he was referring to, so I looked it up. Now we know. So when I say the quote, we'll all go, oh.
Oh. Oh. I don't even remember that one, so sometimes I'm really bad and I'll skip things that I can't pronounce. And I'll forget I did it. Or I'll insert other words.
Like, I know what this one means, so
That's
we'll just go
fine.
with that. Find a different comparison.
Burden of knowing too many words. Yet not enough.
So of your suggested questions to choose from, I liked the idea of what would you ask the author about this book if given the opportunity, because we had hoped to interview him, but he's sort of taking a break from a lot of the forward-facing online social life podcasts, et cetera. He was nice enough to write back and say he's not available, so that's cool, but he's not available. So in that sense, honestly, I kind of started loosely keeping up with his other writings and reflections on things, first via his Facebook before he left that medium, and then his website and a little bit of his Substack and other online blogs that he's been printed in. So I have a little bit more of a sense of where he's at now since publishing this Confessions book. Interestingly, he's become religious. He's embracing and exploring an older denomination style of Christianity, considering the path that his life has now taken and the perspective that he now no doubt has helping illuminate things in his mind. I would just be curious to know how much of this Confessions book he still might even relate to or agree with. I mean, does he look at it more as sort of a time capsule of where he was in his life and his thinking then, like at the time the essays were written? Or does he feel like some of that is still just kind of right where his thoughts are, where the book sort of left him? Or is he carrying on with life into a worldview that he feels has grown beyond it in some ways? I mean, at the time of putting this book together, he probably never fathomed where he'd be now. And if so, does he feel like it's for the better? Like, I just wonder if he could write like a 2.0 follow-up to this book. What would he have to say now, if he brought a newly religious perspective into it even? Like, I'd just be curious to know how his thoughts on the subject might have shifted or not, because I think a lot of it's still relevant for our times. And I know he would at least agree with that much, because there have been more recent writings, even since 2020 and the pandemic, where he's reflected on some of the things that we'll be quoting here. I don't know, just be interesting, because there's enough time has passed, since the printing.
So I've got something that might actually answer that question. He did 2 episodes on this podcast called Death in the Garden, and the latest episode is what was actually came out on my birthday last year, October 8th, 2022. And then this is Paul Kingsnorth, what if we were wrong in other questions we can't face? And I really believe that he does speak to some of your questions about what he still believes. It was really interesting because I'm not really up on anything Bible related or Christianity related, except for the pop culture Christianity of Christmas lights and Santa Claus and all those, just the surface level. But he's really into these theories, and he's like tied it together with this earth-centric. It's like an earth-centric view, but he has a different term for it, and egocentric.
Oh yeah,
egocentrism view. That I felt was very interesting. So I'll post a link to that podcast. He's been on their podcast twice. I'm not jealous. I'm fine. The host of that podcast, both of the hosts, they seem very more literate in Christianity and the theories behind it.
So they could have that discussion a little more in depth. Well, we're coming to some good quotes here.
Okay.
We'll kind of move through it in their order of appearance in the book, more or less, in terms of topics. So his first chapter, or one of the first chapters, is called Confessions of a Recovering Environmentalist. So
yeah, so this is the first essay, and it's really about what an environmentalist is, and there are two ideas that he presents. One is sort of more mainstream, and I guess one is more like his personal take on it, which seems a lot less popular among the environmentalists, people who are environmentalists as a whole. And I never thought about it before. I was just like, oh yeah, I know what that is. I know what an environmentalist is. I know what they do. Not only is he great to quote, he also always starts his essays with quotes from other people. And this quote is, "Some see nature all ridicule and deformity. Some scarcely see nature at all. But to the eyes of a man of imagination, nature is imagination itself." And that is by William Blake. And I really like that quote. All right, yeah, so we'll just jump into it. Today's environmentalism is as much a victim of the contemporary cult of utility as every other aspect of our lives, from science to education. We are not environmentalists now because we have an emotional reaction to the wild world. In this country, most of us wouldn't even know where to find it. We are environmentalists now in order to promote something called sustainability. And then further on, it could be all that, but it probably isn't. It's probably me. I'm 37 now. The world is smaller, more tired, more fragile, more horribly complex, and full of troubles. Or rather, the world is the same as it ever was, but I'm more aware of it and of the reality of my place within it. I've grown up, and there's nothing to be done about it. The worst part of it is that I can't seem to look without thinking anymore. And now I know far more about what we are doing. We, the people. I know what we are doing all over the world to everything all the time. I know why the magic is dying. It's me. It's us. And I just yeah, this is one of the ones that I really felt like I had, I think, a lot along these lines a lot. And it's funny that he mentions he's 37, and basically I think he's only like a couple years older than me. So I'm like, he is literally my contemporary. He's not 37 anymore. This was a few years ago.
Yeah.
So I think he's like maybe 5 years older than me, which is really crazy to think about. And maybe one of the reasons why, like, you and I kind of also feel like we get what he's saying, because we've
been more in the same
grown up at the same
generational time frame of what's going on in the world.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm used to thinking about people as so much older, and I'm like, oh wait, no, that's not true anymore. Maybe the world is the same. I'm just more aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it just speaks to like these things going on for such a long time. But when you're younger, you sort of don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of what the next little quote you pulled out.
Yes. It became apparent at that point that what I saw was the next phase of the human attack on the non-human world. A lot of my environmentalist friends saw as progressive, sustainable, and green. What I called destruction, they called large-scale solutions. This stuff was realistic, necessary, urgent. It went with the grain of human nature and the markets, which, as we know, are the same thing. Very much the same thing, people. Very much. We don't have time to romanticize the woods and the hills. There were emissions to there were emissions to reduce, and the end justifies the means.
He's starting to get kind of disillusioned.
Yes. He's like, wait. Is a whole bunch of wind farms actually the way to go? Or like, is there a better way to do it? I actually don't know if we quote this part out, but so we want to get off fossil fuels, right? So the answer is, oh, we do wind and solar, right? That makes a lot of sense. But like, we do wind, we're building these huge turbines. But when we're building the turbines, are we actually doing more damage in another sense to other bits of nature, just so that we have
the machinations of humanity are always a domino effect, is kind of his point, regardless of what it is and how good the intention was at the outset.
I was like, oh yeah, that's a good thing to think about.
He says, we're not environmentalists now because we have an emotional reaction to the wild world. In this country, most of us wouldn't even know where to find it. We're environmentalists now in order to emote something called sustainability. What does this curious plastic word mean? It does not mean defending the non-human world from the ever-expanding empire of Homo sapiens sapiens, though some of its adherents like to pretend that it does, even to themselves. It means sustaining human civilization at the comfort level that the world's rich people, us, feel as is their right, without destroying the natural capital or the resource base that is needed to do so. It is, in other words, an entirely human-centered piece of politicking, disguised as concern for the planet. And in the very short term, just over a decade, this worldview has become all-pervasive. It's voiced by the President of the USA and the President of the Anglo-Dutch Shell, and many people in between. The success of environmentalism has been total at the price of its soul. Ooh. Let me offer up just one example of how this pack test worked. If sustainability is about anything, it's about carbon and climate change. And to listen to most environmentalists today, you would think that that's the only things in the world worth talking about. The business of sustainability is the business of preventing carbon emissions. Carbon emissions threaten a potentially massive downgrading at our prospects for material advancement as a species. They threaten an unacceptable erosion of our resource base and put at risk our vital hoards of natural capital. All this is true. If we cannot sort this out quickly, we're going to end up darning our socks again and growing our own carrots and holidaying in Weston Supermar and other such unthinkable things. All of the horrors that our grandparents left behind will return like deathless legends. Carbon emissions must be tackled like a drunk with a broken bottle, quickly and with maximum force. Don't get me wrong. I don't doubt the potency of climate change to undermine the human machine. It looks to me as if it's already beginning to do so, and that it's too late to do anything but attempt to mitigate the worst effects. What I'm convinced of is that the fear of losing both the comfort and the meaning that our civilization gifts us has gone to the heads of the environmentalists to such a degree that they forgot everything else. The carbon must be stopped, like Umiyad at Tours, or all will be lost. This reductive approach to the human environmental challenge leads to an obvious conclusion. If carbon is the problem, zero carbon is the solution. Society needs to go about its business without spewing that stuff out. It needs to do this quickly, by any means necessary, building up the right kind of energy technologies quickly enough to generate all this power that we need without producing greenhouse gases. And then there will be no need to ever turn the lights off and no need to ever slow down.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
A little bit. Yeah. Wrong?
No. Yeah, I mean, because you can't slow down the machine. You can't stop the progress.
He's kind of like putting it out there that it's like, if all we're focusing on is like, oh, we got to come up with the next thing to fix the next thing and do the next thing, and it's like we're not even. The idea of slowness and simplicity isn't even being entertained in the conversation,
Which itself can be very valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely.
That's probably the biggest point that he's stressing through this whole section of the book, really, in a way,
Yeah, like what? I mean, is growing carrots necessarily bad, or darning socks? I mean, and having the time to do either one.
Yeah.
Like, technology itself is not necessarily bad.
Just like money isn't actually the root of all evil. It's how it's getting used, you know,
What,
like
whatever society decides to value. And our society has decided to value these things, and they're destructive. This is his view. He was trying to like figure out, I guess, his ideas about how he felt about nature and
like how to encapsulate it.
humans' roles in it. And so he, I don't know if he coined the term, but he decided to use this term, and it's called ecocentrism. Centrism.
Mm-hmm.
This word crystallized everything I had been feeling for years. I had no idea there were words for it, or that other people felt it too, or had written intimidation books about it.
Probably meant to say intimidating.
I probably did. Intimidating books about it. That sounds more like. There was a man, and he's talking about Wordsworth, moved to love and fear by mountains, who believed rocks had souls, that nature never did betray the heart that loved her. Now, I declared to myself, if no one else, that I was egocentric too. This was not the same as being egocentric, though some disagreed, and though it sounded a bit too much like
Eccentric.
This was also a distraction. I was egocentric because I did not believe, and have never believed, I don't think, that humans were the center of the world, that the earth was their playground, and that they had the right to do what they liked, or even that what they did was that important. I thought we were part of something bigger, which has as much right to the world as we did, and which we were stomping on for our own benefit. This ecocentrism, in simple language, the love of place, the humility, the sense of belonging, the feeling, was absent from most of the environmentalist talk I had heard around me. So when I thought about this thing about what humans did maybe wasn't even that important, and that we were like stomping on the,
everything
else for our benefit, my work built a new warehouse. And I'm assuming in order to build it, they cleared a piece of land that previously, I believe, had trees and woods and was lightly wooded, sort of close to, it's in town. So we were fortunate that there's some woods still around, but it's not slightly wooded. And so at lunch one day, I was sort of attempting to sort of explore a little bit, because I lost my fabulous picnic table with the 100-plus-year-old trees that I had to sit under, which is a kind of a real bummer.
Do they still give the employees some outside space set up somewhere?
So we have 2 picnic tables inside the warehouse, which I'm assuming are going to go outside at some point. But there's a place that's still kind of like, it's place cleared, and then there's some woods. And so I was like, okay, I'm just going to walk out there and see what, and I'm just walking a little bit. Okay. And suddenly in the woods, I see this animal just spring up and like jump away. And I'm like, that was a deer, a big deer, just like. And then I realized that there are like deer, because the ground was soft, so there was like deer tracks where I had been sort of like walking out. And I was like, oh, because I was reading this book, and I was like, did we take the deers home? But it was so close, and it was big, but I wasn't, I was just so shocked. I was like, whoa. But anyway, so that was my thought.
Yeah.
Just to build our big old box.
Yeah, I think that next quote you pulled out is kind of a little tongue-in-cheek reflection on where the state of sometimes activism is blindsided to that sort of thing. Just the more, I don't know, emotional, touchy-feely, poetic even side of stuff is kind of edged out of the movement now, I think, is what his main gripe about it is.
It's definitely devalued. So here's the quote. The real issue, it seemed, was not the human relationship with the non-human world. It was fat cats and bankers and capitalism, spelled CAP'Lism.
Well, you know, he's in England. You can hear the accent, right?
Oh, okay. I thought he was just being.
Capitalism.
I think he was being silly, but you know, these things must be destroyed by ways of marches, protests, and votes for fringe political parties to make way for something known as eco-socialism, a conflation of concepts that pretty much guarantees the instant hostility of 95% of the population.
Yeah, you just throw that word socialism in there, and there you've lost the collective's interest.
Well, I guess the other 5% is like, ooh, I'm more interested. So today's environmentalism is about people. It is an engineering challenge, a problem-solving device for people to whom the sight of a wild, now this word I should have looked up. It's PENNINE, hilltop, on a clear winter day brings not feelings of transcendence, but thoughts about the wasted potential for renewable energy. It's about saving civilization from the results of our own actions. A desperate attempt to prevent Gaia from hiccuping and wiping out our coffee shops and broadband connections. It is our last hope.
Yeah, continuing that sort of train of thought, he said, and this is another word I looked up, chancel is referring to like an altar. So environmentalism's chancel is as accommodating as that of socialism, anarchism, or conservatism. It's just as capable of generating poisonous internal bickering that will last until the death of the sun. I couldn't help but chuckle at that because I've been involved in some activism circles or two, and usually, and the reason I just drop back out is because of that internal bickering. It's just like, really, many people who call themselves green have little time for the mainstream line that I'm attacking here, but it is the mainstream line, and it's how most people see environmentalism today, even if it's not how all environmentalists intended to be seen. These are the arguments and the positions that popular environmentalism, that's now a global force, offers up in its quest for redemption. There are reasons. There's always reasons. But whatever they are, they've led the Greens down a dark, litter-strewn, dead-end street where the bins overflow, the light bulbs have blown, and the stray dogs are very hungry indeed. What is to be done about this? Probably nothing. It was perhaps inevitable that a utilitarian society would generate a utilitarian environmentalism, and inevitable, too, that the Greens would not be able to last for long outside of the established political bunkers. But for me, now, this is no longer mine, and that's all. I can't make my peace with people who cannibalize the land in the name of saving it, and I can't speak the language of science without a corresponding poetry. I can't speak with a straight face about saving the planet when what I really mean is saving myself from what's coming. Like all of us, I'm a foot soldier of empire. It is the empire of Homo sapiens, and it stretches from Tasmania to Baffin Island. Like all empires, it's built on expropriation and exploitation, and like all empires, it dresses these things up in a language of morality and duty. When we turn wilderness over to agriculture, when we speak of our duty, we will speak of our duty to feed the poor. When we industrialize wild places, we speak of our duty to stop the climate from changing. When we spear whales, we speak of our duty to science. And when we raise forests, we speak of our duty to develop. We alter the atmospheric makeup of the entire world. Half of us pretends it's not happening, and the other half immediately starts looking for new machines that can reverse it. This is how empires work, particularly when they've started to decay. Denial, displacement, anger, and fear. Which seems like a lot of where we've collectively been at. in, I don't know, I'd say, well, I would say at least increasingly so since the 90s, but he's a little older than me, so maybe the cusp of it started sooner than that because he was already kind of backing away from some of his involvements. I don't know. But I feel like there was still a good boom in like the 80s and 90s of the, oh, we feel so good, save the whales, climate summits, blah blah blah, and those things are still happening now, but there's a little more of a hard reality that's settling in at the same time.
Well, I just found out via another excellent podcast called Bad Faith that the military makes a lot of emissions, like causes a lot of climate emissions. But even in the Paris Agreement, no military contributions to the climate crisis is counted.
So in other words, they'll say, oh gosh, here's the numbers and they're bad. By the way, there's more numbers that make it worse, and we're just not going to talk about those.
Yeah. Yeah. Fun fact. I was like, oh, jeez.
Well, that sets right up the little second part of that quote, which is the environment is the victim of this empire. The environment, that distancing word, that empty concept does not exist. It's the air, the water is, the creatures we make homeless or lifeless in flocks and legions, and it's us too. We are it. We are in it and of it. We make it and we live it. We are fruit and soil and tree, and the things done to the roots and the leaves come back to us. We make ourselves slaves to make ourselves free, and when the shackles start to rub, we confidently predict the emergence of a new, more comfortable design. I don't have any answers, if by answers we mean political systems or better machines or means of engineering some grand shift in consciousness. All I have is a personal conviction built on those feelings, those responses, that goes back to the moors of northern England and the rivers of southern Borneo, that something big is being missed, that we're both hollow men and stuffed men, and that we will keep stuffing ourselves until the food runs out. And if outside the dining room door we've made a wasteland, we'll call it a necessity, then at least we will know we're not to blame, because we're never to blame, because we're humans. What am I to do with feelings like these? Useless feelings in a world in which everything must be useful. Sensibilities in a world of utility. Feelings like this provide no solution. They build no new eco-homes. They remove no carbon from the atmosphere. This is head in the cloud stuff, as relevant to our busy modern lives as the new moon or the date of Lunasa. Easy to ignore, easy to dismiss, like the places that inspire the feelings, like the world outside of the bubble, like the people who haven't seen it, if only in brief flashes before the ridge of some dark line on the hills.
So like the whole thing about like these things don't have any value, like the new moon, or the head in the clouds stuff, which it just makes me think of a good example would be a piece of land according to the bank has no value unless there's a house on it. Really silly that something has
the value based on what the humans would do with it. Yeah, kind of like how in this country, in some states, you don't get water rights with your property, even if you own the property outright, or you don't, which, in a dry state where people arguably shouldn't even be living because they're destroying the aquifer. I can understand, why, if you have limited water resources, somebody's got to control it to make sure everybody gets a little drop of it, right? But then you also might not have mineral rights, which means companies can come into your land at any time and drill for oil or do fracking because they want to, like stuff like that, where it's just like the value is only in as much as what is a human going to get out of it. He says, but this is fine. The dismissal, the platitudes, the brusque moving on of the grown-ups, it's all fine. I withdraw, you see. I withdraw from the campaigning and the marching. I withdraw from the arguing and the talked-up necessity of the false assumptions. I withdraw from the words. I'm leaving. I'm going to go out walking. I'm leaving on a pilgrimage to find what I left behind in the jungles and by the cold campfires and in the parts of my head and my heart that I've been skirting around because I've been busy fragmenting the world in order to save it, busy believing it's mine to save. I'm going to listen to the wind and see what it tells me, or whether it tells me anything at all. You see, it turns out that I have more time than I thought, and I will follow the song lines and see what they sing to me, and maybe one day I might even come back, and if I'm very lucky, I might bring with me a harvest of fresh tales which I can scatter about like apple seeds across this tired and angry land. It resonated with me, the tongue in cheek, when he was saying this brusque moving on of the grown ups, because it reminded me of part of a poem of mine that I had turned into a song at one point in a band I was in. And it was also very tongue in cheek. I'm trying to have it from memory because it's been a little while since I wrote it or sang it. But I said, "Don't you bite the hand that feeds you. Don't speak unless the grown ups ask you. Always wash your hands for supper, sharpen your bayonets, and prepare for slaughter. March in time with all the others. Jailhouse, schoolhouse, workhouse, bunkers, a punch-in presence with no essence, framing the dollar that gets you started." Seems in spirit of this chapter of his book.
But yeah, when you put the schoolhouse, jailhouse, work together, it's just really kind of, sometimes it feels like
Oh, it's a good setup for the next section of the book. The
Well-
Poet and the Machine was this next chapter.
Yeah.
I've pulled a quote from the section. He says, "Perhaps the answer is summed up by Thomas Dillon, whose famous injunction to rage, rage against the dying of the light calls angrily for the last stand, even when the battle's clearly lost. That's part of it, I think. A determination to fight for what is good and right, to fight against the encroachments of the machine, even though you know that the machine doesn't die and only ever slumbers, takes blows but always rises again, because the machine is us and part of us loves it, even when it's taking our world apart. What does this mean in practice? It means, I think, respecting the past, its tools and its technologies and our connection to it, the fact that it continues to live in us, without collapsing into nostalgia for it. That's an important point. It means understanding that nothing is coming back, that the future will be very different from then and now, but that the future will be very different from how we recently understood it to be also. Not only will we not be getting those jetpacks and moon bases that I was hoping for as a child, we will not be getting the pensions and secure jobs that I was told to work towards as a student. The future looks more like a feeling around in the dark as our certainties collapse, but it also looks like holding on to whatever we can of the world beyond the human. Anything could happen in the next 100 years. The two extremes? Well, we could devastate the earth and collapse into chaos and runaway climate change, or we could create a global sustainable society based on large-scale renewable tech, mass rollout of GM crops, nanotechnology, geoengineering, a controlled world of controlled people living in closely monitored scientific monoculture, brave new world with wind farms and smartphones. Which would be better? Who would deliberately aim for either? Why do both look frighteningly possible? Faced with these poles, the middle way looks like a stumbling towards the guns armed only with penknives and tin trays, but that's where we are. What it means, I think, is that our task, mine anyway, because I wouldn't want to speak for anyone else, is to save as much of the wild world that can be saved, even if that means buying half an acre of the English woodland and starting a coppice cycle to let the butterflies and birds come back. And it's to practice and to teach ways of being and doing that worked once, work now, and will work tomorrow when the cars look like lumbering airships and the roads have gone to dirt and asphalt and back again. So there's a little glimmer of his glass half full side of his personality, you could say.
Yeah, I mean, like either one of those possible futures he's laid out definitely sound real bad.
I guess at least his point is just that middle way looking to him. What it's looking like to him is like, well, that's the best that I can at least control and say that I did my best, you know.
So this is one of my favorite quotes. The common poppy, famously, these flowers sprang up all over the battlefields of Flanders, where poet Edward Thomas died. Poppy seed can lay dormant in the soil for up to 80 years.
Wow.
It can be paved over, built on, or oversown. and it will wait patiently until the plow or the guns tear up the soil again and breathe life into it. The common poppy flower is where everything is turned upside down. Be a poppy in the face of a machine? Question mark. It seems a good task to set myself, to watch and learn and save and sow seeds and wait for them to flower, knowing that they may not do so in my lifetime. In an age of loss, our task is surely to keep safe what we can when the machine passes by hungry and howling for blood, to be still and stoic and protective, and to pass on truths and skills that will always be truths and skills, and never forget to remember what we are losing every day that we live.
I think that's a really poignant sort of existential coming to terms.
Yeah, it really
It's like, look it in the eye, look it in the eye. It's hard. Keep looking, because the moment you don't, you could delude yourself, you go into denial, add to the problem, you got to stay with it.
It also talks about like a way of acting, because it's like there are things that are important that we need to hold on to and we need to pass on. And people may not be using these skills right now, but they may have to use them later because we don't know what the future is going to hold. How to grow food.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of making the case for the fact that, like, at the end of the day, there's a base level of survival that is timeless. And that's what's important to continue educating ourselves about, reminding ourselves what those things are. Because push come to shove, we might need them.
And then it's about a poppy, which is which is a very bizarre looking plant. When I first saw a poppy, I was like, is that an alien?
I love them. They're one of my favorites. They're so cool. I was happy when I learned that my little girl, one of the birth flowers, like associated to her month of birth, is poppy. And I'm like, oh, yay, I love poppy. And now, that's a pretty cool thing about them. Very resilient plant.
So the next essay is called Learning What to Make of It. And it starts out with 2 quotes from other people. When we win, it's with small things, and the triumph itself makes us small. What is extraordinary and eternal does not want to be bent by us. And I meant to look up how to pronounce this name. I think it's Rainer Maria Reich. Rainer, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next one is certain gardens are described as retreats when they are really attacks, by Ian Hamilton Finlay. Finlay.
That quote, the one from Finlay, is kind of going back to what you were saying earlier about how some of the things that people might perceive as an action aren't, and then some that people might not perceive as an action actually are. Like in this case, like gardening as rebellion.
Yeah, I love that idea. It feels like it.
This next part you dubbed A Tale of Two Toilets.
I did.
Funny.
I did.
It's a funny section.
It's a very funny section.
It's a very apt analogy.
Yes, but when you're talking about toilets and poo, it's always funny, even when you're not 7 anymore. So this is a tale of 2 toilets. The flush toilet to me is a worthy metaphor for the civilization I live in. It is convenient, it is easy, it is hygienic, and it is wonderfully warm and dry. It is the most luxurious pooing experience known to man. You can do your business and never have to think about what happens next. Never have to think about what happens to the feces and the urine that you've just produced. Just as you probably never thought about the origins of the food that created it in the first place. You can act, if you like, as if you've never produced it at all, as if you were far too civilized to have engaged in such base and primitive behavior. You can sit in the warmth reading an amusing, light-hearted book. Then you can simply press a button and you'll never have to deal with your own shit. What happens to a society that won't deal with its own shit? It ends up deep in it. And then the second tale. If a flush toilet is a metaphor for civilization that wants to wash its hands of its own waste as long as they accumulate somewhere else, then a compost toilet is both a small restitution and a declaration. I will not turn my back on the consequences of my actions. I will not crap into clean drinking water and flush it down a pipe to be cleaned with industrial chemicals at some sewage plant that I have never visited. I will fertilize my own ground with my own manure, and in doing so, I will control an important part of my life in this world, and that control will give me more understanding over it. I will claw something of myself back, even in the rain, even in the winter. I will deal with my own shit. And as anyone who's ever used a composting toilet before, they are pretty pleasant.
Oh, I mean, there's all kinds of designs out there.
Right, like they have real fancy ones, but I did basically, I think it was like a big bucket with a toilet seat on it, and then you put like sawdust, but it wasn't stinky, so
it doesn't have to be complicated, people.
No. Mm-mm. So this is the section that I have dubbed "How to Move Past the Poo," if one was wondering. Accepting the loss and moving through it. Dropping old assumptions and thinking afresh allows you to think again about the big question. How can I still be useful? For me, the answer to that question has been at least partly discovered in this place, which just means his land he's talking about. After years of living in cities with barely any contact with the ground, fueled by anger and righteousness, driving myself into the ground, I've decided to exchange activism for action. I've decided to dig in, to use my limited powers to improve at least one small square of earth, and to write, sometimes, about what I discovered by doing so. These days, when I feel like mounting an attack, these few green acres seem like the best place to plant my weapons, because coming here is an attack on myself as well. It is a challenge I issue to the part of me that likes to build abstractions or theories designed to pin the world down, and is tempted to issue rallying cries and sketch out easy answers. It says, here is the mess and the complexity and the hard work. Never mind your concepts. Do you know how to use a matic? And I had some thoughts about all of this. So in reading Paul's move from the city to the country, it makes me think about my own family's move, because we moved from New York City to North Carolina when I was 9, and how it impacted me more than I knew, and really how I wish I could go back in time and tell myself to help my mom with her garden. We had like 3.5 acres, so she decided to grow a garden, and our neighbors who had been farming the land for many generations, they helped her. I'd like to talk more with our farming neighbors, be a part of that, and learn as much as I could. And I was really like a head in the book teen, like to read a lot. And even though I miss seeing the importance of learning how to grow a garden, somehow the essence of the land we lived in did still make an impression on me that I carry with me. So the feeling small against big nature and the magic of the land where I grew up has sort of seemed to have seeped into my bones.
Yeah.
And, in a way that I can't really shake out. And I'm, just really thankful for my parents to just sort of have moved us to this really cool place.
It's crazy to think what your perspective could have been like had you not, you would have lost more touch with nature. I mean, inevitably, just by way of the environment you would have been in, the concrete jungle.
Definitely. I mean, we did live with walking distance from a park, but it's different. It really is different. It's a different culture. I mean, although granted, there are herbalists and people in cities, so it's not barren waste. I mean, some of it is, like, some of it is very probably devoid of green. There are also like big beautiful streets with big trees and things like that. So it's a mix, but it's still really different, because like out here, it's like nature is the biggest thing.
Yeah, a little more wild. Yeah.
Can't miss the mountains. Just so I really think a lot about my mom learning to grow tomatoes and corn and potatoes, and sort of the rest of our family sort of like doing a little eye roll and being like, oh, that's mom's thing, you know. But I know now how important like mom's thing was, and that she had to relearn what could have, then been passed on to me and sort of helped repair this like kind of broken chain of information from those old farmers, because I don't know if it's sort of like, even though we weren't their kin, like they were still passing on this knowledge that we passed on
We
to
were
them.
sharing it with her, yeah.
And that could have been part of that chain. And it just feels sad. And also like, the loss of this knowledge and the loss of like maybe the time spent with my mom, like it makes me want to say like sorry to my mom. This kind of like relearning is a really important work of our time.
Yeah.
And more like almost a real work past like our whatever job we do to make money right now.
It's funny because it's like when you're really in the grind, people think like, oh, you want to just run off and play hobby farm, like that's your little dream, your dream life. And it's like, no, that's real living. The weird quasi dream state, hellhole nightmare, or whatever, I don't know, is the punch clock. Like nobody signed up for that.
No, that is totally
I should say
true.
nobody wanted to sign up for that. More or less signed up for it. Civilization bends us at this point to sign up for it, but
we're not given much of a choice. It's just you have a choice of venue to a point. It depends on how lucky you are, how much money your parents made, how you if you went to college or not. So like sometimes your 9 to 5 is more cushy than others. But yeah, it really does feel like it's fake. Like it just feels different when you do something like gardening or growing food or learning how to do some of these tasks. It feels real. It's like it has a different, like you're like, this feels different. Why does it feel different? What is this? Like it feels substantive. It feels like you're doing something. Words are not happening, but you said it, Ellen. You said it right there.
It feels more real.
Feels more real.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels real, period. It's definitely like sort of like a weird Matrix feeling.
Well, you had a little quote there.
Oh, yes.
Barry from his letters with.
I just thought
a lot of letters back and forth between Wendell Berry and Snyder. What was Snyder's first name? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
But the quote's good.
Yes. So yeah, this is from a book of letters from Wendell Berry and a fellow other writer, and they're both sort of in different places, and they have farms, and they sort of doing the same thing. And he put, "Do you think it could be a general rule?" Berry asked Snyder towards the end of 1979. "The only place one is urgently needed is at home." And I think it could be. I think it is. And I just really, really like that quote. I'll put the link to the book. This is not the one I'm reading because there's no Audible, but it's one of the ones that he quotes in the book that got me sort of looking for other books by Wendell Berry.
So the next section is the barcode moment.
Yes.
There's a lot there, so just to quickly roll it down. He does a little comparison of tying it into a biblical thing, which is interesting because at that point he wasn't even identifying religiously in his life in that sense, but he does talk a little bit about the barcode moment in reference to the Bible and sort of end time prophecy stuff. You had some quotes as per related to that.
So the barcode moment basically is two things. One is actually something he learned in Bible school, I think, or religion school. Is basically like there's a Bible quote in every barcode. There's the number 666, and you need a barcode to sell anything these days. And so basically, capitalism is Satan, which I find is hilarious.
Yeah, he says it's not an unconvincing suggestion.
Right. And then the other part of this is that, and here's another quote. We're already merging with our technologies. I've sat in pubs with people who play with their smartphones rather than talk to me. Perhaps it's just me. And walk down country lanes with people who are too busy tweeting and to notice the tweeting. 20 years ago, this stuff would have been unthinkable. 20 years time, it would look primitive. The other part of the barcode moment is when like technology sort of
taking away our autonomy.
Yeah, so you're like, okay, I'm out of it. I'm out of here. I'm gonna live in the cabins in the woods.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I think it's because you're referring to the part of his quote where he says, it seems to me that a kind of strategic retreat is both the best way to ensure personal sanity and to keep the flame of a particular pre-machine vision of humanity alive.
Yeah. But going back to the part where people are like always on their phones.
Mm-hmm.
So I've really seen this thing a lot at work and in coffee shops. People like sitting together and everyone's not talking. They're just looking at their phones, and it's just really, really weird. And I often wonder if the people at the table have noticed how like kind of weird and strange and a bit off and a little dystopian and a bit scary it kind of seems. And I feel on a personal level, really too pulled by nature not to notice the tweeting, as he says. And I think that as like an herbalist, on my best days and then on my worst days, just another wage slave, herbalists you've trained yourself to look past all of the latest technology and all the layers of BS that sort of keep us from seeing what has been hidden underneath all that stuff. Yeah. And you can see the dandelion in the cracks of the sidewalk and all the mugwort that's grown in the green space in the middle of the 4-lane highway. And I can't not see like the mullein, the bright yellow flowers, and I'm going like 65 on the highway, vroom, vroom, vroom. And so once you learn this way of looking, it's hard not to notice what you could not before.
Yeah.
And while I think actually though, lots of technology is hurting us, I'm also very grateful for some of it because I couldn't listen to music or books at work.
Yeah.
And it's been more than a lifesaver for me because I think I would just go insane if I couldn't do any of that stuff. And then we couldn't even do this podcast, and there's just so much more. And so it's very tricky to think about technology because humans have been using and creating technology for so long. Like everything's a technology that we've made pretty much. Like we're just sort of sitting on a pile of like.
Yeah. From the moment we chisel the wheel or.
Yes.
Use the chisel.
Exactly. So it's just really like, and so I think the question of what technology to keep and what not, and what kind of technology do we want to create, what kind of world do we want to live in. However, like I think one of the issues is most of us don't have a choice in what technology gets created.
Yeah.
And like what.
And the sheer expanse of it, right? It's like, would there not be a way, like, why is there always the next thing, right? Like, will we ever be satiated? Like, we had abilities to even like text in some sense, or like we had the phone, but then we also had to text and phone. And, it's like we're always building on and building on. And now it's to the point where it's like even a 5-year-old has their own phone and tablet. And it's like, that is what's not sustainable. Every human being on the planet cannot live to those standards. So it's like he's also asking, do we even need to, like why would there not be a middle ground, I guess, in that sense, to your point of the benefits of the technology and what it can do in connectivity to people, is like to have some access to that without it all having to be this like personal free-for-all junk heap, creating a junk heap and strip mining the entire planet for the materials to do so,
This is a personal view, of course, and one I've been developing for a long time, but it seems to me that a kind of strategic retreat is both the best way to ensure personal sanity and to keep the flame of a particular pre-machine version of humanity alive. We all choose our own personal versions. I've written about retreating and withdrawing several times before, and it's often brought down on my head accusations of defeatism and the like from activists minded. But it's not about defeat or surrender. It's about pulling back to a place where you can find the breathing space to be free and human again. For all that, all else follows if you can pay attention. I really do feel like that, the feeling of retreating and protecting something very important, it feels like slipping away. And I think that not all of us have the luxury of being able to do a retreat to stay fully human. Too many bills. You can kind of do both in a way. You can, have things in your life that remind you that you're human. You might have to try harder to remember the dandelions.
Yeah, take a minute to actually look. Yeah.
After working in an environment so kind of alien from that, and you can bring in nature to your workplace. Like I'm always carrying around like crystals in my pockets. If you have a desk, you can like put like wildflowers on it, and I really like feel like on a side note that herbs are sort of like a green compass, bringing us back to our past selves that we've lived when we've lived closer to the nature, and maybe our nature as humans as well. The dandelion's been around a very long time, and sometimes I think it's like a kind of a time capsule.
A little reminder time capsule for humanity. I love that sentiment. Well, the whole idea of the plants are the green compass back to ourselves. Yeah. We are to the final quotes to summarize, and this was the best one. It's the last section of the withdrawal, which is his essay titled Dark Ecology, which I think is what kind of sparked off the Dark Mountain Project in a way. The thoughts therein anyway. And I just think this is a good one to wrap up with, because he kind of outlines just points, and he's not saying everybody has to do this. He's just saying this is what he's kind of come to. So this is your final thoughts to leave you with. What does the near future look like? I would put my bets on a strange and unworldly combination of an ongoing collapse that will continue to fragment nature and culture, and a new wave of techno-green solutions being unveiled in the doomed attempt to prevent it. I don't believe now that anything can break the cycle, barring some kind of reset, the kind that we've seen many times before in human history, some kind of fall back down to a lower level of civilizational complexity, something like the storm that's maybe now visibly brewing all around us. If you don't like any of this, but you know that you can't stop it, then where does that leave you? The answer is that it leaves you with an obligation to be honest about where you are in history's great cycle, and what you have the power to do and what you don't. And if you think you can magic us out of the progress trap with new ideas or new technologies, you're wasting your time. If you think that the usual campaigning behavior is going to work today where it didn't work yesterday, then you'll be wasting your time. And if you think the machine can be reformed, tamed, and defanged, you'll be wasting your time. If you draw up a great big plan for a better world based on science and rational argument, you'll be wasting your time. If you try to live in the past, you'll be wasting your time. If you were to romanticize that hunter-gathering and send bombs to the computer store owners, then you're going to be wasting your time. And so I come to this point and I ask myself, what at this moment in history would not be a waste of my time? And I arrived at the 5 tentative answers. 1. Withdrawing. If you do this, a lot of people will call you a defeatist and a doomer and claim you're burned out, and they will tell you that you have an obligation to work for climate and justice and world peace and the end of bad things everywhere, and that fighting is always better than quitting. Ignore them and take part in a very ancient practice and spiritual tradition, withdrawing from the fray. Withdraw not with cynicism, but with a questioning mind. Withdraw so that you can allow yourself to sit back quietly and feel and intuit. Work out what is right for you and what nature might need from you. Withdraw because refusing to help the machine advance, refusing to tighten the ratchet further, is a deeply moral position. Withdraw because action is not always more effective than inaction. Withdraw to examine your worldview and the cosmology and the paradigm and the assumptions and the direction of travel. All real change starts with withdrawal. 2. Preserving non-human life. The revisionist will continue to tell us that wildness is dead, nature is for people, progress is God, and we will continue to be wrong. There is still much remaining on the Earth's wild diversity, but it may not remain for much longer. The human empire is the greatest threat to what remains as life on Earth, and you're part of it. So what can you really do at a practical level about this? Maybe you can buy up some land and rewild it. Maybe you can let your garden just run free. Maybe you can work for conservation groups and set one up yourself. Maybe you can put your body in the way of a bulldozer. Maybe you can use your skills to prevent the destruction of yet another wild place. How can you create or protect a space for non-human nature to breathe a little easier? And how can you give something that isn't us a chance to survive past our own appetites? 3, get your hands dirty. Root yourself into something. Practical work, someplace, some way of doing. Pick up your scythe or your equivalent and get out there and do some physical work. Clean the air surrounded by things you cannot control. Get away from the laptop. Throw away the smartphone if you have one. Ground yourself to things and places. Learn or practice human-scale convivial skills. By doing that, rather than just talking about it, do you learn what's real and what is not, and what makes sense and what is just so much hot air? 4, insisting that nature has a value beyond utility. Tell everyone. Remember that you are just one life form among many, and understand everything has intrinsic value. If you want to call this ecocentrism or topology, do it. If you want to call it something else, do it. If you want to look to tribal societies for inspiration, do it. If that seems too gooey, then just look up at the sky. Sit on the grass, touch a tree trunk, walk into the hills, dig a garden. Look at what you find in the soil. Marvel at what the hell this thing called life could possibly be. Value it for what it is and try to understand what it is, and have nothing but pity or contempt for people who tell you that its only value is in what they can extract out of it. And 5, build refuges. The coming decades are likely to challenge much of what we think we know about what progress is and about who we are in relationship to the rest of nature. Advanced technology will challenge our sense of what it means to be human at the same time as the tide of extinction rolls on. The ongoing collapse of social and economic infrastructure and the web of life itself will kill off much of what we value. In this context, ask yourself, what power do you have to preserve what is of value? Creatures, skills, things, places. Can you work with others or alone to create places or networks that act as refuges from this unfolding storm? Can you think or act like the librarian of a monastery through the Dark Ages, guarding those old books as the empires rise and fall outside? I thought that was such a great analogy.
Mm-hmm.
He says, it will be apparent by now that for the last 5 paragraphs I've been talking to myself. These are the things that make sense to me right now when I think about what's coming and what I can do still with some joy and determination. If you don't feel despair in times like these, then you're not fully alive. But there has to be something beyond despair too, or rather something that accompanies it, like a companion on the road. This is my approach right now. It is, I suppose, the development of a personal philosophy for a dark time, a dark ecology. None of it's going to save the world, but there's no saving the world. It's the ones who say there is are the ones that you need to save it from.
All right, so
you've got your little to-do list. No. But that was a nice point to reach at the end of section 2 of the book, because it's setting the stage, I think, for the final section that we haven't got to yet. But I also think it was finally him putting some things out there beyond just the rant. Where it was like, here's something constructive.
Yeah. Part 3 will be a couple months from now. So if you have
a few other things to throw into the middle, give you a little break, give you some time to digest this material.
Right, and also if you wanted to read the book and get ready to like follow along for part 3, you have at least a couple months. So, but thank you everyone for joining us. I know it's been a very intellectual episode, a lot of things to think about, and please follow us on all of our social medias, and we'll talk to you next time.
We'll see you next time.
Bye.
We're withdrawing now.
Yes, now we're definitely doing that. Hello, everyone. I am Jennifer Braverman, and welcome to our podcast, Stories from the Earth, where we explore humankind's relationship and connection with the natural world. We would like to take a quick moment to invite our listeners to consider supporting us through a humble little donation. If you go to our Anchor page and click the support button, there are options to donate. Donations go towards helping us with future projects, such as launching an herbal educational curriculum we've dubbed the People's Herb School, as well as funding to help take this show on the road and do on-site reviews and interviews at herb farms, schools, and other interesting places relevant to our podcast. Today we have another special episode. We are having a panel chat about the season of spring. If you have missed our previous panel chat about fall and winter, please check it out. And hopefully there will be a summer chat as well. So we'll do all the seasons. And one quick announcement before I introduce our fabulous guests. If you are in the Asheville area in the beginning of May, we will be doing our first live podcast at the Asheville Herb Fest. The date right now is May 5th at 11 a.m. That may or may not change, but we have amazing people on the panel who are, most of them are going to be also vendors. Byron, who is here on this panel with us today, is also going to be on that panel. And we are going to be talking about the top 3 herbs or vegetables for food security, how to keep it local when the supply chain may fail. So we're going to have Jeannie Dunn, who runs Red Moon Herbs, Lori Burra of Green Heart Gardens. The last person on the panel will be Sierra Foley, formerly of the Appalachian School of Holistic Herbalism, and not quite sure what she's doing now, but she's a fantastic herb teacher and herbalist. So super excited about that. If you're in the Asheville area, come check us out. So I'd love to introduce now our awesome panelists. Actually, I'm going to have them introduce themselves because yes, that's how I want it. All right, we're going to start with Lori and just go around in a circle.
Well, I am Lori Collins Jenkins. I own Sister of Mother Earth. I'm based out of Madison County. I make fire ciders, herbal honeys, all kind of herbal foods, trying to incorporate a little bit of wild in each bit of my medicine. I do a lot of teaching. Currently, right now, I've got a new festival that I'm going to for the first time, Cauldron Fest. I think Byron's going to be there too.
Yeah.
So pretty excited about that. I'm going to be teaching 2 classes. I did just open up an herbal CSA for the entire year. So I'm pretty excited about that. I'm only making medicine just for that, foods and medicine just for that, because I was finding, it was just kind of too hard to add that into my regular what I make. So I'm excited very much about that. And then, of course, I'll be at the Herb Fest teaching. So I'm excited about that too.
And is that information on your website to sign up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for adding that.
Oh, yeah.
I forget about how people can get that.
And then, yeah, everyone's links and information will be posted in this podcast. So you should be able to, check out Lori's CSA and everything else.
Yeah, so I'm Sarah, and I live in Batcave. I do. I'm kind of a forest farmer and a forager and wildcrafter, and most of all, forest steward and botanical advocate, perhaps. So I do Batcave Botanicals, which is Batcave Botanicals and Designs, which is a dual business of mine. So I wild forage and harvest all kinds of things from the woods. And then on the other side of that, I actually I work with forest farmers and I create educational resources for people and websites. Most recently, I've been doing a lot of ginseng conservation work, which I'm really excited about, and help educate people about at-risk medicinal herbs. Try to help people figure out how they can benefit from their forest, the plants that grow there, how everything, can kind of work together really nicely. And don't ask me anything about vegetables because I don't know anything. Herbs only.
Don't worry, I think it's going to be a very herb-centric podcast.
Oh, I'm also a photographer. So, yeah, I like to take pictures, but I don't actually think all that much of my work because it's kind of almost like a nature journal for me. And then I'm always really surprised pleasantly when I'm like, oh, wow, look at that picture. So,
yes. And as we talk about, we're going to be talking about some herbs and maybe some veggies. We're going to have pictures. So if you're watching this on YouTube, I'm going to add in the pictures and editing so that you can see actually what plants we're talking about. And we'll see some of Sarah's awesome photography. I mean, everything you post, I'm like, whoa.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I am a grower. I grow grow herbs at Peace Rock Farm, and I also help grow the vegetables here. And I most recently have been helping them develop a tea line and salves and lotions. And they just opened a farm stand off of Riceville Road at the fire station, and that's where we'll be selling our herbs and crafts. And so that's really exciting. And then also for me personally, I'm doing an online class for Intro to Herbalism starting in April for super new students, and I'm excited to get out of the bubble and expand to those that have never been never been exposed to herbalism. So that's a new kind of thing I'm opening up to. And then also I'm just a singer and sing to the plants, and yeah.
Welcome to my kitchen once again. I'm Byron Ballard. Most folks know me as Asheville's Village Witch. I do a lot of teaching and writing about Appalachian folkways, particularly about healing and magical arts. I have several books out. I have two that were published locally by small independent presses. One is called Stalbs and Ditchwater, and the second one called Asphodity and Madstones. So I love to hear stories about what was and is traditionally done in the area, not only for growing food and growing medicine, but also the sort of magic that is imbued in the southern highlands of Appalachia. I do a lot of traveling. I will be at the Cauldron Fest, but before that, in fact, this coming Friday, I leave for Edinburgh. I'm going to spend about 2 weeks in Scotland.
Nice.
I have traditionally done research on what are called the border reavers, the folks that live in the border marches between Scotland and England. But this time I'm going to teach a couple classes and maybe do a book signing and just play around a little bit, have a good time, even though it's going to rain every day. But I got a good raincoat and a good umbrella, and Edinburgh in the rain is better than just about any place not in the rain. So I'm going to be doing that. I've got a book coming out in September called Small Magics, and it's about magical practice. Like I said earlier, the ramps are coming up in the little forest farm, and I'm excited about that. We may actually have enough this year to harvest. And that will be a good day to be able to pull ramps out of my own woods. And I make talismanic, I guess I'm going to call it that, oils, magical oils. And I use a lot of local green products and green herbs. And in fact, I can reach right around the back of my computer where I've got some elderberry tincture that I'm going to show when we start talking about that. So that's me. I'm a native. I was born in West Bygod, Buncombe County 67 years ago, and I go away periodically, but somehow I always come back.
And I think one of the books was out of print for a while. You couldn't get either Asphodity or Madstones or the other one, but it looked like they were both back on Amazon. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I was like, I gotta get sorry.
And I have a big jar of asphodity that I've traveled with, but it is you all know it's a rock. It's kind of a resin rock, and the smell will knock you over. The only place I've ever been was an herbal conference where somebody took the lid off the mason jar of the asphodity and took it out of the plastic jar it was in, where it's also triple bagged in plastic, and went, wow. Oh, what a great smell. Because you know how we herbalists are. You know how we do.
It's kind of like valerian, you know.
Yes.
Like you either love it or you don't. I mean, I love it. I like literally take the tincture straight up. Like, but some people are like, Like I had my mom try it and she's like, oh, that doesn't taste good. I was like, oh, I forgot to warn you about that one.
Well, I always tell people if it tasted good, we call it candy, but this is medicine.
There's so many sensory wonders out there in the herbal and natural world. It's pretty exciting. I get excited about all of them, like good and bad. And my son is just kind of like, "Mommy, you're weird," and I'm like,
You're
"I'm
like,
sorry." I go around smelling everything.
Everything. I don't know.
He found a leaf on the ground, and then he held it up to his nose and smelled it, and then guessed the answer, and it was right. And I was just like, "Oh, a child after my own heart."
Nice. Well, I don't know if I told this story before, but I used to work with this lady who grew up here at one of my hotel jobs, and she told me about this old medicine woman who I would have loved to meet, and she literally just had like roots on like the wall of her cabin, just like hanging up, I guess, to use. There was no labels, no nothing, so you had to know. She knew what they were, of course, but I was like, I want to hear more about that. That's the only bit I got, but it was really cool.
That reminds me of Phyllis Light. That I think that was Phyllis Light. Yeah, where she talked about her. Was it her grandmother? The ginseng.
I think so.
Root?
Yeah.
She had just a cabinet of just ginseng roots, and people would come to her, and she would just open up that cabinet and just pick one, like whatever spoke to her, which is just amazing. And she did all this healing with just ginseng root. It was awesome.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I always encourage people to learn 6 plants that are indigenous to their area. Yeah. 6, only 6. Because we always want to learn every damn plant. We want to know everything about everything. But chances are, and I know we live in a very rich area, but chances are if you learn all the properties of 6 plants that grow near you, you've got all the healing you need for just about everything.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So our first question is, what does spring mean to you, and what does this time represent to you? I kind of feel like it's like the beginning of a roller coaster where you're just like click, 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 click slowly up the track.
Yes.
And then you get to the top, the first drop, and that's summer. You're like,
yeah,
it just speeds up and gets crazy. And it just feels like the actual start of the year instead of January.
Well, in my spiritual tradition, we follow a kind of a Celtic calendar. So for me, spring starts in the beginning of February. And so my definition of spring is a little different than other people's because it's not beautiful flowers and chicks and all that. That spring starts with the very first tiny inclinations that the season changed. And we will see that. We'll see the elderberry is starting to put out leaves, and other chickweed will come out in sheltered areas. And then we're going to get cold weather again and more snow. But it says that spring isn't just what happens at the equinox. Spring is this incredibly changing time where some things erupt from their winter rest earlier than others. But they are as valuable. They're just as valuable. So when, like right now, people are going, oh no, it's going to get cold. What are we going to do? Oh no, the poor apple blossoms. It's like that happens here. That's what spring looks like in the southern highlands of Appalachia, is that it'll get cold, it'll get warm. Right now, I've got green onions, I've got peas coming up, I have bok choy and radishes. And yeah, I could choose to cover all those things up because it's going to get down to 27 tonight, but I'm not going to, because they will either live or die given the cold. And if they die, there's not so many of them that I can't replant them, but I don't think they will. I think they're going to be perfectly fine.
It's that tough love.
It is kind of tough love, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Spring is definitely a reset. And I will say, even
Mhm.
today, I noticed just a different kind of energy change for myself, just out and about. I just felt like things lifted a little today. And I think we'll see more of that, even though, like Byron said, we're going to have that cold weather. But this is definitely a time of just renewal. It's time of, okay, we had winter, we had all this stuff going on, but it's okay. It's like the deep breath before it all begins. And I felt that a lot today, especially with the way the wind was blowing. And I mean, it was real today. And, the one thing I've noticed this year has been really, really different for me with spring. I've always been on this little schedule, especially for the business, because I do a lot of foraging in the spring and harvest for the entire year. And everything has been different this year. Things are not popping up like they always have, because I have like a little calendar that says, okay, these are the weeks that you normally harvest this and this and this, and nothing has been the same. As an herbalist, what I love most about us is that we are adaptable and we can change with the season just as they change and just do something different, which I've had to do this year. But it is a little disheartening sometimes because, like Byron said, chickweed is probably my favorite herb, and we eat a lot of it, and I preserve a lot of it, and it's just not coming up for me in my normal spots at my normal times right now. And I've never seen that before. So, it does kind of concern me a little. And I hope that doesn't become the norm. But, I'm going to change and do something different until that comes back. So, like, it's just been a different year, a different spring, I feel like. No snow. We had no
No
snow.
snow.
I don't remember a
Yeah.
time. Now, Byron might, but, I lived here back in the 90s for several years. My dad grew up here. I just don't remember a time of no snow.
No,
And I mean,
I don't
even,
either.
yeah, and, the last 6 years, we've had several snows that covered the ground. We didn't get that at all this year.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Mm-mm, not at all. So I don't know. I have a lot of feelings right now about spring,
Mm.
and where we are, because I feel like some things need to happen for other things to happen. I will say this: I work a lot with the farmers in the markets. I serve on the Weaverville Tailgate board, but I served on Mars Hill as well. And a lot of them have expressed that concern too about how we didn't have snow. And it's
Yeah.
very important to have that. So I'm interested to see how the growing season goes and what's going to transpire from not having any snow this year. Not that I mean to be doom and gloom, but it is something to think about, especially as farmers and foragers, how we fit in with the cycle that's changing.
So, Lori, how long have you been harvesting from those same spots?
Years.
Okay. Okay. Because
hmm
I've found sometimes that chickweed will kind of
hmm
disappear from a spot
Well,
and
typically, I don't harvest from one spot. I mean, I
right,
have
yeah.
lots of spots that I bring in, and typically, and I've learned some hard lessons. Um, I don't harvest a lot at a time because I can't process a lot at a time.
Yeah.
And I think that's very important for especially new foragers. We find like a big patch of something. We're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to fill all my baskets. But then the reality of it comes when you get home and you're like, I can't process all of this reasonably, and you have to compost, which is really sad. So, I've learned that I take small little baskets, I do small little things and process along the way because, plus, going to different patches. And, I consistently ask farmers, hey, you've got some green popping up that you don't want in your spots or where you're growing. They're like, yeah, come on, take it all. And I'll do that too, kind of as a steward to them, a weed eater to them. The few spots that I have gone to have been plentiful in the last few years and have not shown a decline until this year. So that's been kind of sad. Yeah.
I wonder too. I mean, we had that real cold
Mhm.
snap under zero for
Yeah.
what, 3 or 4 days around the winter solstice. And I
Mhm.
wonder how that's going to affect stuff.
Correct. I agree. I agree. And I try to keep a journal. We're a weather family. One of my kids he's got a degree from UNCA in atmospheric science. We've always been fascinated with weather. And I love to see the different changes and what's happening. Not that I enjoy climate change, but the earth is ever changing all
Yes.
the time. Things are moving, changing, not the same, some the same. So it's been interesting to watch, especially here in Appalachia. I grew up in South Carolina, and I just feel like everything burns up there. It does. It just doesn't grow well. But here, it's just completely different. It's like when we go on our trips to do any kind of foraging, I'm just overwhelmed by how much is here.
Well, yeah, it's weird to think about the change over time, because I found out that I was recently in Texas visiting my parents, and I was immediately in summer. We were talking about it. My mom, when she digs in her garden, she gets shells sometimes.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
like a long time ago, there was an inland sea that split the United States in half. Like
Yeah.
all of Texas was under this sea.
Wow.
Like it just went all the way to Canada, basically, and that's why there's so much sandstone there. And I was just like, "What? Really? No way!" So like, it's just fascinating how like
Hmm.
things were so much different. And Florida was completely also gone.
My dad and I have a little thing that we do. He's in Florida. And just about every day he's texting me, it's 90 degrees here. And I'm thinking, in February. I'm like, Dad, that's not great, but he loves it. He ran from the mountain cold. It's just interesting how warm it is in a lot of places right now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, speaking of running, I just got back from Florida and going down south. Every year I tend to go down south at the beginning of February because I can't take winter anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit of a songbird. I like to migrate down south so my spring normally also starts at the beginning of February. I just got back last night, so I'm still grounding in, and just feeling grateful for that time and excited to see like the green grass growing here and the blooms that are happening so far. But it does feel like a cocoon time that there's parts of me that are coming out of my cocoon, and there's parts of me that are still not ready yet. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm really connecting to, and also just like the parts of transformation that don't always feel so good, and the parts of transformation that feel really exciting and joyful. Just kind of learning how to dance with that.
Yeah, I really was. I don't know. I was enjoying the heat. Texas is not 100 degrees yet, so it was real nice. Like we'd go out at 10 o'clock at night, take a walk, and there's no mountains, so the whole sky is like you can see the stars, and it's just like all sky. And I was like, I think I like Texas, but not when it's 100 degrees. And then the wind, I realized it blows straight, and the wind here, it goes like this. It comes at you one direction, then it comes at you another direction. And I never noticed that before, but I'm sensitive to the cold, so I was really actually enjoying some of that dry heat. Now I'm back with my hat and 5 layers of sweaters.
And however warm it is here, at least we're not having a nor'easter like New England.
That's true.
right
That's
now.
true. Hmm.
Which is kind of upsetting to watch. Also thankful that I'm not there at this time. It was so nice here on this past Saturday. I was just like laying on the ground watching this bird. It It was truly soaring. It wasn't even flapping its wings. It must have been a hawk because it was a big bird, and I could see it from a long way away, and it was right over my head, so it was like a perfect silhouette. And I had this vision of the air coming off the mountains must be so similar to like creeks and rivers that come down the watersheds in these mountains. Like each of these little knobs and peaks and coves have their own swirling little eddies of air. And I also really like thinking about, where we live, we're kind of on a ridge between two deep coves, or like ravines, I guess, ravines, as they might say around here. And it's really amazing because it drains the frost off in all the directions. It really helps a lot of the stuff that we have coming up here in early spring kind of show up early. And so I always kind of feel like we're a bellwether, perhaps, up here. And usually the pictures that I post, everybody's like, "Oh, I'm so glad you posted that. I'm going to go check mine." I just happened to, like see it or be out stalking the woods and finding things, or earlier, I guess. I'm bored. I don't travel. I don't leave. I'm always here all the time, every day. And just try to make the best of it. But my gosh, there are few things in this world as magical as Appalachian spring.
Agree.
I can confidently say that, having never really been anywhere else in the world, but I know it in my heart to be true. The thing I think I like about spring most is that it is simultaneously timeless in a time outside of time.
Yeah.
In a way. Or at least up here in the mountains, because even after the winter, when everything just looks dead, even though it's not, I'm very thankful for all of our rhododendrons that we have here, so that at least we have, a beautiful blanket of green, even in the winter. The only constant is change, and spring really shows that really well. Definitely after the long sleep and wait of winter, and you're like, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait. All winter, and now it's spring and it's that time, and we're just still hurrying up and waiting.
So that really is a good segue into our second question, which is, what are your favorite plants, spring ephemerals that start coming up in the spring? Why are they your favorite? How do you use them? They can be medicinal herb, vegetables, etc., ornamentals we don't usually talk about, but or general ideas on the plants that we start to see in this time of year.
I'll go.
Yeah.
So I don't, this was very hard. I had to think a long time about this because I love tons of spring greens. But I will have to say the most that we eat and the most that I harvest is definitely chickweed, violet, and cleavers. So those are probably my favorite, hands down. And we love to eat them. Pestos. A lot of times I will grind them up in a juicer, in my Vitamix, and make little ice cube blends of whatever, so that I can have that all through the year, or as long as they last. They don't ever last that long, just because I think they're so good in the springtime for moving the blood, for pushing the lamp to move, because we just kind of get stagnant throughout the winter. And I love the flowers. Like, I would pick the flowers in the springtime all the time, every day if I could. And half the time when we're picking violets, we're eating half of what we pick. I mean, there's just, but we do a lot of eating. I like to make honeys with them. I make one fire cider for the business, and it's just whatever was most abundant that year. And this year has most definitely been violets, which is always interesting to me to see who speaks the loudest each season. Typically, we'll dry a lot of them and add them to my bone broth blend, just because I like to add a lot of wild herb to that. Because I think broths and Bone broths are a really good way to take in those tonic herbs and these spring greens, especially like nettles, mushrooms, all the things that are popping up right now. Throw them in a pot with your chicken legs and your bones, and it's just great to add all that together. So we eat them, and they're my favorite. It's my favorite time of year to harvest because I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not a summer girl. So I do not like to be outside harvesting in the summertime. So in fact, I will pay people to go harvest for me for the business in the summertime. But springtime, every afternoon I'm out picking those greens.
I talked to a friend of mine. It's been a couple years ago now. Another hot, dry summer. And he and I were both saying, I just want to garden from like the end of January at that little,
Yes.
we usually have that sweet January thaw.
Yeah.
I'm going to garden straight through to the beginning of August. And then I want to take some time off. I want to take July and August off.
Correct.
And just let the land lie fallow.
Yes.
And then start planting stuff that's going to be good in the fall. That would be my ideal schedule. Because like you, I don't like that hot weather.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
But I'm going to piggyback off you and talk about stinging nettles because I can't sing that song enough about the stinging nettles. They are delicious as tea. I make a tea. I steep them for so long that you can barely see through the mason jar full of tea. It is deep, deep green. And my body, I'll just tilt it back like this and start drinking. And it's like my body just goes, come on, bring it more, bring it on, more. So I decided that I would cut some nettles a few days ago ahead of this cold weather. And I put them in with some leftover kale that we'd gotten packaged, where I'd also done a chicken carcass to get all the broth. And oh my gosh, I had that for lunch today, and it set me up for the whole day.
Mm-hmm.
It was just wonderful. So nettles somehow go right to my heart, and my heart expands, and the world seems possible, and my life seems possible, and dealing with climate change I just love them. They invigorate me in ways that I can't even express the way I need to how wonderful stinging nettles are. And like I said, I always take my gloves off so I get that sting at the end of the harvest. And that like sends an electric shock through my whole body. And it feels like it wakes up a lot of things that had been dormant probably since before the winter solstice. And I just love it so much. And I noticed today when I was out that the dandelions are coming out. I'm going to give them another week or so before I start to harvest. But same thing, you eat dandelions, I eat dandelions, and it feeds my soul. No question, it feeds my body and helps with my old brittle bones and all that stuff. But these spring greens, they transform me from my sleepy winter self into the self that can move about in the world and do things. So they have a magical property to them, a health and life-giving property to them, in addition to being delicious and readily available. I just can't say enough about them. My husband one year was he's from New York, so he loves a nice clean lawn. He wants a lawn. And he came in bragging a few years ago saying, I think I got the last of the dandelions out of the yard. And I went, what? He said, yeah, I think I got them all out of the yard. So I went into the compost and I dug them out, of course, so that I could harvest the leaves and the roots. And I said, you do know we eat those, right? And he said, no, we don't. I've never eaten those. And I said, anytime I give you pasta with sauteed greens, what do you think those greens are? And he said, well, I don't know. I thought they were spinach. And I said, well, sometimes they are, but sometimes they're dandelions.
Oh.
Crazy. And I will say we have had a wonderful year for violets this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chickweed has been a little sparse, but the violets, oh, they're just glorious.
And I want to add to the spring greens. There's something about the spring greens that are almost like you just want to lay down in them. They have like this comforting, it's gonna be okay. I mean, we
Yeah,
think about violet and it's heart's ease. It is easing the heart as we
yeah.
transition because every transition, even just in seasons, affects us differently, and we need those greens to kind of carry us into the next season. And they do such a good job, and they're so gentle with us, especially because we're so loud. We're just above and beyond and almost obnoxious sometimes in this world, but they're just laying low, they're cool, they are gentle. It's just the magic that they hold. And
Hmm.
that's what we need. And I don't know. It's just something to just sit there. I will say this really quick, and I know I'm taking up other people's time. I'm sorry. But we've had COVID in our house the last 2 weeks. And
Oh,
this is the first time that we've had it. And everybody's good. Everybody's good. But one of my kiddos has had it a little worse than the others, and he's at the end. He went back to school today. But over the weekend, there's something about being outside that really rejuvenates him. And we were sitting there picking violets together. And I look over at him, and his eyes are closed. The sun is shining on his face. And I mean, he's just got violets all around him, and he's just like, there's just something about this space right now. And I think that's how we all feel. He's been in the house for over a week, and it's like this beautiful, comforting release. And he needed that day, but you could just see it all over his face. And that's because of these beautiful, loving plants that were just encircling him at the moment. And I think that's how they do every spring for us if we just stop and listen to that.
I'm just so sad, and I think that it just, we moved. We had to move to we used to live in a neighborhood, and you used to at least walk. I didn't have any yard or anything, but I could walk, and everyone had like all their gardens and everything, so I could walk by the echinacea, I can walk by the I could see all the plants popping up. And now we live in like a complex. I do have like a hill that I could walk up, and it's basically like it's like, for some reason this housing complex has decided to keep a lot of wood space. So, but there's this hill, and it's sort of like a drainage, almost like a drainage area, but it's a path, and it goes straight up, and then it ends up in the woods. In the fall, there's nothing but goldenrod up there, which is amazing. But really, like that, if I don't walk up that hill, like I feel super cut off from any kind of outside green plants or anything, especially since I work in like a concrete box. I'm talking about getting out and spending some time outside. And I used to be able to run outside, but there's not any, I have to find a place to like run outside. But right now I'm running on a treadmill, and I'm staring at the blank wall, and I'm like, eh. Well, when I was in Texas, I got to run outside of my parents' little development, and I was like, oh, I hate running on a treadmill. I get outside, and there's so many birds. You can see the nature and the birdies and the, just.
We're meant to be outside.
It's just, I just realize there's just such a suffering of my health that I feel like, so I really, really, so I'm like, okay, I got to go up, at least up that hill more often right now until like, I can get my life to a place where I can be more with the plants, be more outside. It's just, it's very calming. It's very comforting, even if you're not wildcrafting anything, even if you're just in a park, it just makes such a difference. I understand what you're talking about, Lori. For sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel the flowers. I've been tuning into the flowers and also making like flower essences from them. And what the first one that came to mind when you were speaking was buttercup. It's that like inner sunshine, um, confidence, strength, and supporting us in making transitions, whether it's different work or different, or just the inspiration to go outside. And it's just that like inner sunshine. So even when we're indoors, it can support that as well. And I was driving through Georgia and South Carolina, and there's wisteria everywhere. And I know it's an invasive,
yeah.
but sometimes these medicines are here for a reason. So I looked up what wisteria was supported for in a flower essence yesterday, and it was for women that have a hard time with sexuality, and helping them blossom and helping them connect to intimacy on a deeper level and release sexual shame. And I was like, wow, that's so beautiful. And so, and just like, and also just like if they have a hard time connecting with others in general, just intimacy in general, expressing themselves. So we pulled over on the way home, and we just got a bag of it, and I made a flower essence. And so I'm trying to just make friends with the invasive species and listen to kind of what medicines, why they're here. And they just smell so good. So I was like, oh my gosh. Oh! I have it all over my room, and just so delicious. Just excited for the kind of the sensuality of all the different smells, and it awakens our sensuality in spring. And then another one that comes up to me, it hasn't quite bloomed yet, but it's Star of Bethlehem. And that one is going to be blooming soon. And that one is also really supportive for moving grief, but also parts of ourself that are stuck in shock, that even like parts of ourself that are stuck in shock from a hard, like experience, like even years ago, can help. The Star of Bethlehem can help bring us back. And so if there's any parts of us that are stuck from winter or stuck from bad news, Star of Bethlehem can kind of help bring you back and help bring those parts of you that are needing to return home, and also help you move through that grief. And so I remember last year, this time of year, I was helping take care of my dad, and there was Star of Bethlehem all over his yard. I was like, why is this here? And that's when I really began developing a deeper connection to it. And so yeah, just support. It feels like a really good ally for this time to kind of get us parts of ourselves that may be feeling stuck from winter moving. Yeah, so if you ever hear like hard news, like you're listening to the news and it's hard to listen to it, your parts of you are wanting to go back into cocoon and wanting to get stuck. If you can take that more immediately, it can help you move through it. Maybe the earth needs us not stuck and constantly hiding. So
that's important. And sometimes a lot of times you don't, it's unconscious, so you just don't know. It's hard to get to those things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and another mover and shaker is also sassafras. I've been really connecting to that intimately in the past year, and I know for the most part we don't normally harvest roots in the spring, but sassafras is an exception in my opinion. It can be a good spring cleanser, in just making the tea from the root and also a tincture from it. And if you have leftover sassafras medicine from last year, it's also supportive, but it's great for spring cleansing, but also just a heart opener. And it's nice to support the natural remedy. I know it's used in party times in these times, but also just like the regular natural medicine is just as supportive to the heart, so it can be a good alternative.
It's also tasty.
Yeah.
I enjoy hearing what everybody else is saying too, and sassafras and nettles and chickweed and all of these amazing classics, timeless classics, at least here for us. I don't know, my mind was wandering just now to a rather different early spring plant, which is actually an indigenous staple crop of the Appalachians. It's called saxifrage, or branch lettuce, as they call it around
Mhm.
here.
Yep.
And it was really interesting because a really amazing elder, old timey friend of mine told me about branch lettuce, as he calls it, and how traditionally, by the settlers here, they made something called kilt lettuce, which is when you take hot grease and pour over, like bacon grease or something, and pour over this, freshly harvested. It's kind of like lettuce, but it's almost succulent. Some of it's a little fuzzy, so that's an interesting texture. I mean, not like really fuzzy, but just barely fuzzy. And but even farther back than that, it has been an indigenous food staple here for a really long time, and it's always one of my favorite early spring greens. And I have been hawking a patch here on our property. We've had some trees fall out in places, which have opened the creek up to more sunshine. And with that, many things have been growing, including jewelweed, which are, nice, healthy sprouts about this time. Although I'm not sure. I guess they'll probably be fine through the cold weather. They always are. And so this plant, saxifrage, and jewelweed always kind of grow together, kind of in the creek in the wet spots. And so those two are some of my favorites. Obviously, bloodroot is such a fascinating at-risk medicinal plant. And I say it's at risk because it's currently, like many things, being overharvested, by people who may not really understand the unique biological, like growths of these long-lived forest plants. But one of my favorite things about bloodroot is that it's ant pollinated and ant spread.
Oh.
So, I'm kind of wondering right now, because many of our bloodroots are in full bloom, and suddenly we're having this cold weather, and I'm like, ants, what are they doing? Are they hanging out underground? Are they coming out and doing their little ant thing? Are they, coming eating the epistome off of the bloodroot and carrying it off to their nests right now? Or, or what are the pollinators, doing with bloodroot when it's really cold like this? Bloodroot only blooms for a few days and spent. So, bloodroot is a really fascinating one. Spice bush is really fun. And it blooms so early, a lot of people don't even know that it blooms or what it looks like. But spice bush, it's very spicy, kind of has almost that camphor spice to it. It was kind of like cinnamon, but a little different. And I've started harvesting gently some of the blossoms when they're in full bloom, and it's right about now. But I have to be careful, because if I harvest too many of the blooms, then I won't have the berries later in the year. So that's always, something fun and interesting to, kind of consider about ethical foraging and wild harvesting is, get the blooms, then there may not be any seeds. There probably won't be, in fact, seeds, at least from that spot. Let's see. I was kind of going back through my pictures here, trying to see. I know I'm forgetting a couple, unfortunately, but Trillium is almost always the first thing we see up here. And we have this beautiful red mottle leaf Trillium. And it was the first one I saw this winter, because it's still technically winter, no matter how I delude myself to thinking it's spring already. That was the first wildflower I saw. And I learned something really interesting recently. I was speaking to a friend, and he said that they said that in the Cherokee language, trilliums mean of the thunder, and were not picked because of their. I mean, they were not picked for medicine. They were almost considered as people. They were so important, and they lived 20. Some of them live like 20 years. These plants get really quite old.
Wow.
So, yeah, they're really impressive, and sometimes only some of them, not all of them. And it's really funny. It's kind of a trick because I think these trilliums are at the very least tricking me into pollinating them. Is some of them smell amazing, and so I'm like crawling around on the ground with my camera, just like wallowing in the leaves and smelling of these trillium, because sometimes you'll get a big one and it smells like strawberry wine.
Mhm.
So it's really fruity, but it's almost like wine, and it's slightly fermented, and it smells to me like distant thunderstorms. I don't know. It's almost like the smell of summer before it even gets here. Kind of like that low pressure in the air. You smell of rain in the distance and berries. So those are the ones I get particularly excited about. But the thunderous trillium, I feel like, is one of my all-time favorites. And I don't pick it, obviously. It's used for medicine, but it's endangered in some places because of the, plant trade. And so it's really important to, respect and learn about these plants. But yeah, trillium, these native trillium here are just some all-time favorites.
Yeah, we have a few here too. We only have 3 that we've noticed, and Pipsissewa. We have lots of Pipsissewa on this property, which is so much fun to watch. And it's here all through the winter, doing its thing. But yeah, you're right. There's something magical about trillium. You approach it quietly. It's just something about it. You're gentle with it. You take care of it. You watch it. Protect it.
That's right. My 6-year-old son knows that he can get away. Well, I don't want to say he can get away with almost anything, but few things are as bad as stepping on a trillium in my sight. I'm like, just don't do it. Just step around them. It's polite.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they're pretty special for sure. And when there's so many of them blooming at this time, it just really fills our whole cove. It's such an amazing sensory roller coaster. Jennifer, to go back to your analogy, I said kind of like the
roller coaster.
Yeah, the roller coaster.
Yeah. Definitely, and then it just really gets going, and it's hard to keep up. So my question is, if trillium is a medicinal, what is it often used for? Does anyone know? Because I don't know.
So I haven't really read up on its medicinal qualities in a while, but some kinds of trillium are used medicinally. I know one of its traditional names are also called birthwort or bethwort, related to, maybe properties around childbirth and things like that. But I'm not really, I'm kind of an herbalist, but I don't keep up on medicinal qualities of like some things. I don't know. That's kind of a non-answer. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's. I didn't know. I didn't remember anyone ever. The only thing I knew about it was that it was endangered and that it had medicinal qualities. So, but there's a lot of plants, so it's hard to know all of them.
Yes.
Yeah, I think trillium, one of the uses is for postpartum bleeding. It's been used for that.
That's pretty important.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
This isn't an herb, but it kind of is. And mushrooms this time of year, the kind of fearless, early morels, they always seem like people to me too. The trilliums do, and those early morels. So I can't imagine being somebody who would pick morels this early in the season, because I know there's a first flush usually around this time, but they feel so sacred to me, and I feel humbled in the presence both of trillium and also of those really early mushrooms. There's just something, it sounds silly, they're so tiny, majestic about them. I feel like I should bow or curtsy when I see them.
I
And
love the
another,
curtsy, of course, Byron.
in short video of Byron curtsying to morels.
Don't think I couldn't, because I could.
I believe so.
I would be more likely actually to put a beautiful stone near them and thank them, that sort of way. But yeah, hell yeah, I would curtsy. Why not?
Byron in Wonderland, like a tiny version of yourself. Like,
The
go,
whole
like, could
the
you
whole
imagine, like,
world feels
spring? That's right.
the whole world feels like that to me. I maybe it's second childhood really creeping in, but there are things that I just stop and look at them and I go, this is astounding. Like I'm the person who checks to see when the peas germinate. I look at them twice a day, and I
Mhm.
just peer in the soil, and there's first that little white, like a comma, and then you go, the peas germinated, and now what happens? And they feel like such beings. All the plants do to me. We have an old and much abused red oak tree in our driveway, and for the first time we brought in an arborist to do some work because it's growing over the neighbor's porch and some other things. And I went out to it, and of course the arborist came and said, we can't really do anything until it the sap falls and it's safe to do that, and called on the winter solstice to say they were going to come and do the trimming on the tree. And I just went out to the tree and I put my arms around it and I said, you're about to get a haircut, and you won't know that till you wake up. So I want you to know we waited till it would be okay. Well, now the oak tree is about to wake up. It's going to wake up in the next 6 weeks. And I'm going to be out there every day looking at it and kind of listening to see if it's like, hmm, I look good. This was a good cut. So I will be checking on the oak tree to make sure it's okay with what got done to it. And that's just, I really am kind of a tree hugging dirt worshiper, and I hold all of these beings close to me. I feel a genuine kinship to all of them, but I also, I also feel I'm not worthy. You know, I'm terribly aware that my species does a lot of damage on this planet, and I can't make up for that. I can't. I can be respectful of all the other beings that are here, but I can't fix what my species is doing. I don't have the authority. I don't have the power to do that. Now, that's something I wish I really did have the power to do, but I don't. So when Lori's talking about wildcrafting and saying, well, I don't really pick that anymore because it's so over harvested. Every time someone, out of the goodness of their heart, does yet another class in foraging, I just think, why? Stop it. Find another way to make money, because we send these baby foragers out and they
Mhm.
just don't. They
They don't cut it.
because they don't have the years of experience looking at a piece of land and knowing when you should. We are losing even more about it. They want to be close to the land. They want to take what they can take that will benefit them and their families. And I just don't think we're very good at that. I don't think we're good at sharing the bounty that is the natural world around us.
I think about everything supersized. these
Mhm.
days. And I think that's just kind of the way that we are now. We're supersized. We supersize everything. So we think we're supposed to go and get as much as possible. It's almost has a small thread of fear in it.
Yes,
Um,
I think so too.
where if I don't get it all, somebody else will. And that is just the wrong way to step into the relationship with that plant. Um, and I think, you know, I know some really good teachers and they do talk about this, but I also know some teachers that don't talk about this. But, you have to set up that relationship and come at it as if you are a paired partnership. And you wouldn't want somebody to take a lot of you. We don't, even though as women we do that, we give away a little too much, I think,
Right.
sometimes, our time and our energy. But we should not step into that relationship with these plants in the same manner like we
Mm-mm.
do enter into the world. For me, it's just every time I step into that, it's almost like a little bubble when I'm with that
Yeah.
plant. It's a whole magical realm. It's like completely separate from the world, and I can't treat it the same as how I treat the world. And I
No,
think that is a
no.
lesson that is missed a lot.
I loved what you said earlier about now you do small foraging, small basket foraging,
Hmm.
because you know how much you can process, how much you can
Mhm.
Yes.
use. And
Yeah.
even though that's part of what your income is, and we all have to have some kind of
Mhm.
income,
Yeah.
you are in an acknowledged kinship
Hmm.
with the biosphere. And you can take this much and not have to compost it because
Yes.
you can actually process that much. And if all of us took that on as an understanding, and I'm going to go to elderberry just for a minute because elderberry is the most generous plant.
Hmm.
You can take half of the blossom that comes out
Yeah.
and tincture it and make whatever you need to out of it and still have that much left over that will turn into berries.
Yeah.
But if we went through and harvested all of the elderflower to do cordials and tinctures and whatever,
Hmm.
then there would be no elderberry.
No.
And I just don't know that humans at this point in our non-development are capable of that kind of discernment.
Mm-mm.
Mm.
And I
No.
think you're right. I think it's fear. It's completely fear based.
Yeah.
If I don't take all of this and use it, and I will use it, I promise I will use it. But if I don't take all of it, somebody else may take it all, and then there won't be any for next time.
Yep.
And that's why
Yeah.
we encourage people to start growing more herbs. Like
Yes.
Yeah,
the Rosemary Glass herb has been saying that for years, just like the importance of like we have plenty of product makers. We really need more herbal growers.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
I even tried to order some herbs from Mountain Rose Herbs
Oh.
weeks ago, and it was like so many things were sold out. And so that's just a big invitation for
Yeah.
us to go deeper into our growing and teaching about what people can grow and just um, kind of, like you said, like you all saying, like just like being really careful with the foraging teaching
Mhm.
and making sure there's a deep consciousness shift around that teaching too.
I was talking to Lori Burra today, and she asked me because we were talking about the Wild Herb Weekend, and she's like, "Would you like to teach foraging?" I said, "No." First off, because there's others that are a lot more, um, know a lot more than I do. Because, in fact, years ago, while at Wise Woman, I took one of Byron's classes, and in that same year, I think Natalie Bogwalker was doing, yeah, and
yeah.
both of you said the same thing. Pick your top 10, and that's what it is. You said a little less. And I've stuck with that because I feel like sometimes I mean, it's great to know a lot of herbs and it's great to be in relationship with a lot of herbs, but it's like everything. When you're doing too much, you can't do anything good. It's like, if you have your few, and I've honed my craft so much now, there are only certain plants that I deal with, and that's it. And, I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely okay with that. And I'm okay telling people, this is all I know. Because I remember one day I was out with someone and we were on their land. They're like, what is that? And I'm like, the hell if I know. And it's not because I don't want to know. It's not because I don't want to share, but it's not one of my herbs and it's not one of the relationships that I have. And I'm
Yeah.
not going to teach somebody about a plant that I don't have a relationship with. I think it's important that, we don't try to know everything, but we need to know what we know very well.
Yes.
Because I try to only forage within 5 miles of where I live. And I think that's something that's very important too. There's so many plants. You're going to find, that's those 6 plants where you live. You're going to find them. Even if you have to ask. And that's why you'll see consistently on Facebook, I'm like, hey, does anybody have this plant on your property? Because if you do, can I come harvest? Is it clean? I will teach you about this plant. And that's how we, progress and we move, teaching others. But you're right, Byron. There's just too much free for all. And I'll tell you, years ago, when I was in South Carolina, we would drive up to Max Patch. Yeah, it was one of our favorite places. And over the years, I've seen it somewhat decline. Granted, there's a group of people doing some really great things right now for them, for Max Patch. But I watched the elderberry and the blackberry harvest change completely in like the last 15 years. Because, I would come and just take a small basket and we would be good to go. So much so that I stopped coming altogether just because everything changed dramatically. I mean, it was weird. And now, I'll seek more local, but it is very concerning, the herbs that are disappearing. When I'm teaching people, I'm like, you guys, you only need to take your jar with you if you have a trouble figuring out how much you need to take.
Yeah.
Because, just like flower essences, we bring our little jar when we go out, we only need a little, but people don't understand that because we live in this big, supersized world. So, yeah, it's definitely a challenge for sure right now.
And you feel it. I mean, Max Patch is the perfect example. You feel the lack. It feels like locusts have been through.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
and
absolutely.
you feel it in the land. It's like we are not covered in the way we were. We are not nutritious and nourishing in the way that we were because of that intense lack.
Mm-hmm. Or destruction thereof.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'd like to speak just for the exception of like really pushing harvesting of invasive species for medicine. And that's where that's the abundance of like, why is this here? Like, why is this invasive? And maybe it is medicine for Americans. So just like kudzu is great for Lyme's disease, and that's just a huge epidemic right now. It's great for supporting alcoholics getting off alcoholism. And it's great for alternatives of creation. So there's that like abundance of invasives that like if we make an industry out of it, it can actually help the forest and help the natives regrow. And so let's just like push that kind of foraging. Be like, go get all the invasives you want, like just do it and just really teach about them and lift them up and not be like they're the enemies. We need to pull them out and not teach about the medicine of them. And just
because Japanese knotweed is delicious.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
So all we need to do is eat it.
Yeah.
And we'll eat anything to extinction. That's just what humans do. Yeah. So if there's something like we were talking about kudzu earlier today, it works just like grape leaves for stuffed grape leaves. So let's just eat all the kudzu. Or if they call it around here kudji vine, let's just eat all the damn kudji vine. And what we can't eat, let's turn it into baskets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not?
All right. Problem solved.
Well, we just need somebody who's really cool.
Yeah.
Really cool. And to just go, oh, look what I'm doing now. I'm harvesting kudzu.
Oh, we need
and did you know that the flowers smell just like grape knee-high? Oh, what?
Soon
And then
enough
we
we'll
will
do
strip it all.
champs.
We'll strip all of Georgia bare.
We need an herbal influencer.
That's right. There's the Black Forager.
Yes, she's great.
Oh yeah.
Mm,
Yeah. So maybe we get her to be like, hey, please.
do this more.
Mm-hmm.
Eat that, not this.
Hmm.
Yeah. But I will say the mugwort is already up.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere.
It's going to be a very good year for mugwort.
Yep. Absolutely, I agree.
Well, Sarah is having some power cord issues, so she's going to have to cut out early. Thank you so much for joining us again, and hopefully we'll do this for summer and have you back. I'll put all your links, so if you want to learn more about Sarah and what she's doing, please check that out. So and hopefully have a good night.
Thank you, Jennifer, Lori, and Deanna.
Bye, Sarah.
Always love, hearing from, all of you and us and this panel is really fun.
Yes. As soon as I'm getting my camera soon, so I'm going to still bug you about coming out to the mountain once I get my camera, so I can follow you around, and we can
that would be
look
fun.
at some plants, hopefully several times.
Hopefully, yes.
Yes.
I mean, out here, it's like you have to look through it. You have to look at them all, like over and over throughout the year.
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
All right.
Well, take care. We'll talk soon.
Bye.
And I'll have to say bye to Byron elsewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
So, do you have any rituals or holidays that you celebrate at this time of year? If so, what are they, and why is it important that you observe them?
Well, I'll talk a little bit about the vernal equinox, because if spring for me started at the beginning of February, at the very earliest glimpses of spring, and we honor Bridget as a healer, and it's a wonderful time. But by the time we get to the vernal equinox, it really does look like spring.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that stuff that got lopped over into the Easter celebration, I just want to take all that stuff back. And that's what I like to do. I like to dye eggs with natural stuff like onion skins and beets. And something that we did in my family is that once we dyed them with beets, the plain boiled eggs, we made them into what my grandmother called Easter egg babies. And we took colored pencils and did little faces and hair and all that. And it's a really fun thing to do especially with children, but I'm finding elders like it too. And with the new renewed interest in everything Ukrainian, of course, there's the creation of pisanki eggs. And those are the ones that you dip hot wax to make designs, and they're just beautiful, elaborate eggs. So I love bringing eggs in and really talking about how eggs hold life, and it's a universal symbol for life. And then the thing about bunnies, I mean, Jesus didn't have no bunnies. That's all Northern European craziness. And it's all about life. It's all about bunnies breed. And there's little baby bunnies and little lambs, same thing. So that when we were cultures that had to close in for the winter and eat the stores that we had prepared for that time, there came the point where we stepped outside and we got down on our knees and ate chickweed, and we ate everything green around us. And then what we also needed was perhaps the flesh of these young animals. And so it gave us the sense of hope that tribally we had survived the winter. Yeah. So there is not only this sense of the joy of delicious, new, nutritious things to eat, but the idea that the world has awakened into the fullness of life, and we have too. So I love to do all of those things to celebrate the spring arriving, and to give your neighbors cut flowers and all of that, and really figure out how, once again, we weave a community that moves from our hearth out into the world. And we take our hearts with us too when we do that. So that's what I do. Eggs, eggs, eggs.
So, as a family, we celebrate, like Byron, the vernal equinox, and we are definitely of Northern European descent. My grandmother was Welsh, so we really try hard to stay focused, and celebrate each time a new holiday comes. So, with that, since there are 5 of us, and my children are adults now, even though they're still at home, we take turns. So this year, the vernal equinox lies with my husband, who plans our ritual, who plans our meals, our celebration, how we dedicate that season in our lives, and how we present it to the world. That's just how we do it every year. So everybody takes a turn. But we always bless the garden. We have a big actual ritual where we bury eggs in the garden. We've written things on them, give them to the garden, and a lot of times the lovely animals take them, but that's okay. That's okay. The words have been given to the garden. They know our intentions. But we do that, and then we bless the front porch. Because I feel like, through the winter, especially here, and especially in Madison County, we don't kind of go to each other's homes. A lot of times the driveways are impassable. Weather keeps us kind of close to home, but there's something about springtime and the warmer weather and things waking up. Everybody wants to get out. So I'm like, I've already had people, coming to the porch, and I take that very seriously because I'm definitely a hearth witch, and I really take taking care of my home serious. So I reset my ward during that time. I really give my porch a good cleanse and set some really strong intentions. And that's kind of how I go with this season. A little bit of spring cleaning outside. We tend to the house, the garden, the land, because everything's kind of been sleeping. So we try to be there as it's waking up and greeting. Just like Byron was talking about the tree, we kind of do the same thing with all the plants here, and that's how we celebrate this time of year.
This specific year, I took in February. I didn't do any sugar. This like kind of helping me cleanse for the spring, and that was the first time I've ever been that disciplined around sugar, and it was amazing just to like how. I mean, I don't normally even eat candy that much, but just like in certain foods that like even just like canned tomato soup will have like 20 grams of sugar, and just like how much is hidden in the culture, and how much my moods were way more stabilized without that regular sugar. So anyways, this year I just danced under the moon all night with my sisters to celebrate spring coming, and did a lot of dancing under the moon, and that was really supportive to just awakening parts of myself again, and reconnecting with sisters, and reconnecting to the nighttime and my love for the moon and the stars. And so I'm excited to do that every year from now. Yeah,
That's
pretty
awesome.
special. And also just a more practical ritual is just like planting the seeds of the greenhouse and getting that going wherever I am living at the time. Planting the seeds and getting little plants going, and that's also another favorite ritual. It's like the planting those seeds and planting the seeds of new beginnings, and not rushing it. That's the nice thing about the philosophy of gardening is you plant it and you don't get anything right away. So just that helps me slow down and have peace in the spring.
It sounds like there's like I don't know if we specifically talked about it, but there seems like a theme of reconnection in the spring, reconnection with other people, reconnection with the land outside and the plants and the animals. So that's really cool. definitely feel disconnected. I've had a bit of a bumpy couple of months with my health and everything else, and so I had to that's why I was in Texas. I had to take a month leave off work, but just the whole, like, a lot of the ways that we interact with the world is like, I think I internalize them, and then I interact with myself that way, and they can be kind of toxic. So just trying to remember, like, all these other ways to interact, like slowing down and all the other stuff, and the connection is really, really important. Sorry, that was a tangent, but
Good tangent.
oh, thank you.
Keep sharing. Thank you for sharing that.
Oh, thank you.
Let us know how we can support you and uplift you too.
I mean, just doing this is helpful. Definitely is supporting me in a way that I don't usually get supported, or have never gotten supported ever. Just having everybody on, and I just blown away all the time. Every time I have these ideas, and you guys help make them happen, and that is amazing to me. My life is not quite where I would like it. There seems to be a lot of support behind this this particular project, and that gives me a lot of hope.
Say thank you so much for all the weaving you've been doing. You've been weaving all of us together, and you've been weaving like all of these, like you've been just giving a voice to so many herbalists in Appalachia and beyond, and I'm so grateful for that. And that's a really big container you're holding, so let us hold you too, and like reach out to us, and if there's herbs we can bring you, packages, anything, please like reach out to us, because you've been like really lifting us up, and we are ready to lift you up too. So you don't have to do this alone, and we love you. We're one too.
And don't be shy about asking for what you need.
Correct.
Because even if we can't supply it, we're going to know somebody who can.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
so don't be shy.
I will as soon as I stop this recording. I've never experienced this before in my life, and I think it's so important to have community, and we're so cut off, a lot of us, and for people to see you, and maybe in a different way than you see yourself. We're going to end with some spring quotes. I just snagged two that I pulled off of Goodreads, and one is from the book The Mockingjay. What I need to survive is not Gale's fire, kindled with rage and hatred. I have plenty of fire myself. What I need is the dandelion in the spring, the bright yellow that means rebirth instead of destruction, the promise that life can go on, no matter how bad our losses, that it can be good again, and only Peta can give me that. But I like that one because it talked about the dandelion, one of my favorite plants. And then this one was from Silent Spring by Rachel Carlson. And I didn't know that, but Silent Spring is you might know this, is an environmental science book, and it documents the adverse environmental effects caused by the indiscriminate use of pesticides. And she accused the chemical industry of spreading disinformation and public officials of accepting the industry's marketing claims. And then, so the book appeared in 1962, and the outcry that followed this publication forced the ban of DDT and spurred revolutionary changes in laws affecting our air, land, and water. And it was the book that is instrumental in launching the environmental movement, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool book.
And she doesn't get nearly enough credit for the work that she did.
And I
mean, she was just a chick,
Oh, right, yeah.
What could she possibly know?
Why isn't she home making her husband some supper?
Correct.
Yeah, she was amazing, and she was a badass, and she amazing. I can't say enough.
She sounds like it. I'm like, oh, I got to read this book now, because I've heard the name just floating around, but So this is a quote. Those who contemplate the beauty of earth find reserves of strength that will endure as long as life lasts. There is something infinitely healing in the repeated refrains of nature, the assurance that dawn comes after night and spring comes after winter.
I have a Mary Oliver poem if you'd like to hear that about spring. I love all of her work.
Mhm.
Somewhere a black bear has just risen from sleep and is staring down the mountain. All night in the brisk and shallow restlessness of early spring, I think of her, her 4 black fists flicking the gravel, her tongue like a red fire touching the grass, the cold water. There's only one question: how to love this world. I think of her rising like a black and leafy ledge to sharpen her claws against the silence of the trees. Whatever else my life is, with its poems and its music and its glass cities, it is also this dazzling darkness coming down the mountain, breathing and tasting. All day I think of her, her white teeth, her wordlessness, her perfect love.
I love that. I love her. Oh my gosh.
She got it.
Mine is super simple. It's an Irish proverb, but it always gets me thinking. If you do not sow in the spring, you will not reap in the autumn. So I'm always checking myself. What am I planting right now?
Mhm.
Because am I planting rotten seeds or what, what's gonna happen? So yes, it keeps me in check. I love that quote.
Me too.
I have happiness. The color of it must be spring green. By Frances Mays. We just like, we don't always associate green with our heart, but that's like the color of the heart chakra. It's like letting our hearts receive that new medicine and release bitterness or resentment that no longer serving us, and just let that fresh green of spring just inspire us to do it again.
That's great.
Embrace this journey.
Hey everyone, this is Jennifer. I am from the future. Woo! I briefly come on to let you know that this episode has some outtakes and some extra bits at the end that didn't quite fit in with the flow of the podcast itself, but they're so good that I didn't want anyone to miss it. So please stay till the end after we've all signed off. There's about 4 of them and a super long, cool chat by Sarah Jackson of the Spring Ephemerals and all about them. So that's really neat. And I also wanted to add that if you are in the Asheville area, the first weekend in May, we are going to do a live panel, first ever live panel at the Asheville Herb Festival. It's going to be Saturday the 6th at 2 p.m. in the workshop tent. So if you're there, say hi. We'd love to meet our listeners. Both Ellen and I will be there, as well as a fabulous panel. So, yeah, we're excited and nervous. And yes. And oh, what did I get myself into? So, all right. Talk to you later. Bye. On that note, we are going to be ending this podcast chatting about spring. Yeah, hopefully we'll be having a summer one. So stay tuned. Don't know when that's going to be. I'll have to get together. But somehow it happens. Stay tuned for that. We are also soon approaching our 50th anniversary episode, so we're pretty excited about that.
Yay.
Woo-hoo.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And of course, I'm excited about our live panel. That will also be recorded, so you'll be able to watch it on YouTube and listen. Please check us out on all of our social media, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, TikTok,
All the places.
all the places. Not Twitter. We're not on Twitter. Not yet, or Instagram, and check out everyone else, all of our fabulous guests. I want to thank everybody for coming again today.
Yay.
Chatting. Woohoo! I think we could probably chat all night. If you'd like to support us, you can currently support us through our Anchor page, and then I am working on a Patreon, so hopefully that will be up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
asking.
Good to see you all.
Yay.
I would say that my favorite springtime activity is taking a nap on the ground.
Oh,
I take a blanket, I just lay down. Sometimes I'll do a hammock, but being outside, just like foraging and drinking from the creek, which I would not recommend to people unless they're obviously completely informed of drinking creeks. But yeah, just being out in it. I mean, we have a very tiny house, and we're all just crammed all up in here together all winter with a wood stove. And it takes a lot of energy to like heat our house with wood, and so it's just so nice to just feel like you can just go outside and just be warm and just soak up the sun.
Yeah.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite springtime activity.
Yeah, I know it's nice. I spend the whole winter like wearing a whole bunch of layers, and you take a bunch off, and you're just like, oh, everything is warm. Yeah.
Not so heavy.
Not so heavy. Very light. Yeah. It's just
So,
so
Miss
hard.
Byron, what's your favorite 6 plants then?
Oh, okay. And then we'll start the question.
Whoa,
Oh,
that's a hard one.
that's a hard one. Oh no.
A spring plant.
Because it has to do with the season too. Like my favorite plant right now in all the world is stinging nettle.
Oh, mine too. Yes.
Because I will pick most of it with gloves on, but at the very end I take my gloves off, and I take my medicine that way from the nettles too.
Yeah.
But oh my gosh, I'm just in love with them right now, and chickweed. I mean, I get down on my knees like a cow and graze chickweed.
Yeah, I love
because
chickweed.
it's a lifesaver this time of year.
I really especially love that here in the Appalachian mountains and forests, there's a whole kind of plant, and it's called the spring ephemerals, that have their whole entire life cycle before the trees leaf out. I just find that endlessly fascinating, and it's hard for me to pick a favorite season, but honestly, I think ephemeral spring has to be it. Just because of the timing after winter, and looking forward to getting all those spring greens and things. One of the earliest that we have here is a plant called Osmorrhiza longistylus, which is, I swear, one of my favorite botanical names. But it's called sweet 60, and it tastes like sweet licorice, and it's almost like candy. And it's actually, it comes up in the early or in the late winter, and so it's actually like well into its first flush right now. And Griffin and I go out there and pick it all the time and come back and eat it. I dry it for tea, and I really want to experiment with candying the stalks. I think that might be kind of fun. But also nettles, and we have woods nettle here, just not come up yet. It's one of the sleepyheads out here because we have bloodroots and spice bush and mayapple and all these other things coming up here right now. But we have woods nettle, which is extra special because I don't even wear gloves to pick it until summer. It's almost stingless, but it is fantastically delicious. And we usually pick enough at least for a year because we have oceans of it here. I'm all for ethical and responsible harvesting, of course. but I usually try to pick enough to let me have tea every day for a year, which is quite the task. Because I'm like, is this 365 days worth of tea? But it passed the 6-year-old test. So even the 6-year-old loves to drink this every day. Like with dinner, we just drink nettle tea, and it's the best. So it's a winner.
I wish I could drink nettle tea, but it makes me pee. Like instantly,
It
makes me
yes.
pee. It never used to do that, but I did develop a chronic health issue in that particular area, and so I cannot do nettles. I don't know if I can eat them though. That might be different. Like I might be able to eat like nettle soup or just something, but it's so sad because they've got so much nutrients in them, and they're so good with honey. Nettle tea and honey is like the best shit ever. Someone should make a nettle tea honey soda. Oh shit!
I'm sure they have.
I'm sure they have because
Yeah.
it's so good. Someone was like, add honey to it. It's like a game changer, and I was like, whoa, radically changes the taste. Okay, Fireman's back. Your pal. Hi.
What happened?
Too much magic in that conversation.
Yeah, you were saying some really cool stuff.
I know. I don't know. Now I don't remember.
So did Sarah have to leave?
Yeah, she had to
Did
leave.
Sarah have to leave us?
She was having power cord issues. Basically, I think her power cord was buried under a lot of...
There's just too much power in this group. And so power was like an issue.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what we witches say anyway.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, you did freeze again.
Oh no.
Oh,
You're back. You're back.
You're back.
Me?
Do you remember where you were at in that story?
Oh God, I don't know. What was I talking about?
The tree waking up.
The tree.
Oh, okay. Yes.
The haircut.
So,
hello everyone. I am Jennifer Braverman.
And I'm Ellen Selm.
And welcome to our podcast, Stories from the Earth,
where we explore humankind's relationship and connection with the natural world.
We would like to take a quick moment to invite our listeners to consider supporting us through a humble little donation. You can go to our Anchor page, actually changed now to Spotify for podcasters. Anyway, the link will be in the description. Spotify bought Anchor, so it's a it's a weird name. Just click the support button, and there's options to donate $1, $5, or $10 a month. And the donations will go towards helping us with future projects, such as launching an herbal educational curriculum we've dubbed the People's Herb School, as well as funding to help take the show on the road and do some on-site reviews and interviews at herb farms and schools and other interesting places relevant to our podcast. And in that note, I do also have a special announcement. If you're in the Asheville area, we will be doing our first live podcast at the Asheville Herb Festival. Right now, the date is May 5th at 11 a.m. So come see us live in person. And we'll have a panel, and it will be great. I'll also record it. So if you miss it, you're not in the area, you'll be able to still watch it and listen.
Well, today we welcome back Lisa Wagoner, whom we previously interviewed in episode number 42 in our episode featuring Of Wand and Earth, the magical mercantile of Marshall, North Carolina. Yeah. Today, Lisa joins us to discuss her book, Positive Pagan. Welcome, Lisa. First off, let me say, I appreciate your disclaimer early in the book where the point is made that your aims shouldn't be confused with toxic positivity. Yeah. Do you make that disclaimer that there's not going to be like advice or extortions to remain endlessly positive?
Yeah, extortions. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I spend a lot of time discussing the difference between what positive paganism is versus toxic positivity. And so, yeah, that usually comes out because I get it. I mean, people flinch at the word positive, and understandably, but for me, it's an energy source that you can tap into, and I think people overlook that in like the first reaction to it. So that's pretty much what my book is about, how to tap into that energy source.
I think it's kind of funny because if I think back to like even like my teen years and coming up to some of the Asheville area used to have so many more new age and spiritual shops even than it does now. And that was like, you know, the positivity was the buzzword, you know, with everything. It never fully sat right with me even then, but it's interesting to kind of see the blowback now where people are, wait a minute, you can't have magical thinking in the sense of, if I just pretend that everything's fine, everything's, you know, like, your book's more about there's actual work involved here, you know.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is, I had a friend who said, well, aren't all pagans positive? And I was like, oh God, no. And I find that a lot of people that I've met since the book has been released, I mean, I've been through a lot in my life, a lot of really dark stuff and dark events, tragic happenings and things like that. And I find that most people have. I mean, it's not like, I don't think any human emerges unscathed on this planet. So I think all of us have, you know, some sort of darkness to it, and it's how we respond to it and how we survive, basically, that keeps us going. And so that's where the book was sprung from, that I think there is quite a few of us that it is tempered with reality. It's not, life is not all rainbows and unicorns by any stretch, but this is a way that you can get back to it, because I feel like with that energy source, you can move towards what you want, you know, whether it be your spell work or, you know, things that you want in your life. To me, that is an energy source.
What inspired this book, and why did you want to write it? You know, when I first heard about the book, I thought it was very kind of, I don't know, some of these ideas have been floating around a while, but I thought it was kind of timely.
I don't reinvent the wheel in the book by any stretch, but basically what happened was I write a blog for Pathos called Witch Indeed, and it is basically about my life here in Asheville, you know, celebrating Wheel of the Year, things like that. And I noticed at the time, you know, we were going through a really negative period. I feel like in the pagan community, everybody was negative. The world is overwhelming. When is it not? But it was just this constant negativity. And I don't know, something just struck me, and I wrote a blog called Being a Positive Pagan in Dark Times. And I have to say, like, the response to that blog was just so huge. I still get messages about it to this day, like, thank you, I feel seen, I don't feel comfortable espousing this, but I'm glad you did. I don't feel so alone, you know, that kind of thing. So from that, I'd always wanted to write a book ever since I was little. So it wasn't like I had this subject in mind. Coincidentally or not, I met an editor at Llewellyn, and I gave her a proposal, and I said, you know, I think this is something that we can tap into. I didn't really see any books about pagans being, you know, and positivity together. Like you said, there's a lot of new age kind of things. And so I wrote it. And it was really interesting because I started out like, oh, this is a fulfillment of my dream, and this is all about writing a book. And then it shifted about halfway through like the editing process. Like, no, I really want to help people. Like, these are things I've done my whole entire life that helped me through some really, you know, dark moments. And so I want to be able to share that with other people, and hopefully it will help them. Like, I do bibliomancy, so I'll just randomly pick up a book and see if the passage, you know, helps and hits. And I really wrote it with that in mind. And like I said, that shifted the focus for me. And I've had people tell me ever since that that's what they do, which is, I mean, it makes me so gratified, because it'll be on their nightstand or in their backpack, and they'll be having a bad day. And I'll get messages like with them with the picture of their book, and they're just like, oh my gosh, I opened the book, and this particular passage did help me. Thank you so much. So
it was funny because when I was reading it straight through, and I was like, I don't think this book is a straight through book.
No, I mean, you can if you want to.
But it's just, I feel like, again, like it's just sort of, I was like, it's sort of like, or at least it was like, read a chapter and then, you know, pause. But it definitely didn't feel like.
You could have a subtitle that's like, choose your own adventure.
Yeah, I sort of did think of that when I wrote it. I was like, here, just choose what you need. So yeah, so I did write it with that specifically in mind. I mean, obviously the chapters are grouped together with specific purpose in each one, but that's what I love doing with books. Like when I go to a bookstore and choose a book, I'll just randomly open it and see if it, speaks to me. So that was the intent when I wrote it.
Can you, well, I guess you more or less did briefly tell us what the book is about, but can you explain more of like maybe what's the best way to make use of the information therein aside from bibliomancy? Like how would you recommend?
Yeah, I do recommend looking at it straight through. I know it's so hard, especially nowadays, everybody's attention is always so diverted, but you can read it, from cover to cover, but in more of a skimming kind of way. I mean, this isn't War and Peace. So it's just like, just go through it and see what appeals to you, bookmark it. I think I even mentioned like you can mark it with like bay leaves to set your intention. And it is all about like making choices, doing action, because I feel that action helps move you towards, what it is that you want. I mean, we've all had days where we, watch TV and can't get off the couch. I get it. But out of that kind of energy or lack thereof, nothing really happens. So if you need sort of a boost, my favorite little mention is like, I can get from point A to point B, no problem. But getting me to point A, that can take months, if not years. So it's just this constant it's almost like muscle memory of doing actions and little things that sort of get you back to center so that you can achieve what you want to achieve.
You were saying the thing about the bookmark, so I was just looking back through to be like, oh yeah, I dog-eared a few pages here. What did I do? I marked to come back to the gratitude altar, the herbal section, the positive pagan spread for tarot, and just your walking through each month of the year, because I thought that was pretty cool. So.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have time to like, look through all these long involved rituals. And one of my favorite compliments is like, oh my gosh, your book is so accessible. It's not like I have to go out and buy like all this stuff. And I was like, oh no, I always make do with what I have at home. And it's always great getting the stuff. I mean, I work at a metaphysical shop, so I get it. But, it's all really accessible and easy to use. So.
Yeah, I was noticing it's like little bite-sized bits. Everything you're like, oh yeah, I could do this.
Yeah.
It's just enough of a step to even, I think, do some of the steps. So like, it's good to make it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because if you're kind of feeling in a dark place, it's already hard to get enough of the motivation going. So the more accessible, the easier you can turn it around.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And I think I even mentioned it in the foreword. So during the editing of this book, I have seasonal affective disorder, and it was during the winter, and I just completely stopped. Like I could not get out of bed. I think it was the year of COVID, and I just could not move. And after a couple of weeks of this, I was like, wait a second, you wrote a whole book on the subject. And I literally went to my book and I was like, all right, it is like muscle memory. And it was just like, okay, let me do this. And literally that's what got me through to complete it and do my part, because otherwise it was just dead in the water. It's a struggle for me every winter, and I've tried all different things, and this past winter hasn't been too bad actually. So I do feel like it builds upon itself. So that's another little side benefit of the book. If you do it regularly, it can move you into doing more and hopefully overcoming obstacles and things like that.
Yeah, having a sort of a routine. Or like, oh, I'm in a bad place. What do we do when I'm here?
Yeah.
It's good to have those things to help get you out of it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So what section or chapter of the book is your favorite? And that might be a difficult question.
Yeah. Well, it's so funny because like I said, I do bibliomancy. So I even do it myself to the book. And sometimes I'll pick it up and I literally forget for a split second that I wrote it. I'm like, oh, that's good. Oh, that helped. And it's like, oh, wait, it was you. So yeah, honestly, my favorite is the chapter on when it gets dark, because I think people were surprised at that, and especially those that have practiced like witchcraft and magic for decades. I've had them tell me like, thank you for that, because a lot of books of this kind of genre that don't necessarily cover it, but I know what it's like. So I'm really proud of that chapter because I didn't want to be preachy and I didn't want to be like, la, 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 this is great. I wanted to really acknowledge that because it's really hard being a human. And I'm really proud of that chapter and how it turned out.
Would you like to read a short piece from the book to share with the audience?
Well, strangely enough, that was actually the chapter that I wanted to read from. So if that's okay with you, I wanted to read from that section. So there are periods in our lives when gratitude lists are not enough, and times we'd prefer to hide from the world. Our personal lives can affect us negatively as well as our family, community, and reactions to world events. Healing from trauma can take a long time and can stop you from moving forward in any capacity. So being a positive pagan isn't centered on being endlessly positive no matter what happens. It's more focused on appreciating the light when we find it and finding our way back to a beneficial frame of mind. The way back is not a one-time journey, but a trip we may end up taking often. So I think that sort of sums it up in a lot of ways.
Who is this book written for, and who did you have in mind as inspiration when you wrote this book?
Well, I mean, it came from events sort of happening. It was like laying out puzzle pieces, or stepping stones. And I wrote it for the people that don't feel seen, because I know what that's like. I mean, I talk about it a little bit in the foreword. I grew up with a very maternal family and matriarchal. And so my grandmother and my mother had lived through Berlin and in Germany and during World War II, but their reactions to it were complete opposite ends of the spectrum. And as a child, I would spend summers with my grandmother, and I would see how my mom's life would be very negative and chaotic. And she was like the first person to be just like, well, being positive is naive. Like, don't you read the news? Like, you need to read the news. You need to be informed. You need to be prepared. And I would be like, yeah, I get that. I mean, growing up in a dysfunctional family, I was a very observant child. And so I watched the adults a lot. And then I'd spend time with my grandmother, who went through a horrific time as well. I mean, she had 5 kids in the war while they're being bombed, and her reaction was completely the opposite. She was just like, just keep it moving. Like, I mean, she had her sad moments, but for the most part, it was like she had tapped into this energy and she kept it moving. So I think as a child, I sort of tucked that away. I think, honestly, I wrote it for both of them because I appreciate seeing both sides of it. That was really helpful.
I really appreciate that you went into some of that backstory in the book and like the differences between those matriarchal influences in your life. Can you speak a little bit more about, on that note, like maybe talk about why ancestral recognition is important, but also like healing and breaking the cycles to cultivate this positive life? Because it's like you're obviously holding some reverence for what you learned through them while also being able to delineate, well, here's what I take away from it and here's what needs to be left behind.
Yeah, thank you. That is like such a thoughtful question, because I definitely do ancestral work. And my mother and her father, we come from a very long line of dysfunction. And so it didn't occur to me, like when you get married and you have kids, I have 2 sons, and, you don't sit there and think, oh, I have to end these generational, traumas. But as I got older and my children got older, it was definitely about choices. And I always felt like my mother made like the worst choices on the planet. It would be like, she would always have these 2 very clear choices. And even as a child, like she loved to tell stories, and I'd be like, and you chose that? Why? Like, why did you choose that? And, she was just this wild bohemian, like free spirit. And my grandmother was just much more methodical, and like she would plan and she would, aim for things. I knew internally I just felt a lot calmer around her, and I liked the way she lived her life. And so as an adult, and especially I moved to Asheville about 8 years ago, and I have a whole bunch of ancestral stories and how things have evolved. But I made a conscious choice to be like, maybe subconsciously, as like with my children, I didn't carry on the way I was parented. I made very definite choices, and it wasn't in like, oh, I'm never going to do things that way. It was a very conscious daily choice of, no, I don't want to carry that forward with my kids. So I'm really proud of that it didn't happen. But at the same time, I do have reverence for what my mom went through, because I think we didn't have the words like PTSD back then, but I honestly feel like she had some sort of PTSD or mental issues that was a struggle for her. Whereas my grandmother, somehow she resolved it in her life. And I think she tried with her children, her other 4 children, to not continue that as well, because she saw like how my grandfather was, and she made conscious choices. So I think deep down, I must have picked up on that. And to this day, I mean, I honor both of them because, you know, the funny thing is I'm a Pisces and a rising Gemini. So duality has been the theme of my life since I was born. And like I was even born like at 11:11 and I weighed 6 pounds, 6 ounces. Like there was like always like this, I always felt like I was walking like a tightrope through. So I've always seen both sides of things. So I think that is a benefit, at least for me. It's exhausting, but it's a benefit that hopefully has come through in the book. I do see both sides of the coin.
I've had definitely similar, well, no, not similar, but maybe not in regards to your mother and your relatives, because like I didn't really know my 2 grandparents. They passed away before, and then we also moved, but my mom is just now like she's in therapy, and she's really trying to work through some of these issues that she has had for a really long time. You know, as a parent, I think you keep certain things from your kids, and you want to keep them separate from them. And I think now she's just like, she's actually like talking to me about all the struggles that she's having.
Yeah, I mean, perspective helps too. And I think a lot of the times I was the same way with my children. I spared them a lot of the graphic detail of, you know, my childhood. But I've had them say the older they get, like, wow, I have a new appreciation for what you did while trying to raise us. And that's just so gratifying, because I didn't do it for that. I did it because I wanted them definitely to have a better life and not deal with that. I mean, they didn't emerge unscathed, you know, because like I said, we're humans and all things happen, but they definitely have an appreciation for it.
I might be off topic here. Sorry.
You know? Well, I mean, that generation, they just didn't really talk about things. Yeah. And, you know, that again is the spectrum. Like my grandmother rarely talked about stuff. I had to dig things out of her and be like, hey, why did this happen? And she'd be like, oh, you and your questions. I was a very inquisitive child. And then my mother, on the other hand, I mean, I grew up with World War II daily. Like there was not a day that went by she didn't tell me some horrific story or something that had affected her, because I mean, I think that was her way of processing it. It just sort of took us all along with her. And so I have a really vivid experience with the fallout of how war affects people.
Jennifer, I don't think it was off topic, because I think just contributing to the overall point being that, you know, we're saying words like ancestral recognition to like, you know, balance with healing and breaking cycles, but there's a psychology to that just as much as there's a, you know, like whether or not anyone wants to put the ritual practice behind it, like still a psychology to it. So the fact that your mom's even doing the work now in her 70s is, you know, like that's like pat yourself on the back, because like it's part of the process of moving towards a more positive, healthy way of living. And actually, Lisa, I appreciate that at some point in the book you specifically mentioned something about like contentment or a life of contentment. The word choice resonated with me because I've been very personally thinking in those terms, especially since COVID year 2020. You know, what is it people really need and really want? It's really simple at the end of the day, you know, like contentment is even a whole different level than just happy and positive, because it's just kind of like everything's just fine, going with the flow. You might not have much, but it's just enough. There's a sense of peace and safety, I think, in the word contentment. So anybody that's doing any work that's getting them towards that, I think, is on a good track.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Thank you.
Yeah, safety and peace. Those are 2 very important feelings and things to have. We enjoyed how in chapter 4 on cleansing your surroundings, you gave suggestions of practice and ritual for every major room and space in your daily life, even your car and your wallet, which people don't really think about, which is true. I didn't think about the wallet or the car. Can you speak on these practices a bit, and why are they important?
Oh, well, because and I also include the mailbox, which a lot of people on,
Yeah.
I never thought about the mailbox. And I was like,
my mailbox could use some of that.
Yeah. Well, for me, in the mailbox is this magic portal, for packages and things. Yeah, because it's all part of the puzzle pieces that make up our life. And so I don't know, like I said, as a child, I was very observant. So to me, it was like the little things that you sort of take for granted. It was a way of offering gratitude, of just being like, oh, don't treat your money badly. Don't just crumple things up and pop it in your wallet. Because a lot of us, you get to that point when you're really busy and your wallet looks like, an explosion. I just went through in my head, okay, all the little things that I do. Like I said, I do all those things. And so it gives a sense of clarity to be able to do that. Because what I notice is the energy I feel after doing something. So this is what I usually say when somebody asks me about toxic positivity. So toxic positivity to me is like an unfinished sentence. So a lot of times it will say, make your bed. Well, for many years I didn't make my bed, because what's the point? You just get back into it. But then I noticed one day, and again, I did not invent the wheel, but I made the bed and it just changed the energy in the room. And it just really struck me. It was one of those aha moments. Now I know why. This is a good reason to make the bed. Let me move into other areas of my life. And so it was just like a little journey throughout my home. Like, what else could I do? And I noticed how I felt afterwards. And it was a good thing. And when you have a lot of good things, you want more of it. So I just sort of kept moving it through the house and then to my mailbox and things like that.
I never made the bed, but my partner, he made his bed every day. Go back to my parents. I was visiting them recently. And she's always very on it about okay, you got to change your sheets once a week. Yeah. Aren't those dirty? It was a whole week. I'm
such a mom thing. And it gives you a boost, because mornings are not my friend. And, just to do that, it's like, okay, I accomplished something. And then that propels you to the next thing. So
something to be said for, well, the fact that that's all falling under a chapter about cleansing. We're talking literal cleansing, tidying things up and whatnot, but also like you were talking about the energy and how that shifts things. When I was reading through that section in the book, I was like, this is like pagan feng shui.
Oh, yeah.
But I've never studied feng shui, so it's just things I came up with.
So in chapter 6, on living in community, you write about dealing with difficult and negative people through listening, acceptance, and holding boundaries. And I think that that's such an important part of the book, and for the total formula, if you will, for crafting a content and positive life. Can you give the listeners a rundown of those steps when you're encountering the negative people?
The first revelation is listening, because I thought, I'm an empath. I'm such a good listener. And I actually took a course with a local organization called Seek Healing. And I was in shock, because I'm not a good listener at all. I was so busy trying to give answers or to help people. What I learned from that, I sort of break down in the book a little bit, but it's just really about pausing and learning the difference between, sometimes people just need to vent and they don't want you to fix things. They just want to get it out of their system. And then sometimes they do want, advice or, suggestions. And so to learn that difference, that was such a revelation to me, because I literally thought, I was so proud of myself as a mom. I'm such a good listener. And my youngest set me straight on that. I was not. So we have a lot better relationship now, because he's also very clear. And he'll even preface things by saying, I just need you to listen. I don't want any help. And I was like, oh, thank you. Because that was such a shift in our relationship. And I wished I'd had that knowledge earlier. And then acceptance. People love to change people. And it's almost like a form of resistance. You just feel like all tense, like you want to change them. But when you accept, you're just like, relax. Like, okay, well, this person will not change. And again, with my children, once I accepted the way they are, because, as a mom, you have these big dreams and plans, like, I want my child to achieve this and to achieve that. My youngest, basically, he faced death 3 times before he turned 25. And that was shattering. A lot of times came close to not surviving. And it was a real shift in my mothering and as a person, where I was just like, oh, I keep wanting him to go on these certain paths, and he's not. Because you know what, Lisa, that's not him. He is doing his own journey. And I used to say, I keep trying to tell my kids or friends or whatever, we're driving along. I want you to avoid this pothole. And so I thought I was doing this big service by saying there's a pothole ahead. But every single time they kept going through the pothole. And I realized, was like, okay, well, that's their journey. They may need to go through this pothole. There's nothing you can do. And to be really honest with myself, because I always said, oh, I wished I'd had that when I was younger. And, they probably would have told me something and I would have still driven in that pothole myself. And so that realization just shifted a lot of my relationships, and how it took a lot of pressure off me. And like I said, the resistance was gone. And when I accept the person for where they are, amazing things happen. Because I also have 0 expectations. And I had this elderly lady tell me, like, she put my face in her hands and she goes, that is like the most brilliant thing, because you can only go up from there. And I think we enter into a lot of things with expectations instead of just being in the moment and just appreciating what happens. And I've had so much magic happen just from being like, okay, let's see how it goes, instead of in my head going, this is going to happen and this is going to happen, and then we should probably talk about this. Instead, I'm just present, and amazing things happen. And what was the third one? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Boundaries. Yeah.
Oh, boundaries. Yes, I have very firm boundaries. And I know a lot of people have trouble saying no, but I'm very protective of my personal energy, and I don't like being drained. And I think the older you get, the easier it is to say no. But I do want people to practice saying no, because it does no good if you're a martyr. And I think in a lot of ways, I've had relatives that were martyrs. And life is short. Do you want to be miserable your whole life? I definitely want people to practice boundaries and feel free to say no to things that they don't want to do. And even I was guilty of that, because I was raised to be very polite, very European. And I've realized even myself in the past, since COVID, I've just been very clear about, like, no, thank you. I don't want to do this. And whereas before I would feel obligated or, polite to say yes. And it has been such a shift, because I always do it still with politeness, but I feel like that's really important to me, and I definitely benefit from it.
It's kind of funny, because as I was reading the book, I just kind of dictate in a voice text notes along the way. So I was making a note about this section because I wanted to come, have a discussion point about it. I was like saying something about, bring up the process from chapter 6, listening, acceptance, and boundaries. And then I thought, I'm getting ahead of myself, because I hadn't turned to the page yet. And I was just filling in logically in my brain, like, where I thought it was going to go. And I turned the page, and then the next section was boundaries. And I was like, oh, okay, good. I was right. I knew where she was going with that.
Oh, that's great.
I feel like you can't really have, they build on each other, right? Like, if you're listening well, it's going to be easier to accept the person where they're at.
Yes.
But if you're going to accept the person where they're at, and where they're at is still kind of a little maybe stuck in the negative, you don't want that to bleed through, into draining your life. So that's where the boundaries come in, so that you can still have some semblance of a relationship with a person potentially. Sometimes the boundary is cutting toxic people out of your life, obviously. But if it's something that you're working on, but you're not changing the person, then the only thing that's going to change is yourself in relation to the person. And that's where, like, drawing a boundary kind of comes into play. So I thought, it was like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense.
Yeah, because that saying of, like, you can't change the person, you can change your reaction to that person. That was a struggle for me for many years, because I would be like, how do I do this? And then I realized that I put my energy first, like my own personal energy first. And that is, like, the most precious thing, peace of mind. Everything else just falls into place from there. And there's nothing selfish about that at all, because I got to keep going. I have to be there for my family, and I don't have time to to sit there and let other people drain my energy. Does it still happen? Of course, sometimes you're in these situations, but like I said, it's muscle memory. And so I say these things to myself, and it helps shift the energy a lot.
And yeah, you definitely can't change anybody. They have to do it. It's hard to see someone you love going through a hard time and you can't do anything for them. If they're open to like suggestions, you can offer them, but it's very difficult because ultimately they have to do it. But it does help for you to be there. I've been in difficult situations where like it's just so helpful to just be with my parents and have people there that you know they're there and they have you, they got your back. That can be very important, even if they're not directly like doing something. Like they, you know.
Yeah, it's hard. And it's also the older you get, the less you care about people's opinions, you know? And I think that is also, so the book in a way is like a storehouse of, my wisdom of my advanced years, you know? And would a person of 20 necessarily get something out of it? Maybe not, but like if they read it and absorb it, it can help them down the road, because I do acknowledge that. I mean, we're human, things happen. I mean, even though I've written these down and I do these things. So that's why I like, you know, you can just pick the book and get a little boost and keep trying.
And it depends on the person's life journey. So at 20, they might have gone through a whole bunch of shit. Some of us haven't gone through some of this stuff and we're like, you know, in our 40s. So it's just, everyone's like different, because like everyone's like, oh, you're too young to have health issues. And I'm like, well, I've had them since I was 28. So yeah, no, not too young.
Yeah, it's not one size fits all. I really didn't want the book to be that way. I really want to acknowledge it, that, you know, we're each on our own journey. And if this is what's helped me, and if like one thing helps you out of the book, then that's makes me happy.
Yeah, I think that does come across
in
the book real well. So on that note, if you were to write this book again, what, if anything, would you change? Or, and this is something I thought about just now, is there going to be another book? Are you going to write another book?
Yeah. Oh, I'm always writing.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm going to take my time. I mean, the book just came out last June, so I'm going to take a breather. I've got different ideas, and I'm more than a positive pagan. So yeah, that's the part where it's just like, oh, what do I write about next? Like I said, I think what happened was when I wrote the book, it was all about fulfilling my dream of writing a book. Well, I've done that, but halfway through, it was just like, no, I actually genuinely want to help people, you know, and if it helps people, that was my purpose with it. And I'm so glad I discovered that, because it colors everything else. Yeah, it's just a matter of deciding what I want to write about. Would I change things? No, because it was like such a journey. It wasn't straightforward. My whole life, like since I was little and discovered words, I was like, I'm going to write a book. And I always felt like, I have this book in me. And I literally thought it would just flow out, and it didn't. It just, that book was overhauled in a couple of ways, because the book I had in my head is not what came out, but it came out for the better. And I feel like things happened for a reason, definitely, as I was going through it. So I'm really happy with how it turned out. I love the cover. I think the designer did the cover, just was in my head and put that out. Yeah, because I mean, it catches your eye, and those two symbols, the sun and the moon, to me represent so much as well. You know, the balance of light and dark. And do we ever really get balanced? I don't think so, but we strive. So yeah, so I've really enjoyed the process.
Why do you suppose it is that a true positive outlook can be so difficult to feel and express, or even admit to and conjure up? You know, like how as a culture, we kind of went where we had like that increase of the positivity to the point that we even had to come up with a phrase like toxic positivity, which you hear and it sounds like an oxymoron, but it's like, yeah, no, that's a thing, versus what would then constitute a true positivity. Like, why is that so difficult to acknowledge, even when it is there, or bring into the fold if, you know, despite, you know, because, you know, I mean, I know the saying misery loves company, but like nobody at the end of the day wants to be miserable. So it's like, what makes it so difficult, do you suppose?
That's a really great question. Well, first of all, I, you know, as I mentioned, my family's from Germany. So I feel like I was brought up more European than American, and I lived over there for a while too. So there is just such a difference in culture. And I feel like the United States culture is all about strive, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That on top of generational, we don't talk about our feelings kind of things. A lot of the rest of the world, not just Europe, in a lot of ways, they appreciate the moment, and it's not about striving. Like, they get 6 weeks vacation. That alone speaks volumes, because you get a chance to recharge. And I feel like but also they are smaller, right? The countries in Europe are, you can hopscotch to all these different countries, and we're so sprawly and huge. And so again, there's that theme of duality where I appreciate both. I love we have inventiveness and we get things done, but I think it's detrimental to our mental health. And the media certainly doesn't help, because, they're all about piling on the negativity, and it takes a lot of work to discern the real news from the media generated stuff that's out there. And so I think that's why it's difficult. I think we love to pile on things that might make us feel good, because it is easier to be miserable. I mean, it's easier to stay on the couch and watch TV and eat bad food, and we all do it, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But I don't think we know how to get ourselves out of it as easily. So that, again, was one of the purposes of the book, because I grew up with this duality of the European outlook. You don't live to work. It's not just about work. It's just about, like, your family life and travel and perspective, and farm to table is not new. I mean, that's the way they've been eating for forever. And I grew up with this kind of duality. So it was a little bit easier for me, I think, because I had that example. That is the challenge for a lot of things. And it's easy to pile on things that make us feel good, because, like, I grew up with this. Like I said, my mom would be like, oh, being positive, that's so naive. Like, you don't understand how miserable the world is. Like, she bought into that. And I get it. And I saw the negativity, but then I also see the beauty of this conversation, or, spring is coming and things are blooming. So it's a matter of making choices and changing your focus. And I learned how to do that. And I'm trying to help people to learn how to do that as well.
I need to move to Europe.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was like, that's
do.
cool that you're able to draw that distinction.
I
and also that makes me, well, it's not the first thing to make me feel like I'm in the wrong place in some ways. Jennifer, I know you would agree on that.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, I even think about, like, and I guess, from my limited perspective in this country, that it is maybe just something that happens here. But I think about the number of times where if I got sick, I would still go into work because the guilt that the workplace would make me feel for thinking to take a day to stay home to get well, and it's just like, well, that doesn't make any logical sense to, like, go in and get other people sick, but that's what people do all the time, because we've built up this culture where we don't allow ourselves any space to dig ourselves out of the negativity. And that's why I think it's going to take, it takes practices like you have in your book. It takes practices like you have to keep doing it in order to counteract that wall of noise we're up against all the time.
I think we're seeing it. And I think, especially with COVID, I feel like there's slowly a shift from COVID. I know a lot of people are just like, I don't want to work in the office. Like, I don't want to work in the cubicle. And I worked a corporate job. I understand completely. I lived that life. These practices helped me through it, because, I mean, I just remember whole days of going, this is wrong. This is wrong. We should not be living like this, And so I think too, I mean, it does take work, and you have to sort of keep an eye on the long-term goals, which I think is really hard because it takes a lot of work. And it's a weird dichotomy, because it's like we're all about the work, but when we face something and it's just like it's going to take a lot of, like, spiritual or emotional work, we sort of shy away from it, like, oh, I can't deal with that right now. And I understand it. So that's why I think, like, little actions help move you through things so that you can get to that ultimate goal. I would do, like, creative things to help counterbalance that kind of world. And what a gift. I mean, your podcast with you and Ellen, it's just, you're making the world a better place by doing this. And I mean, I think this is a wonderful podcast, and it helps. You're getting your words out into the world of stories from the earth and people that you meet, and giving perspective. I mean, I think that's such a gift. Yeah, what we have to do to survive, like, monetarily, you sort of have to compartmentalize it and really focus on, like, the gifts that you can give and the change that you can make in your little corner of the world. And I think, like, as a child, I think I read and maybe it was high school, like Voltaire has resonated with me. It's like we each have a garden, and if we tend to our own gardens, the whole world would be filled with these beautiful gardens. And that went straight to my soul. And that's sort of just been like my guideline ever since. When the world is overwhelming, trust me, I tend to my garden and it helps.
So yeah, I've definitely been like, okay, the podcast has been amazing. And
you're going to be at Herb Fest.
We're going to be, I know. I just,
I'm going to be at that one. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, it's crazy because, and I've probably talked about this to death, but like, just, I've never had a thing where like, I'll ask people and they'll be like, yes, I can be on your podcast. You want to do a live podcast?
Yay.
Okay. The community support has been definitely behind this podcast, and I'm blown away. So I'm excited. I finally bought a video camera after like 3 years.
Oh, wow.
So,
That's
for
great.
for us to film it. Hopefully this will just lead to more live podcasts and other things. But I was like, how did I convince y'all that this was a good idea? Byron Ballard's always like, yes. And I'm like, you wrote 1 million books and you're like super kind of famous-ish, in my opinion, like, and constantly blown away. And
yeah, because it opens you up to more possibility, like when you're in a more positive frame of mind, that's something I noticed, it's just like more things happen, and if you're negative and shut down, things won't happen. And so it's just a matter of getting to point A. I understand that is definitely always a struggle, but once you're at point A, sometimes getting to point B is just like, like that.
Right, yeah.
Lisa, so, when you just said that, it reminded me of this article I read like years and years ago. And it was one of those things where it just like stuck with me because it just kind of was like, whoa, blew my mind. I don't remember who was doing the experiment, but there was like the psychological experiment kind of testing the idea of how positivity or negativity does affect bringing things into your life. And they basically, the people who were doing the study would put like an ad into a paper or a magazine or whatever. It would have like an opportunity in it that would like people could take advantage of, right? And they tried doing it where they like put it in at like different parts of the print, different sizes, so that it could catch different people's attentions in different ways. But what they found then when they presented it to their test subjects was that the people who were more prone to a negative approach to things would miss it entirely. And then the people who were more positive, nobody knew what they were supposed to be looking for anything when they were given this thing, but like they would inevitably, no matter how big or how small it was printed or how far or how early in the edition it was printed, that they would happen to catch it. And then therefore it opened a door of opportunity. So it's like speaking to that. If you're already just kind of being open, then it sets the stage for the next things to kind of roll out.
Oh, what a great segue. I love that.
You're just looking at different things. So you're going to be noticing different things.
Yeah, because you're more focused. And like I said, if you focus your energy like on the beauty you're bringing in the world with the podcast and Herb Fest. I mean, an Herb Fest alone is such a feel good, no matter how frenetic the energy is. I love that. You're just more open and other things will show up in your view as opposed to, I hate my life. I get that. I've done it myself, but you get sort of addicted to it because it's just like, oh, what else could happen? And it certainly keeps you going.
Yeah, well, it took me a long time to also just admit that, I guess I am a creative person. And so like I'm supposed to be creating things, but I have so much gratitude and thanks for like all these amazing people who we've interviewed and had said yes and who've been so supportive, and it's crazy. I had this idea for a very long time before I acted on it, and then it just blew up because I never knew so many people just wanted to talk.
Oh yeah.
And they're like, oh, you're giving people a space to talk, and I was like, oh, that's important.
Yeah.
That's
great.
Okay, I will.
Yay. And I'm so glad you moved. So yeah.
People think I'm shy, but you stick a camera on me, so Chapter 8 is titled When It Gets Dark. And you mentioned there how sometimes gratitude lists are not enough. Can you speak generally on what these dark times may be and how to work with them and through them? And do you have an example of challenges in your life which the practices in this book helped you overcome?
Yeah, gratitude lists sometimes aren't enough. I have anxiety, so it is like muscle memory, like I said. So to reorient myself, sometimes, I'm just not in a space to be grateful, even though I know it'll work. In editing this book, like here I am, just in the midst of making a dream come true. And, I can't get out of bed. I can't write. I can't edit. I cannot look at this book one more second. And a few months went by and I was almost in danger of losing this book completely. I said to myself all of a sudden, wait a minute, you wrote a book on this whole subject. Just start doing those things. And it is something inherent I've known since a child. And I think I did learn it from my grandmother. It's just like action makes you feel better. And so I would just start out small. I mean, there's some days where it's really hard to get out of bed and, and life itself is a struggle. The other time was, like I said, my youngest faced death like 3 times before he turned 25. And his last round was cancer. And that was hard and a huge challenge. Having lived through quite a few deaths in my family, this was visceral, and because it's your child. Those actions that I took in the book, they helped me get through it because I pretty much only had myself to rely on. He literally had just moved to Asheville and went straight into the hospital. He was limping and we just thought, oh, you sprained your foot or something. And it turned out to be like really scary blood clots. They were surprised that he was still upright and still alive. And then that segued into cancer. It was a really hard, dark time. And the actions helped me go through because, I had to, your head goes into a dark space. And if I can distract myself with action, I think I've done it so long. I liken it to an ember inside of me. And it's really interesting because like Anderson Cooper's mom is Gloria Vanderbilt, and she was a fellow Pisces, and she'd been through a lot of stuff too. And I heard her say in one of her last interviews that she always felt like she had a diamond inside that kept her going. And I was like, oh, she gets it. Like, that's the same thing. I call mine an ember, whatever you want to call it. It's just something that you hold on to that keeps you going. Some people may call it faith. Some may, it might be your spirituality, but it's a fire in me that was just like, I will get through this somehow. So those are a couple of the challenges just in the past couple of years, but he's in remission. He's doing really, really well. And his life is so much better. And, and I'm so incredibly proud of him because he's faced quite a lot in his young life.
That was going to be my next question. And he's better, right?
Yeah, he's in remission. And it was one of those things where he sort of has had these magical stepping stones too, because literally if he had not moved when he did, he would not have survived. And we didn't know that. And like I said, it was this innocuous, he was limping, like, oh, you have bad feet like we have in the family, and segued into this horrific time. But like I said, he learned so much out of it, and it caused a shift in him of choices that he had to make in his life. I'm very grateful he moved when he did, that I was here to help him and be with him and do all these things. And we had a great community and family and everything, but it was pretty much just him and me. And I was just like, this will not happen on my watch, And so that ember is what I clung to just keep me going. Because I think a lot of times positivity does come from a place of pain, because everybody I've ever talked to that's been positive, I would say 99.9% have not had, this perfect, wonderful, carefree life.
I think you sort of make mention of that at one point in the book, that whole idea that you can't have one without the other. Like, you don't know what darkness is if you haven't seen the light, and you don't really understand the light if you haven't known what darkness is. So
because it gives you perspective, and that helps a whole lot, because you get into this dark hole, and hopefully this book will help you crawl out of it a little bit. Big believer in therapy, big believer in 12 steps and all these things, but you have to make the choice to do it yourself. So these are really simple, easy actions that, and especially if you follow like paganism, or if you're a witch or anything, you have these traditions that we've had. Like, I grew up with basically this is like folk magic. Like if you had said to my grandmother or my mother, oh, this is witchcraft or something, they would have been like, what are you talking about? This is what, this is what Austrian people do. And, I acknowledge that. And I didn't really even have the language myself until I moved here. And then talking to people and I was like, oh, I do that already. Like I've been doing that my whole life. And I just didn't have language for it because it's just something my crazy family did.
When you're talking about action, it's definitely helped me. When you're sick or you're in you're in just a bad emotional place, it helps because sometimes you feel very like you don't have control of the situation, and it helps you feel like I can do something.
Yeah.
It seems small, but I can do something that can help, and that's huge. Even if it's just like I'm going to take a walk outside today or 3 times a week or whatever, like I'm just going to do that. This is what I'm going to do.
Or drink a glass of water,
light
a candle. Yeah.
I am going to watch an hour of my favorite show and just sit on the couch and maybe have a cookie, like this stuff like that. Like, I'm just like, okay, I'm going to do that. This is something for me. And, but the action, which this book is all about things you do. And that's important because.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, because I think you're right. Like when we're in that black hole, we feel powerless, and, just doing something helps us feel like, oh, we do actually have power. We can get out of something.
And probably even by way of putting things into a visible action, you have a ripple effect. I'm not saying you shouldn't just do things because you're trying to have a ripple effect to other people, because that goes back to the whole you can't change people. But you never know if it will. Like, I'm sure that being in your presence and you doing the work that you do for the positivity had to have had a ripple effect to your son when he was going through such a hard time. That's hugely important that they can have that sort of outreach.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, he's actually said that. So, I mean, that means a lot to me, because I do want to have a ripple effect. Like I said, I want everybody to have their garden, and make this world a better place, because it can only go up from here. Right. So, yeah.
I won't necessarily read the whole thing verbatim, because part of me feels weird, like reading someone's own words back to them when they're right there. But I did want to mention, Jennifer and I had set a few quotes aside that we weren't sure if we would get to. This one's a bit of a disclaimer and probably should have come near the beginning of the show. But for the listener's sake, I do think it is worth pointing out that you also make a point to say in the book to not let the word pagan hold you back, whatever your beliefs, religious, spiritual, or otherwise, that anyone can kind of see that it's, about nature's beauty, and most people can relate to that. And you said that you're not interested in labels or gatekeeping or exclusion, and you just kind of prefer the umbrella of paganism to include anybody who just has a pull towards that sort of perspective nature. So I think that's important, because a lot of people could benefit from the book, and they wouldn't realize that just because of that word in that title, they might not pick the book up. So it's worth pointing out that there's something in there for everybody, I think, if they approach it with that open mind and don't let a word box them in. And then that also what you had mentioned, that the word positive in the book is meant to be talking about an energy that flows.
Yes.
That's really important too. So
oh, thank you.
Glad you made those distinctions in the book.
I did. And actually I have to add to that, because I have a lot of Catholic friends, and they've picked up the book because they know me, but they were like, oh, because Catholics have a lot of their own little rituals and things. And they were just like, oh, I can do all of this. And I was like, I know. Yeah.
Jennifer, did you have anything out of the quotes you set aside?
Yeah, I will read this because it's not too long. One of the foundations of being a positive pagan is also this basic principle. It's not all or nothing. The purpose of this book is not to convey this way is the only way. It's just one way. A beautiful multi-layer, full of possibilities, action-oriented kind of way. Being a positive pagan is not just an outlook. It's also an action and movement. It is making things happen, working on yourselves, working with others, and helping the community when you can. So that's also from the intros. I thought that was really good.
Little summary.
Yeah.
Well, because it's important to me too. I had little arguments with my editor about this. I want people to feel comfortable with what they choose because I think they're afraid of doing something wrong. Oh, if I don't use this crystal, and I want it to be a springboard to what works for you individually. So I would suggest like herbs and crystals, but I try to include like, if you feel more comfortable with XYZ crystal or this, or please do that. This is not the only way, but you may find you're more connected to something else. And that's really important because I think a lot of times too, we don't know how to follow our inner voice, and that takes practice. And I really want people to follow their inner voice because that is so important and so empowering. Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate this. This was so much fun.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming on and chatting. Lisa's links will be in the description, so please check out her book. And Lisa, do you have a website?
I do, lisawagoner.com.
All right, that will also be in the description. If you're in Marshall and you happen to be in Marshall, stop by Wand & Earth because it's an awesome shop as well.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yes, pick up some crystals. They have a lot. There's a lot.
Yes,
Speaking of crystals.
Yes. And now we have a tea house as well. So
that's
so you can
right.
Stop by and have some tea.
Exactly. You can find us on YouTube, on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, on TikTok, on Instagram. So please check us out there. We will have a Patreon at some point, but if you want to donate and support the podcast, you can go to our Spotify for Podcasters page. Link in the description, and also you can leave us a rating and a review on Apple Podcasts. So that would also be incredibly helpful to the show. And we will talk to you next time. So
great. Thanks so much for having me. Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. I'm Jennifer Braverman.
And I'm Ellen Selm.
And welcome to our podcast, Stories from the Earth,
where we explore humankind's relationship and connection with the natural world.
We'd like to take a quick moment to invite our listeners to consider supporting us with a humble little donation. If you go to our Patreon page, link in the description, there are options to donate at $1, $5, $10, or $20. The donations will go towards helping us with future projects, such as launching an herbal education curriculum we've dubbed the People's Herb School, as well as funding to help take this show on the road and do some on-site reviews and interviews at herb farms and schools and other interesting places relative to our podcast. And we just did our first live podcast at the Asheville Herb Festival, so we're really excited, and we're hoping to do more. And in the future, those events will be available at the $5 donation tiers.
That episode was an up-and-coming release, so we don't have it there yet.
Yes, it's not up yet. It should be up this summer. Yes.
Well, today is an amazing milestone because we've hit the 50th episode mark. So well done, Jennifer, on brainstorming and launching this little project.
Woohoo! Yeah, I can't believe that. Ellen came on at episode 13. I looked back, and we've done 37 episodes together. Yeah, this is our third year. So yeah, we got a lot of great episodes. We encourage everyone, if you haven't listened to the older episodes, please do, because there are some amazing herbalists. Because I started out just interviewing herbalists, and they are a little rough because I didn't edit it because I started out as lives on YouTube, but they're amazing. Some of them are like 2 hours or over 2 hours. Yeah, it's been crazy. I guess it was a COVID project, which I didn't even realize the timing on it, but it really, really was.
We've got authors, we've got musicians, we've got storytellers. So yeah, go to the back catalog. In fact, today is actually, we wanted to do something special. We reached out to a lot of the people we talked to before, sent them a list of questions, and then whoever got back to us, we've compiled their answers to share with you today.
Yes, along with some of our answers as well. If you listen to us on Spotify, there is like a Spotify question. The question will be, what is your favorite episode that you've listened to so far? Let us know, and we'll put the we'll mention your answers next time. It'll be really, really interesting. Our number one listened to episode is our and I'm gonna mispronounce his name, is the One Straw Revolution, the book we did.
Oh, the review by for the book by Masanobu Fukuoka.
Yes, that is our most listened to episode. So I was thinking about maybe we should think about doing his other book. He has another book.
Yeah.
I'm just so surprised. I was just like, wow.
Well, I guess that book's been out since like the 70s. It's got some staying power.
I mean, it's really good, and I'm really glad that it's a really neat book. So I'm glad that people are interested in it, and still, I mean, it's still valid, all of those things that he talked about.
So our first question to our esteemed guests was, what are some of your favorite kinds of plants, trees? What about them do you like? What are some of the ways they help you connect with the natural world? And kicking it off, Kaylin Otto of the Unruly Travel blog and author writes, one of the coolest trees that I learned about this year in Ecuador was the walking palm. We were taking a tour in the Amazon with a local, and he pointed this tree out to us. The tree looks like it has legs and travels about 2 to 3 centimeters per day, some believe. The tree is walking towards the sunlight. Of course, I love travel, and I love to see other plants in nature being so active and traveling after what they want.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I've definitely never heard of a plant that moves like that.
It reminds me of for a few years I worked in a plant nursery, and my chores on the regular was to go into the hoop house and detangle all of the clematis vines from one another, because they would start to grow out of their own pots up each other's trellises. We were trying to sell the individual potted plants, so we had to, but I mean, it was literally like a daily occurrence that you had to go do that. I mean, you could have probably sat there and stared at the plants and seen them move. That's how fast they grew. And I was
like separate them on like, okay, you go in your corner and you go in your corner. So like maybe the creep was slower. I don't know. That's is Lisa Wagoner, author of Positive Pagan. This is her answer, and she's actually episode 49, the last interview that we did. So she says, mugwort, always. It's prevalent here and always helps me feel grounded. Also good for beneficial sleep. And trillium, such a magical plant, and it feels like you find a treasure when you see one blooming.
Oh, I love that she put it that way, because I grew up, down the mountain from here. So one of the first times that I went out for a hike after having moved up here into the mountain, this was over a decade ago, so excuse my ignorance, but I found some, and I thought, wow, this is such an awesome plant. And I didn't even know that it was like something that was so known in the Appalachian Mountains at that time. I just knew that it was, like she said, very magical looking. And I decided I would transplant one into a planter bed next to my apartment. And it was in full sun in a brick planter up against a brick wall, and that thing melted. Yeah. And I was like, oh no. And I'm like, yeah, didn't even, wasn't thinking about biome needs at that time. Just like, oh, cool plant. Plants can grow anywhere. I'll just plant it wherever I want. Yeah.
Right. When you're just first sort of, I guess, learning and encountering plants, some things you just don't know to think about.
And some treasures are better left untouched.
Yeah. I mean, you only got one, and so not too much harm. I mean, maybe to that plant, but not too much harm done. You were careful about that.
Well, conservationist and climate activist, and my little sister, Kat Selm, writes, my favorite flower is the bottle gentian. I love gentians in general because they're gorgeous and most of them are colors and shapes that are striking to see in nature. The bottle gentian in particular is so cool because of its pollination syndrome. Pollination syndrome is how the flower structure, type, shape, and color varies by the type of pollinator that visits them. The bottle gentian is only pollinated by bumblebees, as they are the only ones with the strength to pry open the flowers.
That's cool. You know, I was thinking I should have had pictures of the plants to, you know, pop in here. Maybe I'll be able to get them. So if you're watching on YouTube, you might see pictures of these plants because you might not know what they are. I don't know what a bottle gentian looks like.
I'm pretty sure they grow in the mountains around here. I'm thinking she's pointed them out to me before. And most of her love of flowers is from having grown up around these mountains.
Because she lives out,
she's like out west now.
Out west.
A very different, landscape to have to learn. So
very different, definitely. Yeah, if I find I'm able to pop in pictures, I will. Everyone can see what those plants look like if you are not already familiar with them. Organic hemp and medicinal herb farmer Lori Burra. She writes, my favorite tree is linden. American species is basswood. And she has a Latin name, which I cannot pronounce.
Tilia tomentosa.
Nice. That's a good one. I first learned about linden from Juliet. Oh, no. Do you know how to pronounce her last name?
I would just guess it's De Barcali Levy.
Okay. We'll go with that. Apology. If we got it wrong. When Rosemary Gladstar brought her to the Northeast Women's Herbal Conference over 25 years ago, she spoke about the folklore of linden, how one with a heavy heart could sit with it, and the linden tree would lighten one's heart. Turns out there's an avenue in Berlin, Unter den Linden. I had a German intern there a few years ago that told me Hitler had them all cut down when he came to power. I think I heard that before. It might have been from her. I'm telling the story. They were replanted after World War II. There was a huge linden tree at a park near where I lived in South Orange, New Jersey. It was a gathering spot for moms with little ones. There's a line of them in Asheville just outside the courthouse. It seems to me that nature finds a way to have them when they are needed. I planted one in the center of my main circular herb garden with a bench that I meditate on first thing in the morning. I find it helpful and comforting.
I was familiar with some of that, with the folkloric association with linden, and medicinally it working well with hawthorn as a heart tonic too. So it's interesting that, that heart touching, lightening the heart folklore is illustrative of a medicinal component. But that was actually in the running. Both linden or tilia, the Latin derivative, were in the running as potential names for my daughter. So
oh, wow.
Hearing her share that sweet story about that plant was like, oh.
I think Tilia would be a great name. Yeah. I mean, not that the name you picked was not awesome. So we have a video response from the director of the Appalachian School of Holistic Herbalism, Sierra Foley.
Or trees, and what about them do you like, and what are some of the ways that they help you connect with the natural world? Well, this is a great opportunity for me to mention my friend Frank Cook, who was a herbal mentor and teacher to many, many people across the world. He introduced the concept to me of plants in your inner garden. So I'm going to talk about 3 plants in my inner garden. And your inner garden, that's the plants that are close to your heart. So the first one would be mugwort. And mugwort was one of the first herbs that I became interested in my teens, mostly because I was studying about magical herbalism and on my own self-study, and discovered that it was great for dream work. And I'm a Pisces, and I do a lot of work through my dreams. I'm a lucid dreamer, always have been, and come up with some of my best ideas when my subconscious is most active, your subconscious and conscious is sort of melding, that liminal space when you wake up early in the morning, when you're waking, and when you're going into your dream state. So mugwort helps connect you to your dreams. It helps you remember your dreams. It helps your dreams be more vivid, and you can use it as a tea before you sleep. You can put a sachet or a bundle of it dried over your bed, or make it into a dream pillow to enhance your dreams. It will make your dreams more vivid, so if you're prone to nightmares, you might not want to use it. But it's also used to remove parasites in the body, and spiritually or energetically, it helps to remove energetic parasites. So it's great for people who pick up other people's energies, or any healers, to clean their tools that they use on people, clean your stones, clean your crystal ball, smudge your house if you have other people's energy in there attaching to you. And it's just a real magical dreaming herb. You can smoke it as well to enhance your dreams and have light visions. And I used to be on Dead Tour when I was younger, and I remember a friend coming up to me and saying, "Oh, there's Sierra, I know she's got some mugwort we can smoke." So that always makes me laugh when I think about that. But it was one of the herbs that I really connected to first on a deeper level. Another would be yarrow that's in my inner garden. Yarrow is sometimes referred to as a first aid kit in an herb. So it's great for wounds. It's antiseptic, antibacterial, antiviral. Great to wash a wound externally or internally for wounds as well. It stops bleeding. So it's a great first aid herb. It's also great for fevers. And the story goes, the botanical name is Achillea millefolium, and it's named after Achilles. And the story goes that when Achilles was born, his mother made a tea of yarrow and dipped him in it. And the only place where he wasn't covered by the tea bath of the tea, yarrow tea, was his heel where she held him. So that became his weak spot, his vulnerable spot, the Achilles heel, if you will. And it's also said that where Achilles was cut on his heel, wherever his blood dropped, yarrow sprang forth. And soldiers would put a little bit sprig of yarrow in their buttons for protection energetically, but also because if you were wounded, it would help stop bleeding and stave off infection. So I love that story. It actually gives me chills to think of it, because it's such a protective herb. It really helps protect your energy. The flower essence is used to protect people's energy, also again, who work with people and take on their energy, empaths.
Okay, and we got a second part, but and we'll hopefully to match up.
Crystal ball, smudge your house if you have other people's energy in there attaching to you. And it's just a real magical dreaming herb. You can smoke it as well to enhance your dreams, and have only place where
Let's see if she
was cut people's energy, also again energetically, which we know is there's really no difference. Elder would be my third. Elder is another herb that has tons of magical lore behind it, associated with it. It said you should never cut the elder tree without asking it, because it bleeds a red sap, and it's protected by the fairies and the queen of the fairies. So I really just, we know elder has become popular as an antiviral, and it is really one of our strongest antivirals in nature and most effective. And it's gentle as well, as a lot of herbs are gentle and powerful at the same time. You can also sleep under the elder tree during May Day or May Day Eve, Beltane Eve, to see the Queen of the Fairies. And I have just a beautiful stand of elder that just volunteered itself in my yard, and I really just love it when certain plants offer themselves up to me and make themselves known for me to work with and go deeper with. And it's just really empowering, especially during COVID, to have this plant that's so effective for viruses on hand in the yard, great for fevers, the flower as well. And we know from Harry Potter that the Elder Wand is actually extra potent as well. The wood has been used historically to protect the home, to protect babies in their cribs, so lots of magic as well as practical uses with elder. So those would be 3 of my favorite plants in my inner garden.
Nice.
Yeah.
Lots of detailed info there. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, she's
like the story, the Achilles story. That's cool.
But she's a teacher, so you can really tell it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think her school is going on all online. Now it used to have a physical location here in town, and that was one of the first schools the first official school I went to way back when. So I still have my notebooks and everything. I still remember that was the first time I met her. I don't know if she remembers me, but because it was from then, because it was such a long time ago.
Was she teaching at that point?
Yeah. And we got to go to her house, and which was really fun. It's just a little
just do a little plant walk or something.
Do a little cabin, and yeah, we did. She had that's actually like really the first time I heard about mugwort. Nice. And I remember comfrey, and I remember she told a story where like the comfrey accidentally got mowed over, and if you mow a lawnmower over comfrey, you will get a lot more comfrey.
I wish it didn't
work.
Mine wasn't so lucky.
Oh no!
It accidentally got hit, and it never quite recovered from that. I didn't have as much story anecdote for my answer as I would like. It was more just like, oh, but I like this. Oh, but I like this. Oh, but I like this.
Oh.
This came to mind just mainly because of the time of year. But I really love weeping cherry trees, especially in bloom. Followed closely by the pink dogwoods. And I'm not even the hugest fan of the color pink, but something about these delicate pastel shades as some of the first things that pop out in the spring, it just makes my heart so happy. And I seriously point out every weeping cherry that I see to whoever's nearby to hear me, and I get weeping cherry envy, and I say things like, whoa, look at that specimen there. It's amazing every single time. And then maple trees, those have always been comforting to me, probably because one of the first houses we lived in when I was little had 2 big ones right in the front yard that I played under a lot. And I would jump in the leaf piles that my dad would rake and stuff. And, maples get some of the most vibrant color, at least around here, in the fall, which is also cozy to me. And what's cozier than pure maple syrup, right? And then for flowers too, I like small blooms that are on the ends of long spindly stalks, like your coreopsis, your poppies, your guara, because to me they just always make me think of like they're like the flower equivalent of fireworks bursting from their buds. And heuchera, which is a shade plant, aka coral bells is a common name. They kind of marry some of those aforementioned traits where they get the various leaf colors as well as the small flowers on the tips of spindly stalks. So that's just all aesthetics, though. That's just like seeing it makes me happy. As far as more commonly viewed as useful plants, I'd probably have to say that some of my favorites are the ones that I ended up liking enough to get tattooed around my ankles going up my legs. And that's all ones that I've had luck with and an affinity for personally, medicinally, and that stinging nettle, maca root, ginseng, thyme, mullein, dandelion, comfrey, there's that comfrey again, and ginger. A whole herbarium. I just went from the top layer on down.
So I've always liked the weeping willow trees. You know, they're like a umbrella in tree form. You know, canopy, like.
Did you ever go under one when it was raining and see how much it would keep you dry?
I did not.
They're pretty effective.
Oh, okay. So my parents were hippie-ish, I guess, and we lived in Brooklyn when I was younger, and they belonged to a bungalow colony in upstate New York. So we had a bungalow where we would go in the summer, and there was a pool, and because in the city we had a little backyard, but you don't, and there's the parks, right? But you don't get the nature. And so I was really glad that my parents did this thing. So in the summer we got the nature, and it was a really tiny small town in upstate New York called Ellenville, if you're familiar with it. I don't know if it's bigger now. It had like one general store called Ola Jars, really weird name. We used to get Bazooka bubblegum. But anyway, they had a big, across the street, there was this old house, this old farmhouse, but they had a big weeping willow tree, and it was just gorgeous. You know,
Powerful presence to stick with you in your mind's eye. You know, to see that as a kid and be like, whoa.
Yeah. I guess in my brain, I equate it with like movement and flexibility, and I've always had kind of some issues with that in my life. It's a good reminder of trying to be a little more of that. And then I like the oak tree because it seems very strong and solid. And then growing
nice
up,
juxtaposition.
Yeah.
Movement of the willow,
and then the
stoutness of the oak. In like a true Libra.
Oh, I know, right? We had a big one in our yard when I was growing up. Huge oak tree. And it was very sad when it died. We had to cut it down.
Oh.
And it was really, really, really sad. It was huge. It must have been like 400 or 500 years old. It was huge.
Wow.
It was huge. And in the stump of the tree ended up growing a big mugwort patch. So it was just all around this, and it wasn't there before the tree died.
Interesting.
But it was there after. It was just like, we just left the stump there, and it was just all around, and huge mugwort patch. That was really cool. All right, so question 2 is, what are some ways you've been contributing to the story of your community, things you're doing, teaching, practicing, providing, etc.? This is from Kaylin, and they say, I feel like I contribute to the story of my community by sharing stories of normally marginalized voices on my podcast. For me, my community is now the folks I live near physically, but also a wider one socially, full of queer folks, vegan folks, and activists. I like to hear different perspectives from different people and how they interact with nature and travel. And lately, I've been loving to dig into topics like, what does it look like to be queer in the country? Or what does it look like to love the country culture, but also be vegan? I contribute to my community by sharing my own personal stories through my blog and book, and also highlighting the voices of others.
It's definitely an awesome journey to follow their stuff, their writing and podcast.
Yeah, the podcast is really good, and you can hear definitely some stories that are not told very often from perspectives that are also not, told very often, but should.
Let's see. So Lisa Wagoner says, I've been adding to the rich writer history of Asheville by having a book published, but also by teaching and offering healing work via my work at Of Wand and Earth, our podcast Mystic Tea, and at local festivals.
Conservationist and climate activist Kat Selm writes, through my job, I am fortunate to be building a public access space to nature for my community. It's a community that has limited access to nature and currently has no access to the river that runs right through it. I really get excited when I think about the future generations that are now going to grow up learning about and engaging with this river and natural spaces.
She took me to see this park project whenever I went to visit her in 2021. And it literally is like you drive out into the middle of all these California ag fields down this dirt road past like a car garage and a couple other industrial places, and you end up in the middle of this, scrublands where this watershed moves through, and all that area back there where the river's running through is protected land, is under conservation, but it's just been sitting, like they haven't they've been protecting it, but that's it. And so being so nestled in the way that it is, I could see why they were thinking like, the community can have more buy-in. It knows why it should care. And in order to know why, it has to be able to experience it, right? So that's been pretty much, I think, since she got hired out there. So going on a few years now, this has been an undergoing project to get it to the point where there can be trails and a little picnic shelter and education boards and stuff put out for public access purposes. And they've done some community days and had like sneak previews, picnic stuff they've hosted for the community to come out and see. And it's gotten people excited because they're like, oh, I didn't even know this was back here, And so, yeah, they officially will be opening it this year. We're supposed to go do a family trip out there later this year to actually go see it in its final officially open state. So that'll be exciting.
That's so cool. Maybe we should have her on again to chat about this project. I don't know.
Show some pictures. What updates from our guests? What have you been up to? That'd be fun. Slideshow.
Yeah, or I was thinking that maybe she knew someone. This is totally a tangent, but I was also thinking that maybe she knew someone else who works in a similar field who would want to come on the podcast, because we don't have too many science people, and I think that's always really interesting.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you could get some recommendations, even maybe possibly from her connections here back east, somebody that we could go somewhere that we could go potentially in person and stuff.
Ooh, in person. Yes. What Speaking of weird concept.
Right. We still have to readjust to the in-person life after the last couple of years. Yeah. Oh yeah, yes, things can really happen. But speaking of somebody who always has some great pictures to share too, herb farmer Lori Burra, she writes, I consider Earth and the natural world to be my community. As such, I participate monthly with an intentional group through Perlandra Limited, I think I said that right, that connects with nature through use of flower essence to help the land that I'm responsible for and all that inhabit it to deal with the effects of climate change and its effects. In this capacity, I feel responsible for the land that I steward and live on. This is especially important because I grow medicine here. Plus, this land was originally used by the Cherokee people to raise medicine as well. I invite people to come here to learn and to connect with the land and the plant world in the field and in the forests. You can look up Herb Mama is her business name for the products she makes, and then Greenheart Gardens is the name of her farm in Candler, North Carolina, and she does take woofers and teaches classes out there and stuff like that. So
and periodically calls for like, I need someone to help me do this. So
help me with the harvest.
Straight out volunteers. You follow her on her social media, you'll see her very occasionally post that. You could also probably just contact her, say I want to help out. She's going to be working with Yale.
Yeah.
So we're pretty excited to hear that.
She got invited to be a guest teacher about forest farming through Yale University. Well, how do you follow up that act? I had been running my own business focused on holistic health and offering various community events out this way, celebrating music and art and other things that can help have a happy, healthy life in addition to urban nutrition classes. But it took a bit of a backseat initially because of COVID, and then more so once I got pregnant. So now I've decided to pass the torch along. I just sold the business, but I still keep some immediate community involvement because I'm going to be on the board for the local farmers market. That's something that I can reasonably handle right now while juggling a baby. I'll get back out there more again in the future. Plus, we got this going on, so.
Yeah, and and so we interview so many people who are doing so many cool things, and it's like, what are you doing? Interviewing people. But they were like, oh, that's cool. So basically, yeah. So I put down working on this podcast.
Yeah.
On helping local herb communities share their story, and other people too.
Yeah. We hope to keep the mix exciting.
Yes.
So question 3, share an inspiring, beautiful moment that you experienced in, with, or from nature. And Kaylin Otto says, a beautiful moment I experienced with nature. To be honest, I have a hard time finding that one magical or transformative moment in nature, but I have little tiny ones all the time. For example, I run a few times a week, but it's certainly not about the running. It's about my mental health and being outside. The favorite part of my run is laying in the grass when I'm done and feeling myself breathe and be alive while listening to the birds and feeling the sun and noticing the wind around me. It makes me want to be alive just so I can experience that sweet perfection, the feeling of feeling centered, whole, grounded, and alive, like the natural world around me. Very nice. And also, I agree, because it's very hard to just try to think of one aha sort of moment when, it's all the cumulative little things that are that literal breath of fresh air.
This is from Lisa Wagoner. Once when walking around UNC a Kellogg Center, I felt the presence of the goddess. I looked up, and I saw a grove of 3 trees, a bit entwined, and they looked and felt so maternal and loving. I cried. It was the source of the energy I had felt when I walked by.
Wow. It's a very sort of little, enlightenment moment. Kat Selm says, when I lived alone out west for the first time, I was exploring and rock hounding almost every weekend, or finding amazing places outside at work all the time. Pottery from tribal people, fossilized fish scales, and ammonites. One of the coolest finds was a beautiful 3.5 to 4 inch long, perfectly preserved obsidian arrowhead. We were on Paiute land when I found it, and my boss at the time was Paiute. It made him tear up when we saw it. He took so many pictures of it before we took GPS points for cultural resources and laid it back to rest where we found it on the ancestral homelands. If this is the job I'm thinking it was, I know she had at one point had to go out and mark wherever there was particular at-risk species that needed to be preserved and protected from drilling operations going on and stuff. But because they were out in the bush country as such, they would find neat things like that.
Lori Burrow writes, I work with nature as an equal and intelligent partner, and Pan, the Greek god of nature, as the head of all the nature spirits. I was at a dear friend's house on a lake with our children. My friend was watching the kids so I could have a break. I wasn't sure Pan existed, so in my meditation, I asked Pan for confirmation of his existence. Rather quickly, I heard psst, psst. When I looked up, there was a cloud that clearly resembled the pictures I'd seen of Pan looking down on me. It was a goat head with horns, curly beard, and a mischievous smile. The expression on Pan's face quickly turned stern, and clearly heard him shout, "Get inside now." The sky suddenly turned dark, and while we gathered the children, there was some fierce thunder. We barely made it in time when it began to rain very hard. My friend who had lived here for 20 years said she had never seen rain come in so quickly or heard it rain so hard. I understood clearly and hadn't doubted since, although I'd have Pan help me with the weather.
That story's like, I'll show you. How about this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, I, much like Kaylin, I know I have those moments, those feelings at various places and points in my entire, spanning my life of profundity, amongst nature. But consequently, there wasn't just like one thing that really was jumping into my mind in that magical sense. That certainly doesn't downplay the many moments that there's been. It's just that there's been enough moments that, I don't know, something about the feeling when you're in them, it doesn't translate to words. So I've opted to go with a funny story instead. And I don't remember if I've told this on this podcast or not. So if you've heard the story before, whatever, you can hear it again. It's
from the title, I don't remember it.
Okay. The first time my husband and I decided we would go on like a long distance multi-night backpacking trip out in Colorado, we went up into this area called Mount of the Holy Cross, or the Holy Cross Wilderness, and gorgeous place. I'd never seen anything like it in my life up to that point. It was like being in the Swiss Alps or something. We specifically chose to go at like peak wildflower season. It was freaking amazing. And we were camping down in this like little bowl where there were these like tiered lakes with blue and green water and all this. And then we decided to hike up to this rocky saddle and peek over the other side. Once we got up to that point, we were at like 13,000 plus feet, and there was a bunch of marmots that lived in the rocks up there. And marmots are related to groundhogs, but unlike groundhogs, which are more solitary, marmots live in big communities. And I guess maybe just because they lived where they lived, they were just not afraid of people. They were just very curious. There was a couple of them that kind of started to sort of skirt along and follow us as we were going up the trail. And I thought, they were the lookouts. They're just keeping an eye on us so they can alert the whole colony if they need to or whatever. Well, we get up to the top of this place, and I had to use the bathroom. You're supposed to dig in and bury when you're out in the woods, and we're in this rocky saddle, like there's dirt. So I looked for just like a crevice among the rocks and did my business, and was as minimalist about it as I could be given the circumstances. Started to walk away, and the two marmots that had been following us circled around where they had just seen me go, and we looked. And the next thing that we saw was they were reaching down into the crevice. Like it wasn't a marmot hole. I promise you, I didn't accidentally use the bathroom in the marmot's house, but they were, because they themselves were too big and fat to even get all the way down to this hole, but they were reaching down in it, and they pulled the toilet paper out. And they just went, woo! And they threw it like it was a streamer. And James scrambled because he wanted to try to capture it on the film, and we were just cracking up. And one of them came right up to us, and he was on the rock like this with his camera, and it walked right up to his camera and put its hand on the camera and was looking into the camera. So yeah, that was a fun little whoa, nature, up close and personal when nature calls in more ways than one. Of course, we went cleaned back up the mess after the marmots had their fun, but yeah,
they were just real curious. They were just what
I know now, yeah, you should have packed that out, but I was inexperienced at the time, and in my mind, I was a little bit of toilet paper that'll dissolve in a heartbeat. So forgive me for my less than perfect leave no trace skills in the moment.
Well, I definitely have not heard that story before. It reminds me of all those YouTube videos, the good ones with the animals doing real cute stuff.
I feel like there should be a Smokey the Bear style lesson in that, the little marmot wearing a ranger hat, and he's if you've got to go number 2, clean up after yourself when you do.
There you go. You just woohoo. Question 4. If you had to pick, what is your favorite season and why? And Kaylin writes, if I had to pick, I would say that summer is my favorite season. I'm not a huge fan of the heat. It's simply because summer is the best time to swim in North Carolina. There is nothing better to me than swimming in / laying down in a cool riverbed and feeling the river flow over me or carry me downstream. I love whitewater rafting and finding waterfalls. So summer is the season of water for me. I dream about it all year long.
A good area to live for that, that's for sure. And it's honestly, it's probably the only body of water that doesn't completely intimidate me either, because like I'm not the greatest swimmer. So like pools are okay because they're a controlled environment, but I don't want to be in all the chemicals all the time. And then like the ocean is just like, whoa, like ocean, I humble myself before thee. Won't go out very far, but like these mountain creeks, yeah. They're nice.
They're cold.
Yeah, very cold. That's why you have to wait till summer to go in the water around here.
That's why I don't know. I'm like,
and then half the time you hike all the way out there, and then it's like cool because you're under the cover of the trees, and then maybe a storm's rolling in, and so there's cloud cover, and then you're like, oh man, like I just got all the way out here to go swimming, and it's too cold to even want to get in the water. But some days it's like they described, where it's just the perfect amount of heat where you're just like, this is refreshing.
Yeah, it's gonna be like August.
And Lisa Wagoner says, spring, nothing beats spring in these beautiful mountains. The beautiful plants and flowers and the trees are blooming.
Kat Selm writes, spring again. No question, spring equals wildflower season.
Lori Burra says, my favorite time of year is late summer because it's so full of life while being so peaceful, and I can enjoy the fruits of my labors without doing as much tending. The world is full of harmonic and peaceful sounds, as even the insect world is enjoying itself. This is especially true for in the woods. These plants take longer to reach their maturity, so late summer is the best time to see them at their best.
Okay, and then we have a video response from Sierra Foley.
Only spring. I'm a spring baby, and I just love watching all the spring ephemerals pop up and all the wild herbs regrowing. It's just such a wonderful time of hope and regeneration and rebirth and excitement with everything springing forth. I also love that you can still see so many herbs and spring flowers, wildflowers coming up, but you can still see the forest through the trees. So you still have a wonderful vantage point, long range, because everything hasn't completely leafed out yet. So I just adore spring. It's definitely my favorite.
Nice. Those are good points, good reasons.
Yeah, and I apologize if Sierra is a little low in the volume.
She has a very gentle voice.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear that.
It's interesting to me how the draw to the seasons has changed for me over the years. I used to always say winter because I was born in the winter, and I've always been introverted, and so winter just kind of embodied that sort of peaceful, chosen solitude in me. And I still find winter to be a time of reflection and drawing inward. And I understand now in a bigger way that that's also, what the natural world is doing too. So it's best to live in tune with that. But then I started to say autumn because it's that sort of liminal in between that's a welcome reprieve from the summer. And somehow it's also more consistently warm and cozy and inviting compared to winter. Winter's a little more standoffish in a way, I guess. But autumn feels more like a time of loving and sharing. So it's no wonder that so many cultures have harvests and Thanksgiving type celebrations at that time of year. And then more recently, I grew to really embrace the spring. And I think it's mostly when I finally got a house in the countryside and started to grow more things and be surrounded by what was already growing and getting submerged in nature in the seasonal cycles at my doorstep. That's such an enlivening and energizing time of year, really, to be witness to. Summer's still always been my least favorite season. And that's probably because the only places I've lived have all had hot, humid summers, and I'm not a fan of that being sticky. But maybe if I had gone to public school or something, I would have relished the summer more as that escape from the rigidity. But I homeschooled, so that's neither here nor there. But I can respect summer in its place, doing what it does and being how it is, because there's a certain feeling of satisfaction when you're like working or playing outside all day. You get, you're sweating buckets, you get dirty, and then, you kind of cap it off with a wonderful, cool, refreshing shower, or swimming in a creek like Caitlin pointed out, and sitting outside in the evening listening to insects and the frogs, sipping a cold drink out on a big front porch. That's all where it's like, the relaxation of the summer. And now I have a child that was born in summer, so that kind of gives summer a new depth of meaning to me. It's like, you're gonna like summer whether you like it or not. Whether you want to or not. Here you go, baby.
Yeah, no, I went to public school and summer was still hot and gross. But we were off school.
So if you had to pick.
Yeah, I like fall. The weather is less humid. It's kind of like that perfect temperature, not kind of hot, not kind of cold. And I've always liked the colors of the fall. I was born in fall. Actually, peak leaf season in October. I guess I've always liked it. It's always been my favorite. Although as I've gotten older, I do feel like I've gravitated more towards like the heat, but more of like the drier heat, where like my parents live in Texas. It's a drier heat, so I tend to like some of that a little bit more. Although I've never been there when it's 100 degrees or up, and I never want to be.
Yeah,
because that is
humid
hot.
there too. Well, I guess so, but like, in the case of fall, that's like a heat where it's like you're choosing to go get cozy by a fire or bundle up, versus, oppressive heat that you can't hardly escape.
Right. Or cold.
Yeah.
Or cold, where we are wearing like a billion layers.
Or it's like you have to do a whole different level of discomfort to be comfortable in the discomfort. It's like, how many layers can you put on?
And now it's so weird because I'm starting to wear less clothing. And so my clothes are so light. I'm like, I'm forgetting something. I'm just forgetting something. I'm not wearing 6 layers and a really heavy like sweater and hoodie. And
that's because in these mountains, there's always those false springs where you're like, oh, it's 70 degrees today. Great. Oh, it might snow tomorrow. Great. How do I dress for the occasion?
Layers. Layers is the answer.
So, of course, we had to ask this question because we do so many great book reviews on our podcast. So we asked everybody, read any good books lately? And Kaylin Otto says, yes, I am currently reading Dragons of Winternight. It is a book in the old Dungeons and Dragons series that I didn't think that I would like, but I need a good fiction book to escape into or mentally fall into from time to time. And while I thought it wouldn't be my style, I actually really love all the imaginary worlds the authors have created, and they are magnificently intertwined with nature. And I love picturing the characters traversing the woodlands and fields and oceans together like one grand adventure.
Nice. Funny because I actually, when I read this, I started listening to this book on tape. And I was like, let me check it out. And
you like it so far?
Yeah, it's really good. I'm in the middle. And I've never really read any of the old style D&D books. and it's surprisingly really good. It's a trilogy, so there's 3 books. So Lisa Wagner wrote In the Forest, The Secret Language of Trees by Susan Taylor Hitchcock. Susan Taylor Hitchcock, which I am unfamiliar with.
Yeah, but based on the title, sounds like another one that'll be appropriate for us to cover some ground on at some point.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
And Katselm writes, I am currently reading Robin Wall Kimmerer's Braiding Sweetgrass. Still can't believe we haven't done that book on this show yet, but it's coming.
Yeah, well, it's just, I think that's going to be it's a dense book. I think
it deserves a fine combing over.
I think that's going to be a several-parter.
And she also says she's reading Doug Tallamy's The Nature of Oaks. The last chapter that I read of Braiding Sweetgrass was about Robin's college professor mother, who formed an unlikely friendship with an elderly Southern woman who lived in poverty. They shared a mutual love of gardening, and Robin's mother ended up being her chauffeur and even recreated a special Christmas memory for her friend. It reminded me of how my dad raised me and my sisters. He had many unlikely relationships, taking nearby mentally ill neighbors to the store and generally being a good Samaritan at a level seldom seen. And yeah, that's definitely something that's passed on to us. I feel like me and my sisters have had some of those wayward relationships of people in passing that we've just helped out because we saw that action taken with my dad. I remember that chapter in Braiding Sweetgrass for exactly the same reason that she mentioned. So that's cool that she got that out of it too. If I remember correctly, I think it was the chapter on witch hazel. And it was a tearjerker. It's a really good one.
I usually don't remember that part. But the book is incredibly dense. I listened to it once and I'm in a second listen to, but I haven't picked it back up. Every time I listen to it, I'm crying, and so
it's when I'm like read one chapter, I'm like, okay, I'll have to come back and read.
I'm totally fine, you know. I'm at work, and I'm like, which when we were all wearing masks was much easier to hide. No,
the top of the mask is catching
you can't even see
soaking
it.
up your tears.
Lori Burrow writes, I have been reading and working with Perlandra's Garden workbooks to help me plan my gardens for the season. I've also reread The Midwife's Apprentice because I love how it works herbs into its stories. I would have loved society to be more open to midwives, so I could have been one. So we have a video response from Sarah Foley.
Earth Conservation Corps.
Hold on, there we go.
Reading right now is Bird Brother by Rodney Stotts. And this was written by a man who began his journey with falconry, mentoring and working for my uncle, Bob Nixon, at the Earth Conservation Corps, which is a nonprofit that employs local at-risk youth to help clean up the environment in Washington, D.C. and our nation's capital and the areas around it that are struggling. And they help to clean up the Anacostia River and bring the bald eagle back to D.C. And it's the story of how his life was essentially changed by being in nature. And it really just makes me proud of my uncle, and my uncle was a father figure to me, and he really just inspired a lot of who I am today, and so it's really sweet. And he mentions my grandmother, who's also a big inspiration to me in the book, and one of his falcons is named after my grandmother, Agnes. So it's really wonderful to be reading this right now.
Oh, okay. I guess I cut off a little bit. We had some technical difficulties getting some of this video.
I think she was rounding it out though. That's
yeah.
Cool. I didn't realize that Yeah, I didn't realize she picked something that had a personal connection to it like that too. So that's really neat. My most recent read to completion has been Hunt, Gather, Parent by Micheline Duclef. She was apparently like a journalist with NPR or something like that. After she had her kid and her kid was kind of hitting the like crazy toddler years, she was just thinking like, oh my gosh, there's got to be a better way to handle this. You know, she was trying so hard to not repeat mistakes she felt like her own parents had made with her. And baby crying on cue. I guess she pitched the idea of the book and got permission from her work to take it on, where she basically goes and with her child, who's only like a couple years old at the time, she and the child go and stay with these remote communities in a Mayan village in South America, and then a tribe in a bush tribe in Africa, and an Inuit village in like the high Arctic Circle, and stays with them each for like months, and just to learn their parenting styles. And she kind of comes out of it learning that there is sort of some universal truths that one could probably then surmise are historically human parenting traits versus what a lot of people, at least in Western cultures, look at nowadays is really, you know, only been around for the last century at most and whatnot. And even non-parents would find the book enlightening because it's really just kind of reads like a really interesting anthropological study. And there's a lot of it where you read it and you're like, oh yeah, wow, that makes sense. Or you might even make you think like, how would my life have been different if these approaches had been taken, you know, or oh yeah, I can relate to that. I'm glad that was part of my life too, you know. It's pretty cool.
Okay, so when you're reading a bunch of these really interesting books that make you think, you gotta balance it out with a little bit of garbage. So first, we have an epic piece of garbage. It's Warhammer. You might have heard about it. There's these books called the Horus Heresy. There's about 50 books in this group. Warhammer, there's like literally hundreds of books. If you go on the Wikipedia page, you will not stop scrolling. It's a tabletop game. There's also video games based on it. You probably heard about it.
Yeah, I only knew it was a game, so I didn't know there were books.
It's about big guys who love war. It's not a good book. It's a good bad book. The story is about these like immortal guys that were like born for the fighting, and they're just humongous. They're not like regular humans. And it's basically the human war machine has taken itself to the stars. It's sort of like when you take an idea and you take it out to its exponential, but yet kind of really ridiculous point.
Well, I could see how where you'd just be using it as sort of that unplugging your mind, decompressing read after all the serious stuff.
I find it really interesting. I feel like it has something to say, and I'm not quite sure what it is. I'm like, the people who wrote this book have something to say about these things that they're, and I don't know what it is. If you start the book, you will be lost because it skips around in time and with characters, but then you'll get unlost. And listening to the audio version, it's really fun to hear the voices of the big men. I find it interesting that we both have baby books on our list. This is a book I haven't read yet. I just heard about it. And it is called Without Children, The Long History of Not Being a Mother, by Peggy O'Donnell Heffington. Heffington. And I do not have children. And I'm probably not going to have children. And it's really, I think, not something that's discussed very often.
Yeah.
And when you mentioned these parenting tips only being around for like 100 years, or these ideas about parenting, and that there was different ideas before that and in other cultures, she mentions that this idea of the nuclear family is a recent development, among other things, and that in the past, when people lived in closer communities, people without children would often help look after the people who had children's. The parents got a break, and the people who didn't have kids got a chance to look after children.
Yeah, it's like that saying, "It takes a village," is very much like, it's an idiom, but it comes from a truth, which is illustrated a lot in the Hunt, Gather, Parent book too, where it's like, yeah, where when humans lived in more connected collective societies, the children in a lot of ways were the community's children. You know, they were the longevity of the tribe. They were, you know, they mattered to everybody because it was the imprint of survival in that sense to the whole community. And it's definitely kind of a shame that we've lost touch with that in our globalized approach to things.
Yeah, both for the parents and the people who don't have children.
Yeah, but because I feel like it created at least in sort of quote unquote modern Western civilizational models, it's created a disconnect. You know, it's like we end up in with this issue now where some childless people hate children, or there's disrespect for elders. You know, it goes both ways, because I don't know, I almost think that probably funnels down a little bit more to the sort of me self-absorbed thinking of whatever capitalist, etc. societies. If even the childless person doesn't get the opportunity to interact with generations before and after, it's like it's taken a piece out of the human puzzle, the human story, you know?
Yeah.
But it's important that a book like that be written too, for the cultures that transitioned away from that sort of communal model are also the cultures that invented the stigma of like, the only thing a woman's worth is for children, you know, and that you should feel obligated to do that, and that somehow you're less of a woman if you don't. And that, you know, all that's a bunch of bullshit. Assuming based on the title of that book that probably going to delve a little more into why it doesn't stand to reason that should be any sort of obligation by any means.
Take away that support from the people who have kids, it puts a lot of pressure on them. They're by themselves raising a child, which probably is more difficult than raising a child in a community. Occasionally listen to NPR, so it was
mentioned on there.
Yeah, it was mentioned on there on this show called 1A. They had a lot of women calling in and a lot of women writing in. I don't remember anyone mentioning health reasons, which is my reason, but also financial reasons is another, environmental reasons. But apparently the statistics is, I think it's like 40% of the new generation are not going to have kids for many reasons, and a lot of them are financial.
So I actually stumbled across an article just recently, and I feel like there's probably been articles like this forever as sort of some weird scaremongering tactic, because that's what it reads like, but it'll be like, millennials aren't replacing themselves at the same rate as previous generations, so there's actually going to be a dip in the population. I
mean, I think it's fine.
Like, you know, it's a big world, you know, like I don't think we need to worry about that at all.
I mean, in that sense, yeah, but I think that if people or want kids and then they can't have them for these reasons, I think that is an issue on a personal level for them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure.
But I think that if people don't want kids, or if they do want kids, I'm fine with whatever happens. Sometimes it just doesn't happen. You just don't. Sometimes it does happen and you didn't think it was going to happen, or you didn't.
Yeah, I never, it wasn't something I had put a lot of intentional planning into, you know. So that I'd be curious to read that book too, because I'd just be curious to think of, to see how much that perspective I've also felt and experienced, you know, because I mean, she's only 9 months old, so sometimes I almost feel like a little bit of imposter syndrome, where I'm like, what? I'm a mom? That's weird.
It is weird. And ironically, we are recording this on Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to everybody. Question 6. What are your favorite practices for staying grounded, calm, content in trying times? And Kaylin wrote, staying grounded. In order to stay grounded, I really love nothing more than getting into child's pose in a quiet space by myself. It allows me to fully surrender physically and mentally and feel held. So child's pose, if everyone doesn't know, is a yoga position.
Yes, a very, I say, pretty comfortable one. And Lisa Wagoner says, walking barefoot on the grass, touching soil, garden or houseplants, and holding some tourmaline.
Kat Selm says, I'm still working on this one. Being out in nature reminds me of how small and insignificant my problems are, which really helps end an unhelpful spiral. Meditation, karmic work, and remembering that trials are just dharma gates are all a part of my Buddhist practice. So when I consistently do, I'm able to better handle life's trials and tribulations.
That's always the tricky part. Just being consistent with the things you know will help you. And yeah. Lori Burra says, my favorite practice is to stay calm and grounded by meditating and holding the space between heaven and earth. I send my roots deep into the earth and wrap it around a rock I found a bunch of years ago. As I breathe in, I visualize my energy spiraling back up and spend some time in each chakra. And after my crown, I send it about 3 feet over my head, where I understand the higher self to be. And when I breathe in, I send the energy spiraling down and back into the earth. I spiral it to the opposite direction with an exhale. I find this to be extremely peaceful and unearthly.
So Sarah Foley says,
the practice for staying grounded in trying times is being in or around water, walking by the river, sweet lullaby, swimming, fishing, even just doing dishes, just putting my hands in water. It's scientifically proven that splashing cold water in your face or immersing yourself in cold water helps to regulate cortisol and stress response in the body. I had a beautiful moment floating in the ocean in my 20s, where I looked up at the clouds and the trees and everything around me and felt so connected to nature and all of life, and so supported as I just relaxed floating and realized that the same creator that created everything living around me created me, and not by accident, and that I am supported and taken care of without effort, just like the plants, the forest, the ocean, and all living things. So definitely being in water. And back to books, the next book I'm going to read is Blue Mind, and this is the science on how water is so powerful, has such a powerful effect on our body, mind, and soul, and how it helps with PTSD, creativity, performance, anxiety, compassion, success, and improves our overall well-being.
So she was just making a good case right there for going and jumping in those cold mountain streams.
Yeah, I find that
cortisol.
Or even just if I go like just swimming at the Y, or I take a bath. I pretty much take a bath every night, and it's just something about being in the water. Yeah, it's very calming.
I would say that out of necessity, I've had to learn breathing exercises in it. And I think it can sound hokey if you don't ever have to do them or haven't done them before. And I just say that because that's kind of how I used to think about it. I was just like, okay, well, I guess if it works for you, whatever. But I didn't know that they actually do work on a physiological level, because it's triggering body chemistry that's calming the nervous system in order to halt that faint fight or flight response. So yeah, it works. You don't just need people to tell you that, like, do it, and you're like, oh no, it actually does work. But then also just sitting outside is great too, watching the clouds roll by and having no agenda, just kind of letting whatever comes up pop up and come and go, relaxing.
Running, going to the sauna.
Oh yeah, the sauna is even kind of another sort of experience of water in a way.
Yeah, but it's that dry and heat, and it's that dry heat. It's like the steam room is bad. And when people go to the steam room, like, you're crazy. No, that's like hell. Like, you put Florida in a box. No. But the sauna is real different. For about $3,000, I can have a sauna in my house.
Life goals.
Life goals. Life goals. Yes. But also, yeah, taking a bath. And I don't really swim that well, but I've got these little fins, little flippers, and a kickboard, and a big noodle. And
Question 7, what values are important to you for crafting the kind of world you want to live in? And Kaylin Otto writes, veganism. I believe that to heal our natural world, we need to dismantle human supremacy and speciesism. The idea that 1, humans are better than all other animals because we claim to be more intelligent, and 2, that some animals are more worthy of bodily autonomy, respect, and protection than others merely because we say so. Veganism is a social justice movement dedicated to reducing harm to our fellow earthlings whenever possible, and this protects our health and the planet in the long run. Animal agriculture is the leading cause of species extinction and deforestation, as well as ocean dead zones, and a huge contributor to climate change. Those who truly want to protect the earth should be examining this. I want a world where animals have bodily autonomy and we leave them the hell alone, as well as one where our planet is healthy and thriving. But aside from being a travel blogger, that is Kaylin's other primary work is in animal rights activism. And Kat Silm writes, compassion, kindness, critical thinking, empathy, community, egalitarianism, and self-awareness. I think if we are to survive hard times as a species, these are the values that can save us. Not that can, that will, actually. She said that will save us.
That will save us. Lori Burrow writes, I come from a family with many members who survived the concentration camps. They always valued love and family above all else. As I said before, I feel the earth is my family, and I envision a day where she gets the love and respect she deserves from us. I see companies having a division that considers their effect on the planet as much or even more than profit. Oh, that would be so nice.
Game changer.
Yep. I see people treating each other as they want to be treated, again with love and respect. And can there be need if we?
Yeah.
Do you even know what he was trying to say?
Yeah. Can there be need if we care and respect others? So yeah, like she's saying how when we say that there's people in need, her point is, well, if everybody's caring for and respecting others, how can needs like that even exist?
I think this is like one of the favorite things that I've heard her say. It's just you encounter this every day.
Yeah, the uncaring.
Yeah,
and it only takes the slightest little moment of pause to break away from yourself and consider other, like so many people are just so focused in their own go, and inadvertent, either directly because of their attitude, because they're miserable, or inadvertently because they're so tunnel visioned, stomping on other beings, other people and other beings. And if we just take a breather, take a minute, step back, be like, and maybe it's because of growing up in the South or something, but there's even like debates about like, patriarchy in terms of people holding doors open for you or whatever. But it's like, people should hold the door open for each other. People should hold the door open for each other. And that statement can be literal or it can be metaphorical in a much broader sense, like as a representation of that extended thought to others.
So here is a video response from Sarah Foley.
Important to me for the values that are important to me for creating the type of world that I'd like to live in and have others live in are honesty, integrity, compassion, and clear communication. In our modern world of sound bites and so many distractions, I feel like we are increasingly losing our abilities to connect and communicate and to learn from each other. So learning and teaching is another one. And listen to each other and have long conversations and share varying opinions. And I think the more we can practice these things, the more authenticity we grow within ourselves, which makes us healthier humans, and in turn makes healthier families and communities and the world within which we live.
All these answers it's nice that they're all so kind of interrelated, because along the lines of what I was already saying, my answer was just going to be, like doing things, making choices with your actions and your words in your day-to-day life, consciously and intentionally, that fosters calm and contentment and peace. And then looking for ways and being open to ways that you can let that ripple out for the betterment of others, both human and non-human. Because if we can kind of ground ourselves and make it a goal to achieve that calm and contentment, I think that inevitably it is going to start to sort of have that ripple out effect.
Sort of like by example of what you're doing, hopefully someone will notice and be, impacted in a positive way by that.
Something that you can share,
Oh yeah.
Willingly too.
There's this idea which I really like about like, you want the world to be different, but first you have to sort of have a process where you dream about what that world might look like. And I think that this question kind of speaks to that, where we're all thinking about the world is this way and
right. Like, it's not enough to just be like, I hate the way that these things are. It's like, okay, well, then if that's where you leave it, then that's where you're stuck, right? And then the next step is, but can you dream of what a better story would look like? And then this next step from there is like, okay, well then how can you embody that as best as you can in the framework you're given to see it be at least somewhat of a reality? Because one, it's gonna be better for your life and mental health and so forth. But two, you never know, maybe it'll just end up having a butterfly effect, making a bigger impact.
It's like, why is it like this? Why can it be a different way? There's so many ways. There's got to be other ways to structure things. And then I recently heard about intentional communities, which sounds a little culty, but I don't think it is. It's some people who have gone out and chosen to live together in a community and chosen to do things differently. And then there's a whole bunch of different ones. And apparently there's like a website with a list of them, and you can go visit. And I was just like, that's really interesting, because they're trying to live a different way.
Strength in numbers.
Well, that's true, because I think some of them are probably doing a lot of some off-grid stuff, some other things. You need community to do these things, and you never hear about them. You never hear about these other ways, or people even like thinking about them in the society. You're like, oh, it's this way. And everyone's like, well, I'd like it to change. And then they leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can't change it. That's how things are. That's how things always are. That's how they're going to be in the future. That's how they've always been in the past. And you're like, and no. But how it's going to be in the future, we don't know that. Anyway, so that's what I feel like. That's why I like this question. Question 8 is, what is a favorite quote and or words to live by? And Kaylin says, no favorite quote or words to live by. I do love Glennon Doyle's saying, we can do hard things.
So Wagoner writes, have zero expectations. You can only go up from there. And that was her own quote from her book, Positive Pagan.
She's so cute. It's by me. I would have done the same thing if I wrote a book.
Well, I mean, words to live by are pretty powerful if you're fortunate enough to even be swayed, by your own word and thought like that. Like, that's cool.
Yeah. Kat Thumb writes, there is a thoughts of loving kindness meditation I do sometimes, and the end line is, may all beings be well and happy. You can't beat that. And you cannot.
And Lori Burra says, my favorite quote is by George Washington Carver. A weed is a plant growing in the wrong place. Need I say more in this group?
And then here's another video by Sarah Foley.
From the Muppet movie. It's when Janice is in a crowd. They're all hanging out and partying and talking, and then everyone goes silent, and it pans to Janice, who's still speaking and didn't realize the room was quiet. And she says, so if I told my mom if I want to live in the woods and walk around naked, it's my life, okay? So I know that's kind of silly, but I think about that a lot, and it goes back to authenticity and integrity. And I really feel the more people live in their truth and the way that their soul really leads them to live, rather than what they have learned from their family or their upbringing or their generational trauma or society's rules or the television, the greater our world will be. And something that blew my mind about the natural world, there's so many things, but something that stands out is the first time I learned in my early 20s that you could divide and regenerate plants by cuttings. This was just so exciting to me that every restaurant or public place I went in that had hanging baskets of plants, I would steal a little cutting and take it home and propagate it. And I think it really just sparked this deep drive that I still have to share plants with people and share the connection to the plant world with people and spread this abundance of nature. Nature is so abundant. There's never a lack. It's just taking the time to tap into it that we often miss. So, yeah.
I think that was attached to maybe another question. It sounded like at the end, but that's fine.
Well, I mean, being,
like
you said, she's a teacher, and it kind of comes through storytelling. It went from the quote part, which answered our question, which was the Muppet quote, but it just branched into that other thought. But it flowed. It was nice. I like that. My choice, and it's hard. I think there's a lot of cool things that I've read and heard, over the years that I carry in me. But there's this poem that I've come back to over and over in my mind since I first read it. It was 17 or 18 years ago that I first came across the poem. And it's one of those things where there's a a really good sort of naturalist storyteller I follow, and hopefully we'll review some of his books sometime, named Martin Shaw. And he encourages people to learn at least, one song or one poem or one story, like it's like learn it like the back of your hand, in order to breathe life into it and carry it out into the world and pass it on and so forth. And this is one of those things to me. It's from a book called Saint Nadia in Winter, Zen Encounters with Loneliness. And the poem is called Nothing to Prove by Terence Keenan. I actually made up a tune to turn it into a song. I don't know, should I just quote the poem or should I sing the poem?
It's up to you.
It'd be longer if I sing it.
Okay.
So I guess in essence of time and baby fussing, I'll just quote it. But because we come to spring, both the stakes and the gambler, putting our lives on the table as if life were ours. The light of suspicion in our eyes recalls our own faithless breaths. Swayed by words, we're wandering the wind, looking for evidence of something not quite there, a face, proof we're not alone. You're not alone, my beloveds. You cannot be alone. I am the air you breathe, and you are my very breath, and because of you, I cannot be sad in this world. And what with all the breakdowns and so on, who would say it hasn't been hard going along the way? Do you look up at death there by the roadside, jingling chips of the fates in his pockets, watching us under the cutting north wind, the brilliant moon, the wild white clouds, not so much as there, but beside the point? And if you ask whether I regret starting out, my voice rises like a flock of finches at dawn and blows across the deep blue sky. And it's because of that poem why my daughter's middle name is Finch. Because when it became a surprise, you're going to be a mom, I'd be like, whoa, if you ask whether I regret starting out, my voice rises like a flock of finches at dawn. Yep, I come back to that a lot. For a lot of things, not just motherhood. But
And mine, and I have no idea who wrote it. I could probably, it's like a meme. There's, so it's small progress is still progress, slow progress is still progress. And I could probably have looked it up and seen who actually wrote it, but I didn't have time to do that. So I apologize.
Well, that's such an important statement.
Yes.
In our modern harried culture, for sure, to not be so hard on ourselves.
Yeah, and really, like, for me, I can, if I try to move at a certain faster pace, I get in trouble. So I have to move slow, even though I don't want to, even though like I can see the whole idea and I'm like, that's the end, I want to get there. But it's important to take the time because and I hate this other quote that it's about the journey, but it's about the journey. you have to take the steps. You can't just jump to the end. And but also, like, it helps to not get discouraged because, like, okay, I did this little bit. It feels like I didn't do anything, but it adds up over time. Like this podcast, it feels like I wasn't doing anything, but it has added up to something over time. And now we're here.
50 episodes.
50 episodes. And a lot of people that we have met and connected with and who we now know and have
get to learn from.
And so that was cool. And so sometimes when you feel like you're not doing anything, you're doing something. You are. It's just
slow progress is still progress.
Slow progress is still progress. Okay.
Well, question 9 is, what is something you learned about in the natural world that surprised you or kind of blew your mind?
Okay, so Lisa Wagner writes how incredibly resilient nature can be, no matter what humans do. I watched a documentary on Chernobyl and plant life is flourishing. Of course, we have to be careful, but I thought it would just be blackened out land. Instead, there are lush forests filled with plants.
Nice. Yeah, I remember going on one of the annual Appalachian farm tours around here years ago. And one farm that I visited, the farmer was kind of just doing it as a hobby in his retired life. The land he had gotten had been previously used and chemically treated, and he was trying to clean it back up, going back towards organic practices. And he was talking about how he, for just like 1 or 2 seasons, planted cover crop for regenerating the soil. After that, he was good to go. And I just remember feeling like, oh, wow, like he was able to get this land back to this like fertile, healthy, and cleaner state after just waiting a season or two, and growing these other plants intentionally that would do some of that cleanup and regenerative work, of course. But like, to me, that it just, only a season or two, like it sounded so fast. So to Lisa's point, yeah, it's incredibly resilient when you give it the time and the means.
Yeah, and I guess it also depends on what kind of chemicals were used on the land, because probably some of the chemicals takes longer to deal with, and especially in relationship to Chernobyl. But I mean, I guess you wouldn't want to eat those plants. This is what she was mentioning.
Yeah.
But they were growing, which is that
do what they need to do. Yeah. And Kat Selm writes, woodpeckers wrap their tongues around their brain to protect them when they're drilling holes in trees. And I also think that it's crazy that oak trees will make wasp galls for the wasps out of their own leaf tissue. So that's interesting. I never knew if it was the wasp caused that to the plant, but she's making it sound like the plant does it for the wasps. So that's cool.
That is cool.
My answer was going to be, here's my problem. I've read too many books. I, for the life of me, could not remember what book this was in, because otherwise I would have reread the part to refresh my memory, one, or even read it here to share. But I remember enough to just express the shock and awe. There was a book I was reading that was talking about different naturalist things, and it was, at one point, it was talking about this one particular bird that it's here in North America that is just was being studied because of its capacity for memory. And it was a bird that caches food stores for the winter, and it could put nuts and seeds away, and it would make a point to do it in all these different types of places, because it knew that inevitably some of it was going to get stolen by other animals, right? So it wouldn't just like put all the nuts in one tree or all the nuts in trees. It would put some under a fallen log and some in the ground and some here and some there. So it would like under a rock, and so it would like deliberately pick hundreds of places to cache food within something like a 3,000 mile, like it was this insane radius that it would cover of caching. And people who were studying it and tracking it were able to see that the bird could go back to every single one of those places and remember where it put everything. It's like, how many humans wish they had that ability? Like,
yeah,
it's like, oh my gosh, that is amazing. I wish I could remember what bird it was and what book that was. I'll find it again one day, somewhere on these shelves.
All right, our last question. What is an accomplishment that you're proud of and would like to share? And Kaylin writes, I recently started turning my eco-conscious travel blog into a business, and that is huge to me. I would one day love to focus on just storytelling about nature and travel and how all of the topics I care about, wildlife, natural building, gender and the body, etc., intersect.
And Lisa Wagoner says, proud of finishing a book, getting it published, and that is helping people, sharing our community via the podcast Mystic Tea as well.
Kat Selm writes, I am proud of that my climate coalition got our city to start developing more sustainable and energy efficient housing by convincing developers to build this way. We pivoted to focus on developers when we saw we weren't getting much traction from city council. And so far it has been a successful strategy. Awesome.
Yeah, it sucks that it seems like a lot of times politics are so entrenched that they don't want to rock the boat and risk their losing their next election. So it's like, okay, well then go to the people actually doing the building. That makes sense. Lori Burra says, I am most proud of the 3 children I raised. Each is a productive member of society striving to make the world a better place. It was a long, hard road, and I wasn't always sure of it myself. Now that they're adults and actively involved in a variety of careers, I see that my influence in each of their hearts, and I think each of us has a responsibility to make the world a better place because we were here.
All right.
Sweet thought to end on as we record on Mother's Day too.
I know.
That worked out.
We would like to thank everyone for listening, and we'd like to thank all of our awesome respondees for writing their very thoughtful answers to our questions, allowing us to share them today. All of the people that wrote, we have interviewed on the podcast. And you can follow us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. You can support this podcast by leaving us a comment and review on Apple Podcasts. Or if you'd like, you can go to our Patreon page. We have tiers at $1, $5, $10, or $20. And the donations go towards helping us with future projects, such as launching an herbal educational curriculum we've dubbed the People's Herb School, a program designed with affordability and accessibility in mind, as well as funding to help us take the show on the road and do some on-site reviews and interviews at herb farms and schools and other interesting places relative to our show's theme. You can also drop us an email. We have an email address if you have questions or comments. That's storiesfromtheearth@gmail.com. And if you are listening on Spotify and want to answer our Spotify question, the question is, what was your favorite episode you've listened to so far? We'd love to know. And I guess that is it. So
50th episode.
Woo! Yes. So here's the next 50th. Sorry, the next 50.
Yeah, it'll be 100th episode. Here we come.
Oh my gosh, that is going to be insane.
And this is a labor of love, so thank y'all for listening. I think we would probably do it for our own fun sake, whether we had 2 listeners or 200 listeners. But every new listener we get, it's like, woohoo! We're sharing something that we think is cool and fun, and so we would love it. We love it if you all find it cool and fun as well.
Yes, and that is my cat. He is telling me he wants food. So I don't know if you can see him. I can't see. Oh, he's back. He's all the way back there. He's this little white blob, loud white blob.
And next episode is, do we know what's following this one?
No. we have some we're going to record. Yeah. I'm not sure about the
order. Okay. Well, we're picking up some good things, so stay tuned for the next 50 episodes.
That's right. The next 50. Okay. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. This is your friendly neighborhood podcast host, Jennifer, from the future. Ooh. The episode that you are about to watch is our first live panel. And we were super excited about doing it. And I think it came out really, really good. And we're going to do more. So stay tuned for that. We're working out like a venue here in Asheville, North Carolina. So if you're in Asheville, you'll have the opportunity to see us live, probably either starting like the end of this year, beginning of next year, and hopefully that's something we'll do periodically on like a regular basis. We'll then go up as regular podcast episodes, except that they will be locked at our $5 Patreon tier. So they're special episodes in addition to our regular episode every month. At the $5 tier Patreon, those unlock, and you'll get all those live panels and stuff. And they're on a lot of different topics. Right now, we're doing a lot of like herbal topics. It's definitely a lot about herbalism and the herb world right now. We'll probably branch out, especially if this is going to be like a regular thing. There's some off-topic things I want to do. There's a lot of things I want to do. Some of those episodes will not be live in-person events because the people that I want on the panel are not in town. So a few of them will also be just regular panels like you've seen. We've done the seasons, the fall and the spring, and we've got an upcoming summer one. But anyway, just wanted to tell you about that, and that's really, really exciting. All right, so I just want to thank again our lovely panelists for volunteering their time and their expertise to this panel. Also, thank you so much to you at home or wherever you are listening. We really, really appreciate it. All right, I've babbled way too long. You've probably been like, stop listening by now. All right, here is the podcast, and I will talk to you later. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Hi, welcome to our first live podcast.
Thanks for bearing with us.
We're going to start the panel now. The mics are just for the recording. I think you went over that already. Okay, awesome. All right, so we're going to start. Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Braverman.
And I'm Ellen Selm.
And welcome to our first live podcast from Stories from the Earth,
where we explore humankind's relationship and connection with the natural world.
If you like what you see and hear today, we encourage everyone to subscribe to our podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We're almost everywhere, where you can get more great interviews and book reviews on similar topics.
Today, we will be chatting with some regional herbalists and amazing wise women. Jeannie Dunn, founder and formulator of Red Moon Herbs. Lori Burra, founder of the certified organic hemp and herb farm Green Heart Gardens. She is vending here today, as is Red Moon Herbs, I believe, yes. Byron Ballard, local author and educator of Appalachian folk magic and hill folk hoodoo. And Sierra Foley, director of Appalachian School of Holistic Herbalism. This is quite the power panel. So let's give them an applause and thank them for sharing their time with us. We have come here to talk about a serious but important topic, one which illustrates a good reason as to why we should all try to source our food and herbs as locally as possible, ethically forage and wildcraft, or grow your own.
Supply chain is a word that we have heard a lot in the last 3 years during COVID. We've seen the effects when stores run out of almost anything in a few days after the state of the emergency was called, and how long it took them to recover. Like, I couldn't find sweet potatoes or garlic forever. It was pretty crazy. Even today, there are large holes in the store shelves, and I remember rice being out of stock for such a long time. So our discussion topic today is how to keep it local when supplies chain fails, as well as an overview of these ladies' top recommended herbs for food and medicine security, reliance, and self-sufficiency. By definition, a supply chain refers to all the activities people, organizations, information, and resources required to move a product from inception to the customer. For example, in the consumer goods space, this likely spans raw materials, production, packaging, shipping, warehousing, delivery, and retailing, i.e., the sequence of processes involved in the production and distribution of a commodity.
So if you and your business has been affected by any failure in the supply chain in the past or even currently, could you share a story on describing how that impacted what you're up to?
Hey, it's Jeannie from Red Moon Herbs. I just want to clarify, I've been director for about 10 years, a little bit over, and it was founded by Karina Wood and Jessica Godino, just for the record on that. But yes, I was very grateful to take over because we're all about fresh plant material and getting what's right in your yard. I would imagine the most impacted way we were impacted during these recent years is bottles, because a lot of bottles, glass bottles, are made in China. So if we can support those companies that do make, there are some made in America things that we can buy, certain jars and bottles, but a lot of the 1 ounce, 2 ounce, and 4 ounce do come from China. So that's one way we were affected during the last few years.
I don't really have a business per se. I travel and teach, and I'm a writer. And I've been talking for, 20 years about relocalizing everything we can, because we had lived for a while in the age of cheap petroleum, which means people could grow lettuce in California and ship it here, and that didn't seem like that was such a big deal. Well, those days are over. And you don't need to do anything to get lettuce except buy some seeds and grow it. It's not hard. So what COVID and the mess up in the supply chain did for my teaching is that I could point to what was going on and say, this is what we're talking about, is that you have to relocalize everything you can relocalize, including your, and I hadn't even thought about that, your bottles and what you are shipping in, if you are shipping. So the more we think about the earth right here with which we dwell and what grows in it, what other resources we have, because y'all are an herb company, you're not a bottle maker, so you form an alliance with somebody who makes the other products you need. And that's how we are going to get through these times, if we get through them at all. There, on that cheerful note, I'm going to give you Lori.
So hi, I'm Lori. I am Herb Mama is my product line. I am very fortunate that I have produced very smart children. And when COVID hit, I use a lot of sunflower oil. My oldest said, you know where sunflowers come from? They come from Ukraine. Let's get it now and stockpile. I said, thank you, hon. It's almost doubled in price. I'm almost done with my stockpile. And she has a friend who's a glass blower, so I get a lot of local glass for some of my products. Not so much my tincture bottles, but I'm thinking like maybe we can work on that. I grow the plants that I work with, and I grow the plants that I use as fertilizers, so that didn't affect me at all. My business is on the internet, and things were still shipping, so I was really fortunate. It was the sunflower oil that was going to get me. And I was really lucky that I listened to my kids.
I'm Sierra. I'm the director of Appalachian School of Holistic Herbalism, the oldest herbal studies school in the Southeast, which I took over 20 years ago from my teacher who started in 91. And we also have a large apothecary, custom blending extracts and dried herb apothecary. And during COVID, we had a huge rush on herbs and people looking for herbs that could help them, support them in potentially not getting COVID or healing from COVID. And yeah, so there was a huge rush on elderberry specifically and echinacea, which are two huge immune boosters. I always can't say immune boosters. Immune boosters and antiviral elderberry. And so, I had some herbalist friends who were trying to stockpile it from the big distributors. And my take is that to use the exotic invasives, so exotic invasives are herbs that were brought over usually from Asia or some other place, sometimes for soil erosion, soil control, hedges and such, and then they take over and choke out the native plants, and a lot of people really hate the exotic invasive herbs. And my take is that most of us in this country are exotic invasives, humans, right? And so we should utilize the plants as much as we can. A great way to eradicate them, or at least keep them at bay, is to use those plants. Whereas echinacea is a very slow-growing prairie plant, and our prairies are being depleted and overgrazed and diminishing. Elderberry is a pretty slow-growing woodland plant, and we need to harvest the berries, so that takes a long time for the berries to be produced. Meanwhile, we have Japanese honeysuckle and Japanese knotweed, which are just, taking over. You can harvest a ton of it and barely make a dent in the stand of it. Japanese honeysuckle is a great substitute herb for echinacea. I never like to say, a substitute specifically, because I feel like plants are like people. We wouldn't say Lori's going to be Syrah now. But in some cases, Lori could do just as good of a job as I can at things. In some cases, she'll do even better. Trying to use those very prolific plants that are considered invasives as medicine is my point. I don't know.
So before we chat about specifics, I wanted to ask in general, what overall qualities would you say makes an herb/vegetable good to have around in a time of crisis, contributing to it being particularly useful in matters of food and medicine security?
Okay, I think qualities that would make it particularly good in supply chain break would be that it grows under harsh conditions. It has multiple uses. So something like the weeds are the ones that I would reach for. And ones like dandelion, for instance, that's not one of my favorite herbs on my list for today, but that all parts of the plant could be used and they'll grow if the soil is eroded or if it's been turned under or if construction's come through. So looking for those that are medicine and food.
And I would look for a plant that is prolific. I think about Japanese knotweed, which is everywhere. It's delicious to eat, it makes medicine, and it's readily available. So I would be looking for something that was readily available, but I also would want to harvest that in a way that it continued to be readily available. Because what we're seeing now with the newfound popularity in foraging, everybody's foraging, but not a lot of people are foraging in a way that is conscious about what happens when you over forage. And certainly ginseng is the prime example of that. But we are seeing so many medicinal natives that are being foraged out of existence because people have found a way to make either money out of it or because it's a fun thing to do. And yeah, it is a fun thing to do, but to be conscious about how much you can take, how much you should take, and should you take any at all is really going to be very important.
As Miss Byron is saying that, I was taught you shouldn't be able, if you're foraging, you should not be able to tell that you were even there. No more than 20% at most. So that's really important. I wanted to say that. When I grow medicine, I don't baby plants. I want to know that plants can be tough on their own. I don't do a lot to them. I do sing to them and I do energy work. I don't want to have to go and get plants every year. I want something that is either perennial or self-seeds, or that I can collect seeds, and if I have to baby them a little. If the plants aren't tough, how are they going to help you? Really, they got to be tough on their own. They don't need me. I didn't realize this. It was pointed out to me that my living room in Manhattan was a garden. So I don't care where you live. Get a pot, get 5 plants and learn them. And that way I think the relationship you have with a plant has a lot to do with how much medicine it gives of itself to you.
Strong plants, strong medicine. Yeah.
feel like everybody pretty much covered it. The only other thing I might add to that is as far as what makes it useful in a sort of crisis, supply crisis, might be the storage ability of a plant. For instance, spring greens is on my wild spring weeds is on my list of 3 herbs, but some of them don't store as well. And if that crisis is caused by contamination, some sort of bio crisis, then we would also want to look to plants that we can dry or freeze or make into medicine that stores for a long time as well. It's like chickweed is a great wild spring green, but it doesn't store well. So we really need to harvest that every spring. So that might not be as useful in that type of a crisis. So, yeah.
So diving more into the weeds here, pun intended, what are your top picks for the herbs or vegetables that you would see for food and medicinal security? We'll start with your top 3, and if there's time, we can add a few more on because I know it's so hard to narrow it down.
Okay. My top 3 are nettles, Urtica dioica, oat straw, milky oats, same plant, oatmeal, which is Avena sativa, and then golden seal, Hydrastis canadensis. This has been eliminated from North Carolina pretty much. Golden seal has. It's in the Cherokee. It's protected in the Cherokee areas and some far west places. I've never seen it in the wild. I've put it places and it naturalized, but I'm really happy to see so much enthusiasm around this plant. People are throwing the seeds and cutting the rhizomes up and making more plants. It's a very slow grower, but the rhizomes are very generous. You can take and if you cut it in pieces, the nodes will form a new crown and a plant for the next year. With nettles, it grows like a weed. It's there on the end, and it loves to have its feet near water, not right on the water. Some folks have a hard time with it. You'll put it somewhere and it doesn't like that spot, but it'll show up somewhere else. I like to call it seaweed of the land. I think there's other people that refer to it that way. It's just so densely rich in nutrients, vitamin A, C, E, K. It's rich in calcium and iron. The K is hard to find in a lot of places, so that's a good one. Young spring greens, you can substitute, layer your lasagna, make a pesto. Nourishing infusions are a lot of herb steeped for a long time in boiling water topped over it. There's many ways to use nettles. And then the oat straw, milky oats are very supportive of the nervous system. We eat our oatmeal. It's high in protein. It's high in magnesium. And you can, it's just so supportive of the whole body. Those are my 3 favorites.
Those are my 3 favorites, too, as are her 3 and her 3. But the 3 I want to talk about are ramps, plantain, and mugwort. I'm going to do ramps first because I think we all love ramps. We love the way they smell. We love the way they taste. Again, they are being over-harvested. If you are going into the forest to take ramps, take a tiny few and then go plant them on your own land. They love to colonize. I put ramps in 4 years ago, and I'm finally at the place where I can take a few of them out. So if you have land, put ramps on them. Don't just go to the farmer's market and buy a big clump that has come from who knows where. So I really want to encourage you to grow that one because it's endangered. It really is. And once chefs outside this region discovered it, for years it was just, we have a ramp festival, we have it with some eggs, and it's lovely. And then somebody in New York discovered ramps, and we were screwed. So grow ramps if you can. Grow them. They're easy to grow. They're like any allium. They're easy to grow. They're generous. They're wonderful. So grow some.
They're woodland.
And they're woodland, absolutely. I was going to bring, I love that we have some show and tell. I was going to bring show and tell, and then I didn't, but as it turns out, I don't have to. My next plant is plantain. Look down. Look down. It is one of the most generous spring allies you will find anywhere. I remember being at a festival and someone had just gotten bitten by a mosquito the size of a Volkswagen.
I found a tiny one.
Yeah, there's tons of them down there. Yeah. And all you have to do is chew it up, put it on the itch, and it gets lesser and lesser and lesser. That's wonderful. How many times have you been bitten, stung, whatever? This is a miracle plant. In fact, if I were to grab this, which is stinging nettle, I could chew on this and put it on the nettle sting, and it would take some of the sting out, not all of it. But the other thing about this is that it's edible. Now, I wouldn't eat it when it's a big, powerful-looking plant. I'd make medicine then. But when it's young, it's delicious, like kale, collard, spinach. It's a remarkable plant. It self-seeds easily. It is, I didn't give you its Latin, but it's Plantago major, and it's everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. The third one I want to talk about is mugwort. Now, these powerful women are all genuine herbalists. I am a folkloric herbalist, so I can't tell you how much tea to drink for your height and body weight, but I can tell you what magic happens, and that's what I want to talk about with mugwort. Artemisia vulgaris. It's in the same family of plants that give us the green fairy, Artemisia. So, it is everywhere. TikTok made a star out of mugwort, and nobody could keep it in stock because, oh my God, it's amazing. It is amazing. And it's everywhere. It is a big honkin' weed. I tell people, go to the parking lot of the barbecue restaurant and look at the place where they haven't used the weed eater, and you'll find mugwort. It's everywhere. So what we've known for years, for centuries, is that mugwort is a dream tonic. If you have nightmares, night terrors, it brings them down. If you can't remember your dreams, it brings them up. But the other thing we've discovered about mugwort is that it shifts the veil between matter and spirit. So if you are sitting with someone who is doing their best to cross the veil into the next existence, mugwort is your ally. Now, I want you to be careful with mugwort because it is a very lightweight abortifacient. So if you don't know how it's going to affect you, wear gloves when you work with it. Cannot recommend mugwort, Artemisia vulgaris, enough.
So when I was first posed this question, I was thinking, okay, so not on the herb side, but what's important? And I thought food first. And I went with nettles also. I have a condition where I'm usually iron deficient. It's a blood thing. And nettles has, you need vitamin C to process the iron, and it's really easily assimilated. And I drink nettles infusions about 8 ounces 4 times a week, and every 3 weeks I raise my hemoglobin 1 point. So food first. I had the flu. My neighbor brought me nettles tea. I felt so much better. Food first. Any woman, pregnant, postpartum, actually anytime, anybody who feels down a little bit, nettles will bring you, just feed your system all these different vitamins and minerals. Plus, I feed my plants nettles. The plants love the vitamins and nutrients from nettles. My grandma taught me that one. Nettles. So, and then I'm thinking, okay, next thing was people get sick. What can we give them for that? And again, we were only given 3, so I had to think about what does a lot. So also, nettles reproduces very easily. My second one was garlic. I used to work with preschool, and I took garlic every day to not get sick. Doesn't care if it's a virus or a bacteria, easy to grow almost everywhere. So garlic was my second one. I was pretty close to plantain for my third one, but I went to think. My husband has colitis, so we give him plantain. to soothe the system. And I get bug bites, I get bee bites. So, but anyway, I changed my mind. I am a big fan of cannabis in all of its forms, all of them. I've been out west where it's more legal and the herbalists have been studying, and a friend of mine went to Israel where they've been studying for years. The best medicine is 50-50 for pain, THC, CBD. There's no buzz. But people are in pain, so that was my third thing, was pain. Cannabis is fiber. Cannabis is seeds, it's food. It's everything. So that was my third one, was a general category of cannabis.
So for food security, I picked wild spring greens in general. So especially ones that carpet the ground, take over as ground covers, like chickweed, as we mentioned. When I first moved to my botanical sanctuary in Sandy Mush, my neighbor was like, "Oh, you're an herbalist, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "Well, how can I get rid of the chickweed in my garden?" And I was like, "Well, you could eat it." And she's like, "No, really, how do I get rid of the chickweed in my garden?" And I'm like, "No, really, you eat it." So these are herbs like purple dead nettle is another one that just carpets the whole garden. Spring mustard greens and lamium. Yeah, lamium is purple dead nettle. Mustard greens, wild mustards, and Chenopodium album, lamb's quarters. So lamb's quarters is ones that people weed out of their garden. It's in the same family as spinach to plant their spinach, and it's got more calcium, magnesium, iron than spinach. So it's like, why are we wasting all this, time, energy, money to buy seeds with something that's already there, more nutritious, more tenacious. So wild spring greens in general, daylilies specifically. So daylilies are, not native, but they become naturalized and take over, and you get big stands of daylilies. And most people know them as a pretty flower, but they are medicinal and edible, and all parts are edible. So the flowers are edible. You can stuff them with goat cheese or pesto or whatever you want to stuff them with. You can dry them and make tea out of them. They're demulcent. They're high in vitamins. In China, they dry them and the buds as well. You can tempura batter the buds and fry them. You can pickle the buds, the flower buds. So they dry the petals, and it's called golden needles in China, and they use it to thicken soups and broths and sauces. So you can dry them and use them over the winter, or use them fresh, or pickle them and preserve them that way. The young shoots, the young greens, are edible as a spring vegetable, so you can steam them or eat them raw, and they're delicious and super prolific. And then the roots are also edible, cooked like potatoes, and that's a good starchy tuber. And, if you have a stand of them, you won't get rid of them unless you really, really want to. And they're just going to keep spreading, and you're going to have more and more food and medicine from the daylilies. And then my third one is sort of cheating. So in Chinese medicine, anything from nature that's used in healing is considered an herb. So they use flying squirrel dung, dragon bone, gems and minerals, right? So I'm choosing egg as my third herb for food security. So eggs are used medicinally in herbalism. There's a alchemist preparation called oil of egg that's used for the skin, for burns, for hair, teeth, nail growth. It's also used internally for joint pain. Egg has glucosamine in it, tons of calcium, silica in it. So it's also, the oil of egg in the alchemical preparation is also used for the heart and cholesterol, actually. So it's used topically and internally as a medicine. And then eggs are just, this prolific, excellent, healthy protein source for people. And then the eggs make chickens as well. So that is just such a sustainable food source. If you're growing your own eggs, or somebody in your community is, and you're supporting that poultry farmer, And then the eggshells can be used in the garden. The eggshells can be used on your pets. The eggshells can be taken internally. Eggshells are a whole nother herbal preparation. So there's just gazillions of uses for eggs. Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool that when we asked y'all to pick this, like, you guys weren't conferring with one another to my knowledge, and yet we have this like nice complete picture where we've got things that touch upon the stress and the mood issues that might arise under times of crisis. You know, you've got the nourishment of the vitamins, you've got a little touch of the magic, you've got the animal systems coming into play. Like, it's so well-rounded how this flowed down the table.
So in the event of future disruptions to normal supply chains, such as what we saw early on in the COVID-19 pandemic, what would you suggest are measures that can help communities be better prepared? Are there any actions that you took during COVID that helped others get access to food, herbal medicine, and or supplies?
I'm on the board of Asheville Herb Fest here. And so one year we had to take a hiatus because of COVID-19. But some of us went to the old location at the farmer's market and had a smaller market. And I noticed that year and the following year, so much enthusiasm around gardening. And it was really refreshing that people were teaching us things. They were coming and saying, this is what I've tried. I ordered there was a seed shortage, and it's a good thing, right? Because then maybe people started being aware, I need to save my seeds. But I feel like no matter where you are, if you're in a camper, in the back of your truck, in an apartment, sharing space, you can do container gardening, you can do things in small trays, egg carton trays. Even seed bomb vacant city lot with natives and woodland medicinals in the forest. There's so much national forest, and then the foraging is extremely important. Like, ID is very critical, but that we can wild forage sustainably, because a lot of times many things you can just take the tops. And many things like the spring, like Sierra was talking about, the things that come up, like chickweed's not as resilient if you needed something year-round. But to be able to, mark your calendar and say, okay, I came March 15th and look for this here on this wild lot, just kind of plan on that year-round. There's going to be certain foraged wild things that you can take a lot of it and eat healthy. And the resilience of the wild things under drought or too much rain, that diet is going to change. It's going to shift because the species, they showed themselves during this time too. Like, I saw more lobelia and flauta during corona times. So, it showed up, and it's a very supportive herb for the lungs. It makes these pretty little blue, purple flowers, but it also makes these balloons, and I just scatter those seeds. So, when you're walking along a trail and it's late summer, early fall, go ahead and throw those seeds around. Divide those roots, and then you can have a spot to come back to.
And I'm going to piggyback on that and talk about the importance of community gardening. Not everybody has a place where they can garden, but most communities, urban, suburban, and certainly rural, you can find someone whose grandmother grew a garden on a half acre of land, but they don't garden anymore. And you can come in, and the thing that probably will save us, if anything can, is getting to know your neighbors. I mean, we all think that we are connected on the World Wide Web, and I talked to somebody today in Australia, and I talked to somebody else in Britain today. But knowing who that weird person next door is and finding out who they really are, is going to save you. They're going to save you, not your friend on the internet. So it's scary. It's a lot easier to know people online, and we know that that's true because we're belligerent to each other online. It's scarier to figure out that person who has the political sign you don't like. And so you don't approach them with your righteous indignation. You approach them by saying, I've got some really good tomatoes this year, and there's no way I can freeze or can them all. You want some tomatoes? And it'll make a difference, I promise you. But finding ways that you can garden together as a community will also be a really good thing to do.
I think that's all I've got to say about that.
The first thing we can do is get rid of these freaking lawns. There's no reason for a lawn. We have lawns because the aristocracy had lawns, and they worked on it, so we all wanted to look rich, so we made lawns. Nobody needs a lawn. It doesn't serve any purpose. It takes a lot of chemicals to maintain. Like, what the, and then we'd all be outside, and we wouldn't need the lawnmowers and stuff anymore. So I'm a big believer. I was just reading a story about a family in Michigan, and they finally got their whatever organization from their neighborhood to say, okay, they've been finding them for years, and now they said, okay, you can grow your stuff because the neighbors are coming eating off their lawn. So I forgot the first part of the question, but as people are talking, that's what came to me.
I think you answered it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long weekend already on Saturday since yesterday tabling and setting up Thursday. But I think the question was, what are we doing since COVID to help support food security?
When you finish, I have one more thing I want to. I'm sorry. What I did to support COVID, there's a plant, a thing called Usnea, which you can't grow. And I'm pretty sure that it's going to be important to mankind's survival because we can't grow it. It grows on the tops of the trees. A friend of mine, hemp stopped being as popular when the price dropped. So a friend of mine was a processor. So I had, believe it or not, like 3 pounds of Usnea. We cut wood in the winter, so I collect it. And I train people who come visit me on the farm. When you see it, just pick it up and give it to me. We did a double extraction. We put it in 1 ounce bottles, and we walked around downtown Asheville and gave it to homeless people. Usnea. Okay. Old man's beard. Okay. There's a few of them. But that was something that we did to help people, the general population, deal with COVID. And it seemed pretty effective. I can't explain why, but it did.
Yeah, it's a great lung antiviral, lung immune booster.
Thank you.
Do you want me to repeat the question? Or?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
thanks.
So it was, in the event of future disruptions to normal supply chains, such as what we saw early on the COVID-19 pandemic, what would you suggest are measures that can help communities be better prepared? And then were there any actions that you took during COVID that helped help others get access to food, medicine, and or supplies? So.
Okay, great. Yeah. I'm going to echo what Byron said, which is connect with your neighbors and your community. One of my friends and mentors that mentored people all across the world, Frank Cook, he used to always say you should know the people within a day's walk of you. And when COVID first started, I live in a little town, Little Sandy Mush, named after, they used to make moonshine, sour mash, and it would get some sand in the moonshine. And you have sandy mash, but anyway. So not everyone, but a bunch of people in Little Sandy Mush got together at a farm, and we all wrote down what are people's skills, what are people's resources, what are people's knowledge base, and start a little community database of how we can support each other, which was pretty cool. We haven't really done anything with it, but it's nice that it's there. And I also online, conversely, started a local Asheville plant swap group, so people can no sales, just trade plants or give away free plants like daylilies that are so freaking abundant, or nettles that it's actually like a gift if someone comes out to my land and takes some and spreads the wealth and abundance. And nature is just so abundant. There's never actually a lack. It's just that we've got it so twisted with our time and our convenience and the middleman of money that we don't even have time to use all the abundance of food and medicine that there is and harvest it. Yeah, Asheville Plant Swap is an online resource for local plant trading that I started.
I want to add something. Sarah, didn't you start NC Plant Savers too on Facebook? Was that you?
Like 20 years ago.
Yeah, so it's still there. The highway comes through or there's a development. Now, I'm a part-time realtor, and I got into it because I thought I'll bridge the gap between herbalist and realtor. If people think they have something on their land, they're cool with you walking around and just checking it out. But as soon as you say, hey, you've got this thing, there's this discomfort there. So it's really nice with the prolific stuff, like the plant swap. But join NC Plant Savers too, and we'll do some rescues together. And then another thing that's one of my most fun things, we did it right in 2020, on March 2020, in bulk 2020. We got together at my house right before everything shut down, and everybody brought one thing for fire cider. And because apple cider is easy to press, you can take the juice, you can, the naturally occurring bacteria and yeast that's in the air is going to make a mother if you don't boil your cider and can it. And we made fire cider together, and everybody brought something. Lori came, and it was great. And then you can add the honey later or leave it just as a spicy cider. So get together with the neighbors within a walking day and do that, or just swap plants.
And this may not apply to any of you, but there is a big old Presbyterian church on Merriman Avenue. And when the pastor there was a woman that I knew, because I used to do a lot of interfaith work, she said it costs so much money every month to mow the beautiful Protestant lawn that is required of the mainline denomination churches. And she said, I just want to dig it up and plant a garden. Well, after she was gone, someone did that. So if you belong to a church that has a big old lawn and you are paying money every month to mow a lawn, why don't you start quietly? No, don't start quietly. Be big. Be big and say, I will help you turf out that lawn. I and my friends will help you turf that out so that we can grow food to feed people. And you'll be surprised at what happens.
Well, thank you all so much for sharing your time today and your wisdom. We'd like to take a moment to let the audience know if there's any interesting projects or products that you have coming out or going on, how best they might be able to follow up with you and learn more from you in the future if you want to share your deets.
Okay, yeah. redmoonherbs.com. We actually bought an old church right during COVID. United Methodist Church out at the base of Pisgah. If you've been to Pisgah, it's going to be what's it called? Pisgah View Ranch is going to become a state park. They're still working on it in a couple of years, but there's cabins there. There's also Ashley's tents that are right on the corner there at Davis Creek and Davis Chapel. And Greenheart Gardens is nearby, and you have camp spots too. So we do offer some free classes or sliding scale, and we hope to you're welcome if you do have a special class you want to teach, putting food by, gardening, just reach out to us, Jeannie at redmoonherbs.com, and we'll make it happen. We'll collaborate.
I'm Byron Ballard. You can get me at my website, which will be changing soon, but it's myvillagewitch.com, and you can get me at info@. I read tarot on Tuesdays at Raven and Crone on Merriman Avenue, but I'm just around gardening, forest farming as I can, and teaching classes where I can too. And I just want to thank all of you for being here and listening today. If anything can save us, it's you. It's us.
This is Lori. My farm is called Greenheart Gardens. Obviously green because of the plants, the green. But green is your heart chakra color, and it's the color of money. Very important, support me so I can eat and eat. We have campsites. My product line is called Herb Mama with 2 M's, MAMMA. Herbmama.com has my teaching schedule on it. I do a bunch of woodland teaching, how to grow in the woods, how to figure out site selection. In August, I'm doing a class with the Organic Growers School there. I'm also doing a weekend workshop, hands-on, how to make fertilizer, how to put it on the plants, based on plants, how to harvest the herbs. What part of the plants do you use? How do you dry them? How do you make an oil? We're going to make an oil. We'll make a tincture. We'll probably make a salve. And then Sunday, we'll do my woodland class. So that's going to be in August. Herbmama.com has the sign-up and the class descriptions. I'm doing some other stuff as well, but those are the big events.
Appalachia School of Holistic Herbalism on Facebook, and if you're on Instagram and TikTok, I'm Witch Weed Witch. And right now our certification courses are on hold, but we are planning to do more courses in the fall. And I'm doing Wednesdays with Weeds, which is like apprenticeship style. It's basically come out to my land in Sandy Mush and harvest all those weeds you can use as medicine, help me in the garden, and I teach you how to use them and how to make medicine out of them. And you can take home a bunch of plants with you to share that abundance. And I'm also doing lives on TikTok and Instagram sometimes. And I have a large apothecary. I do custom blending tea blends called Certain Teas. And our booth is B28 if you want to come get my card for that or check out the products we've got.
And also Lori has a booth. So
yeah, I have a booth here too where I'm selling products that I made from plants that I grow. The bee products are from hives that are on my land, and other than there's 2 plants that I don't grow, but pretty much everything else. And I have brochures here also. Thank you.
And Red Moon Herbs is here as well. All right. Thank you everyone for coming. We would like to, for our people listening at home, and of course everyone here, we would like to invite our listeners to consider supporting us through a humble little donation. We have a Patreon page, and options are $1, $5, or $10. And the donation goes towards helping us with future projects like this and taking our show on the road, doing on-site reviews and interviews at herb farms and schools. And another way you can support us is to help get the word out about our project is by leaving a review on Apple Podcasts. And thank you again to our wonderful panelists and audience, and a special thanks, shout out to Lori Collins-Jenkins, founder and formulator of Sister of Mother Earth, as well as one of the organizers of this amazing Herb Fest. Thank you for inviting us today, and also thank you to Ginny. So thank you, everyone. And we have flyers with information about our podcast. What? Sorry.
Can we take questions?
Yeah, if there's, well,
Oh, we don't have time. There's supposed to be another
panel. I don't know if they're here.
Yeah, sorry, just real quick. Just started to turn my front yard into, I'm getting rid of the yard as suggested. And sheet mulching, is that, I'm laying cardboard down first and we put the soil and compost over it, and then is that okay? Is that
great?
Not okay?
Yeah. Lasagna gardening is great.
You have our approval. When you first start gardening like that, there's no connection between the microbes and the plants. So you can do magic and recreate that. You get some horsetail silica. You can get, I don't have it here, but if you're local, you can get it from me. And I put that in my mix to make like a tea, and the silica lines up and makes that pathway like that. 2-3 waterings, and you get that again.
Silica.
Or a comfrey tea.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I put my tea mix. It's comfrey, nettles, and yarrow, and then we put in. I usually bring my mix with me, but nobody's ever bought it, so I didn't bring it this year. And then the horsetail for the first 2 or 3 waterings. That's what Grandma Rosie says to them.
Thank you.
So,
Good luck.
is the person doing the class next here? They're here. Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
I wish we had time for more.
Parker ran over.
Yeah, that was great. Everybody was gonna something a little different.
Look at that farm right there. It's so beautiful. And the teachings over there.
That's true. I don't get to see you nearly enough.
I'm never in town.
That's like the first wild child travel. Did you travel?
Hello, everyone. I am Jennifer Braverman.
And I'm Ellen Selm,
And welcome to our podcast, Stories from the Earth,
where we explore humankind's relationship and connection with the natural world.
This podcast asks the question, what are the many ways in which we can connect with nature in this disconnected society? And how can storytelling help us? We invite you to journey with us as we explore nature through stories. These are the stories from the earth. And we would like to take a quick moment to invite our listeners to consider supporting us through a humble little donation. If you go to our Patreon page, there are options to donate at $1, $5, or $10. The donations will go towards helping us with future projects, such as launching an herbal educational curriculum we've dubbed the People's Herb School, as well as funding to help to take this show on the road and do some on-site reviews and interviews at herb farms and schools and other interesting places relevant to our podcast.
Today, we welcome Appalachian Trail through hikers and authors Amber and Joshua Niven to discuss their recently published and gorgeous, I might add, book, Discovering the Appalachian Trail. And so as not to assume that all of our listeners know what the Appalachian Trail even is, I will read this tidbit from the intro of the book. The Appalachian Scenic Trail, commonly known as the AT, is the longest hiking-only footpath globally. More than 2,100 miles long, it roams across woodlands, ridgetops, pastures, and culturally rich towns as it travels through 14 states, traverses 8 national forests, and passes through 6 other units of the national park system. Millions of people visit the AT every year. Thousands set out to hike its entire length from the southern terminus in Georgia to the northern terminus in Maine. And with that, we say hello to Amber and Joshua.
Hello.
Hello.
Happy to be here.
We're glad to have you. All right, so besides what the title already divulges, can you give the listeners a summary of what this book is about?
Absolutely. So it is we like to call it a comprehensive, inspired guidebook to the Appalachian Trail. So we take readers through the whole AT from Georgia to Maine, but we also do a lot of like intro in the beginning, talking about like the culture and the history and backpacking basics. So there's a lot to get into.
It's basically an armchair through hike of the whole AT. And so it's all in sequential order from end to end. And we feature 30 of our favorite hikes, ranging in difficulty, overnights or in and outs for single day hikes. Kind of zooming in on the best parts of the AT and kind of showing you the whole thing. It's got about 14 years of my photography on the Appalachian Trail. I selected from over 25,000 pictures, about 500 that are in here. The backbone of those being my through hike in 2013, but those 500 sequential images show you the trail end to end. We set out to kind of do something that other books on the AT haven't done yet, really showing you all the culture and the people. The AT is known as the People's Trail, and we really try to demonstrate that in the book. We feature a lot of other creatives and people we know who have businesses and do different things that were kind of inspired by their through hikes. We feature them in the book. All the historical figures, all the flora, all the fauna. It is, it's basically an AT Bible.
I thought that was a really nice touch, and also the layout for that reason is so nice. Like how you have you set the little stories kind of apart in their little boxes and little did you know facts in little boxes. It just kind of makes it all visually appealing, especially tying in with all of the photography. And you more or less just answered our next question, which was why that book as opposed to, because there's already other guides out there that are published and so forth. But I was curious too, because I thought I had read in there, it mentioned that Joshua, you have another book published that came out before this one. Was it AT related as well?
Yeah, and it wasn't published. It was more of an art piece. So it was just printed on demand through Blurb. When I did my initial through hike, I was doing a project. It was my thesis coming out of photography school called the Through Project. This is kind of what led to me meeting Amber and how we got here. And this is where it kind of all started. But I took me and 3 other people on trail. We did crowdfunding right after I graduated, and we through hiked. We carried 15 pounds of camera gear across the AT. I took 15,000 pictures when we were out there, and I made a coffee table book basically. And so it was just a print on demand. It was like 150 images in sequential order also that were not with words and stuff. It was really like a visual account of the trail. And so I used to print that and sell it alongside my artwork and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
This Discovering the Appalachian Trail is like the official publish of the photos with the story. Awesome.
Yeah, and the photos are amazing. They're just gorgeous. So I can't imagine how hard it was to pick from all of those.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow did it, but it was not easy for sure.
Yeah.
I know you just talked about a little bit of your background, but can you tell us a little bit more about your background and, you know, how you both discovered the AT, I guess separately, and then
and how to bring you together.
Together.
Clearly, there's a story there.
Definitely. Yeah, the trail definitely brought us together. So I grew up in Gatlinburg. The Great Smoky Mountains was my back park and or my backyard. And so I grew up hiking along with my dad and mom and family. But my dad wanted to hike the AT since he was 13 years old. And at some point I kind of jumped on his dream, and he really inspired me to to try long distance backpacking. We were more of day hiking people. And so in 2012 or something, I decided I was going to go with him. And we spent the next couple of years preparing. And then my brother, who was younger, decided he wanted to go too. So we had to wait till he finished high school along with my cousin. And that's how kind of we built the dream. And we set out in 2014 to hike and attempted the through hike and had to get off in Virginia, unfortunately. And Josh was before me. His hike was in 2013. I'll let you.
Yeah, so I heard about the AT when I was young from my grandfather. He was talking about Bill Irwin, the hiker who was blind, who did it. And so it always fascinated me when I was like 8 years old, and it was kind of always in the back of my brain. And then when I was a teenager, one of my best friends started going out on trail, and he invited us out there. And then I spent all of my summers as a late teen and early 20s doing giant section hikes on the AT. And that kind of inspired the project. And then in 2013, we did our project. And the following year, I built a makeshift gallery trailer, and I would travel up to Trail Days, which is the annual kind of get together anniversary for past through hikers, and current through hikers, big AT festival. And so I would go there and set up and sell my artwork that I printed and my book and all of that. And that's when actually Amber on her 2014 hike was at Trail Days and came through my booth where I was selling the artwork. And that's when we originally met. Unfortunately, I don't remember that. She remembers it. But the following year in 2015, right? Yeah, in 2015, I was there again selling my artwork. And Amber had an artist collective called the Wonder Trees and a candle company. And she was selling other artists' goods and her candles, and was set up at Trail Days. And she got set up across from me. And so we were actually, where you're set up selling your stuff, you're actually on the Appalachian Trail in the park in Damascus. And so we met right there on the AT, and the rest is kind of history there. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Just the fate of where your tables were assigned. That's awesome.
Exactly.
So Amber, you said that you had stopped in Virginia. Were you headed south to north or north to south to north? So you made it about what, halfway-ish? Or?
Well, I was headed north to south. So we started in Maine, and I was heading down. So it was like 3/4 of the trail.
Have you gone back to do the other parts since?
Yeah, slowly been like chipping away at the rest of it.
Awesome.
Yeah. But now with 2 littles, it's kind of way more difficult to knock off big miles, but slowly, yeah.
What is the thing you both love most about hiking the AT?
That's a great question.
I mean, mine's easy. It's always kind of been the same thing. It's this kind of independence, like kind of responsible for yourself alone. Not that you're actually alone, but this whole feeling of, freedom that you get when you're out there. I mean, it's kind of it's kind of an American dream kind of deal. You know what I'm saying? It's, we have this amazing trail that's unlike any other trail in the world. And it's here, and it kind of represents autonomy. I started going out there as a young adult, my late teens, and I've kind of found myself out there and found my independence and my strength and all of those kind of things. And so for me, it really is just, I feel like I'm free whenever I'm out, when I actually have time to go on an overnight and actually go out there. That's my favorite thing. It's just kind of being autonomous in the woods and being able to do what you want to do, kind of thing.
Yeah. The AT, there's just the ability to reinvent yourself when you get out there, especially if you're trying to take on a through hike, which is when you hike the entire thing or go out there for a long period of time. You claim a trail name, and you can be yourself fully, and it's such a welcoming environment. I think that's the thing that comes to my mind when my favorite thing about the AT is just the people and the culture. And this kind of richness, this closeness, this bond that you experience while you're out there. Of course, connecting with nature and feeling that sense of freedom and that deep connection with the natural world. But the people are just right up there, up top for me.
And people don't know that. There's a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know, if you just hear about the AT, and that's kind of what we wanted to express in the book, like, especially if you're through hiking, like, you don't go out there, you're not alone, really. I mean, yeah, you could have a day where you're kind of alone. But you're going to see people at the shelters. You have people around you that are your trail family, kind of, and you're kind of in the same bubble the whole way if you're through hiking. It's a little different if you're doing section hiking, especially if you're out of season and that kind of thing. But you really encounter a lot of people, you know, in any part of the AT. You know, when you're through hiking, you get up north into Maine and stuff, there's been so much fall off of the people who started to who's actually finishing. And so you do end up in some of those wildernesses up there pretty much alone for a good bit of it. But man, I mean, there's people just don't realize how much the people and the communities around the AT are kind of a part of what you're experiencing, even just in a short section hike.
And then if you are in those sections where you're alone, there are trail logs. So at every shelter, there's a journal, and you get to read, you know, who's come through and how was their day and what are they thinking. And that's something unique, I think, of the AT. I'm not sure if other long trails have trail logs, but
I wonder, are those cataloged somewhere? Like, because I mean, it's been going on for years, obviously. So when one book gets filled up, who goes and collects it, and is it archived, or do you know?
That's no situation. I think it depends on, you know, the
trail clubs, I'm sure, collect them, whoever is maintaining that shelter.
But there's so many shelters, so there's no telling that there's every book ever, you know, in any of these shelters put away. But
I'd like to think there is.
Yeah, I'd like to think so too. But we also, at the midway point in Harper's Ferry, they have kind of an official log of sorts where they actually take your picture and they document you. And then you also sign the book there. So that's like the one spot where I can think of that's like where it's fully official. Well, then also at the start and at the finish. So Springer Mountain or at Mount Katahdin and Baxter State Park, you've got kind of logs there where they record your stuff for their.
It's for safety purposes.
Yeah.
So what is the most challenging thing about the AT, or one of the most challenging things?
I bet our answer is the same.
I don't know. What do you think?
I think I thought it was a given, but for me, I think it's the mental game of, again, this is speaking to like through hiking or some like really long distance section hiking, but just if you're going out there to attempt a through hike, the mental game is so hard and was very like unexpected for myself, and I know other hikers too, because you just kind of like get into the groove, and then the groove is just kind of boring after a while, or you know, all your stuff comes up, you know, if you're trying to run away from something, and a lot of people go to the trail to heal or to find themselves, and if it's just, you know, you and your feet hitting the trail, the mental chatter can come up. So for me, that was the most challenging.
Yeah, I mean, I think for most people, if they're actually through hiking, you know, I mean, the AT is so much more than through hiking. So when I think what's the hardest thing in the AT, I mean, I feel like the hardest thing is leaving whenever it's not a through hike, and then during a through hike, it's mental and it's boredom. I mean, there's a lot of boring miles that you do when you're covering such an expanse, especially when you get into the Green Tunnel, when you're headed north and you get out of Virginia and it's the dead middle of summer and you walk for 300, 400 miles and basically a green tunnel. Mental strategies, you know, really start coming into play. And, you know, on your through hike, you're kind of worried about what's at home and what's to come after trail, and, you know, there's money and all that stuff. So kind of just depends on what we're talking about. With short hikes, it's just like leaving, probably.
Yeah, overcoming your own fears.
Piggybacking kind of on that same theme, what are some life lessons that you say that you've learned from the trail?
So much. I feel like so much. I've taken so much from the trail and I've carried with me through life. I think a big one is the joy and simplicity. You know, you're out there with just your backpack and just the things that you need. You're getting water from the streams, like you're making a fire and cooking over the fire. Just that, the simplicity of life and just the resilience that you gain from being out there and overcoming and doing hard things, hiking in the rain or facing bears or whatever it is. And see, I think those are the main things I took from it. I hiked with my family. I hiked with 4 members of my family. So it just taking that, the importance of spending quality time with like loved ones is, valuable.
For me, it goes really deep. I mean, I learned everything out there over the years. I mean, in my adolescence, just learning confidence and strength and becoming a kind of, quote unquote, becoming a man, and kind of things that I had a kind of a chaotic childhood. I was kind of lost in my later teens, and in a bad way. And alongside my commitment to skateboarding, my hiking, these are the two things that are kind of the pillars of my existence, and how I've been able to meet Amber and have a family and, make a life for us. I kind of figured all of this out on trail. I found all of my strengths and all of my hard ability, confidence, and understanding what I can accomplish and all that stuff. I mean, and even with my through hike with the people I did it with, just interpersonal stuff and like working with other people. I had kind of a dramatic through hike, and so I had a lot of personal things with the people that I was with, and it was a lot. I mean, I could talk about it for days. There's a lot of layers.
Yeah.
There's a lot of layers to my experience on the Appalachian
I know there's the one story in the book about the couple buddies that got struck by lightning, and you had a sense that it wasn't good and had hightailed it out of there, and they unfortunately, luckily they made it out of it okay. But holy cow, what a thing to happen. I mean, it was kind of a good thing probably to include something like that in the book, just so people can have some, reality checks of that it's not just a stroll through a park necessarily, but I guess if that alludes to some of the personality challenges you encountered.
Well, that was from a section hike when we were younger. So before the stress hit of adulthood, trying to accomplish things. But all of my stories that are in the book that I talk about are all about what not to do on the Appalachian Trail. And so it's kind of a common theme with any of this stuff. I guess maybe just naturally the things that stick out in my brain from, all of my thousands of miles out there and years doing it are all those experiences where things got a little hairy. And so all my stories are telling people what not to do, and they're kind of humorous, I guess, in some way. That one was interesting. That was a scary day. We shouldn't have been trekking out onto an open ridge line with no trees in a lightning storm. So that kind of sums that one up.
You mentioned there's just a lot of time where you're just walking, and our kind of really, really busy, normal everyday lives. We don't have a lot of time for a lot of nothing. So it makes sense that it would give you time to think about things that you haven't been able to think about and to process them. And I think that's why stuff comes up, and also like why that's really great. Like, we just need more of that time in our daily lives, but we don't have it. And
yeah, you can get that out there for sure. I mean, I had to learn how to kind of downshift my personality, especially on my through hike. Just being such like a adrenaline junkie and high energy person, there's so much therapy for like learning how to be calm and wait. You're doing a lot of sitting on the roadsides waiting for things, and you're always and then you're also waiting to get out and be done to start your life, and you're contemplating everything about your life the whole time. And so I didn't really possess those like kind of mental skill sets until I through hiked, really, because I don't slow down, and it gave me, even though I was moving fast, it kind of was a slowdown,
The challenge definitely more so probably, and I don't know, it's probably been a challenge for humanity since humanity's existed, but I feel like it's probably more of a challenge in our century to learn how to be alone with yourself. I guess that's where you were talking about, Amber, the mental aspect of like people probably quit just because they feel like they're driving themselves crazy, like that's, it's hard.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
Yeah, and kind of speaking to what Josh said earlier, you start thinking about like, what am I doing? Like, you're out here for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and you start wondering like, should I be doing something else? Like, is this productive? The way that like our society is now, that kind of crept into my mind of like, oh wow, like, am I having too much fun? Like, because it is a luxury to be out there for so long. And especially like, I was so grateful that I was able to like save up enough funds to be able to have a little bit more, freedom, like in towns and stuff. So it gets to a point where, your mind is constantly being like, you should be going back to work now. This is enough.
A good point. Like, just I guess advice for people who are thinking about doing something like this. I mean, for the most part, the people you get on trail are within those transitions in life. Like the only reason I was able to pull it off is because of the fact I was leaving college and I hadn't started everything. You know what I mean? And then like you have all these people who are in those kind of early life transitions who find that moment to be able to go and spend 6 to 7 months on trail and do it. Or you have these people who are later in life and, you know, now they're not focused on their career and now they have that space where they're able to do it. Doing it in the middle and being out there is super hard. Like, you know, especially obviously if you have a kid or anything or career, it's next to impossible in kind of that middle zone to do it. There are people doing it, but they're super fortunate people. You know what I mean? So.
Well, you can always just do a section though as well, and that's really great because for me, like I think it would be really difficult to do a through hike. I have some health issues, but I could definitely do like an hour or so. And I was really lucky in camp one year. They were like, "You're going hiking," and I'm like, "Okay, I've never been backpacking or anything," and that was my first experience. And we went for a whole week, and it was just like, whoa. It was quite an experience. I learned how to like be aware of where my feet were and all that stuff because you're just like you have to move a little differently, and my backpack was broken and I didn't know about it, so I was like, yeah, because you know the weight's supposed to sit on your hips. That was broken, so everything was on my shoulders, and they didn't catch that, and I didn't know because I was like
you're dragging
so green, you know, and that's why I was in the back with the one of the counselors were like, "We're a little worried about you," and I'm like, I discovered that, and then it was too late. It was broken. So
you're carrying a sack of potatoes on your back.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I didn't know that. Is that what it was supposed to be? But it was quite an experience, and we were supposed to do like a solo at the end, like one night or 2 nights. It was that was it. Like they just put us all sort of in our own little spot.
Wow. Like a vision.
Huh?
Like a vision quest?
Not exactly, but we were supposed to be alone, and we all all failed.
Oh.
Was this in North Carolina?
Yeah.
What camp was it?
Eagle's Nest.
Okay, cool. Sweet.
Have you heard of Eagle's Nest?
I've heard of that one, but I can't remember. Is that the one in the Piedmont, like down near Lake Wiley? Am I crazy, or was it in the mountains?
I think it's in
Clearly
the mountains.
hiking in the mountains, but yeah.
Yeah. We had to drive. It was the camp was fantastic.
Cool.
The camp was amazing, and I was very fortunate to be able to go.
We're camp people, so these are the questions we ask.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, fantastic. Food, amazing. Although this was like many years ago, but I would definitely recommend that camp to anyone. It was I went 2 years, and it was both an amazing experience, and I'm very just fortunate that my brother and I were able to go. When you were talking about the mental and being alone, I had previously really found that difficult. Now I find it easier that I'm older, but and so when we did the solo, it was really hard.
Something I've noticed too about being alone is like when you're young and you're at camp. I did the camp thing, had some crazy outdoor experiences, and I had a hard time being alone as a youth also. But I think it has a lot to do with now it's so easy because it's like we have work to do. You know what I mean? It's like when you finally have that time that you're alone, especially when you're forced to be alone or you have these extended periods of alone time, if you're in the woods for a day or two or whatever, like there's work to be done because we all have our stuff. You know what I mean? When you're a kid, when you're in your adolescence and stuff, it's like you just want that stimulation, and it's like there's no work to be done. You know what I mean? Maybe for some people who are super in tune and introverted, maybe they already are working on stuff at a young age, but now I find any alone time is just like work time, I guess.
Oh, can you guys hear my cat?
Yeah,
meowing like a crazy man. He's okay. Just a little. Okay, well, he's wanting food early. It
happens.
He gets special food at certain times, and sometimes he can't. He's like, I want more food now. I want it. Anyway, yes, he's not deprived, but
he's acting like it.
He just acts like it, yeah. What is your best advice for newbies setting out on the trail? Someone who's completely new.
Someone that's new to hiking, or someone that's new to through hiking or?
I guess both. Maybe both.
Doing an overnight trek.
Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Whether it's one night or, 100 nights.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think equipment is important, just like the basics, making sure you have what you need. And I always recommend just going to like a local outfitters, and a lot of times they can do pack shakedowns where you can lay out. They'll go through your pack. You can tell them like, hey, this is where I want to go. This is what I have. Like, what do I need? What I don't need. So that's always nice and available at most outfitters, I would think, especially along the AT. Yeah, and making sure, just planning like logistically, making sure you have like a shuttle arranged, or if someone's going to pick you up, like the car situation, going to the Forest Service websites, making sure there's no trail closure. So like those kinds of things. And then I guess speaking on like the through hiking side, I always like to recommend that people know that their intention of like why they're going out there. That would help me if I had more of a clear goal of like, what am I trying to accomplish with this? Even if it's just like having fun or connecting with nature, and just to really kind of get into up-level your experience in like a deeper way. I don't know, those are kind of my key things.
Yeah, I mean, I have most of my stuff is technical.
Stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my kind of 3 go-tos in this is be prepared, unless you're going for a short trip and you know exactly what the weather is, prepared to be wet while you're hiking, period. People think when they're going out, they need to have these ginormous logging boots on and be walking around with super waterproof shoes. If it's not dead middle of winter, it's quite the opposite. You want to have the most breathable shoes that can take on any water, because those shoes will dry overnight, the others will not. And also, big heavy boots drag you down. The structure, the way your ankles work and your feet, people think that having laces all the way up to your, halfway up your shin is going to help you not roll your ankles. It's actually about the base of the shoe itself and the width of the heel, not kind of overdoing it in the feet world is important, and prepared to be wet when you're hiking. But going along with that is your sleeping bag and your clothes, what I call your comforts, what you're going to have at the end of the day, always in the middle of your pack. Maybe kind of obvious, but as long as you're prepared to be wet while you're moving, and you have all of those things in the dead middle of your pack, you're going to be okay, like no matter what. And then the third thing for me is paying attention to what other people are doing. Everybody's different. I have to focus on my feet 100% of the time when I'm in the woods, because I have feet problems. I know people who can throw on a pair of Nike Dunks and never look at their feet once, and carry 50 pounds and never even think about it. And especially when it comes to staying dry while you're hiking, even though you're going to be wet, just other people's techniques, small umbrellas, things of this nature, all these little details. It's all about paying attention to what other people are doing, because that's how you're going to learn when you're around people, especially if you're starting a through hike. Look to the people who seem to be focusing on things you're focusing on, and paying attention, because it all seems kind of simple, but there's just so many tricks of the trade and so many little details that really can make the difference for whether or not you're comfortable when you're in the wilderness.
And it's nice to not have to like feel like you're going out and reinventing any wheels.
Yeah, totally.
Yes, a lot has been figured out.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll also add to let someone know where you're going, someone responsible, and maybe brush up on leave no trace principles. You can go to leavenotrace.org, I think, and we have them in our book too. It's just outdoor ethics of actually how to recreate responsibly, what to do with your waste and good stuff like that.
Speaking from your experience, would you recommend that people would get more of a full AT experience by through hiking the entire thing, or dividing it into segments and knocking it out over a longer period of time? Is there what would you say the reasoning or benefit to one over another could be?
So I would say it definitely depends on the person. There's trade-offs to both. If you get the call to want to section hike the AT, to through hike the AT, then I don't think you're going to be satisfied with section hiking it, but you can absolutely get a full experience section hiking it too, because you're going to go through all of the same places. You're going to see the people, you're going to stay at the shelters. And I know that's kind of not really an answer, but
well, I'll piggyback on that. For me, I've done both extensively. I do 2 to 4 weeks every summer, between the ages of 19 and 24 or 23 or something. I think with a through hike, you have to miss a lot of stuff when you through hike because you have a window. You have to get to Mount Katahdin before October 15th. They close it because snow starts coming on Katahdin. And so, if you're not going fast enough and you start in early March or the end of February, if you do it the end of February, it's too cold. I was waist deep in the Smokies in snow 3 weeks into my hike or 2 weeks into my hike or whatever it was. You got pretty major winter to start with, and then you're ending with it winter kind of coming. And so you do have a window, and you got to miss a lot and make a lot of decisions. And there's a lot of just hiking through things fast because you got to stay on schedule. Experiencing it in that way is great. But it almost, in my opinion, you can kind of experience more doing large sections because you can kind of get the best of both worlds. You can be slower and kind of take it in more. You got people who go out there you'll be on trail with who are doing it in 5 months or less, who are basically carrying 23 pounds and they're running the whole time. They're not seeing anything. You know what I'm saying? They're hiking 25 plus miles a day or whatever, 20 to 28 miles or whatever it is that those high level hikers are doing that are lightweight. And I mean, they're missing a lot. They're seeing a lot, but they're missing a lot. And you're not really, smelling the roses as you're going in that way. I think 2 to 3 weeks in the middle of the summer is like the ideal get the experience, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'll add too that the founder, the visionary of the Appalachian Trail, Benton MacKay, never intended for people to hike it from end to end. And it would always annoy him when he would hear about people like counting miles or making it about a competition. He actually didn't even like the word hike. He liked the word walk. Speaking of the full AT experience in that sense, then yeah, going out for a walk on the AT would be his recommendation.
Speaking of Benton MacKay, I know that there's things like the Trail Days Festival you were talking about and Good Samaritans you meet along the way, aka the trail angels you speak about in the book, the kinds of things that help the hiker out along the way. But did you notice, is there much evidence of Mackay's original vision along the trail in terms of like the camps he mentions? Like, I just thought, like, what an awesome idea that is, that one could just be strolling along and come across, encampments in the forest dedicated to like nature schools or farming. Like, is there anybody doing any of that along the trail?
I think there's a couple hostels that kind of have their own little homesteady thing. There was one that I didn't stay at that I just heard of. But no, not really to his full vision. I stayed at like a lady's house in Maine who was like farming. And I remember thinking like, oh, this could be kind of what Benton was talking about, being able to like get off trail. And she was just one lady at her, that would welcome through hikers. But she had this organic farm and chickens running everywhere. And that was my kind of first experience to like someone homesteading. And so I could see how that could kind of like be what he was wanting to introduce people to. When I read about his like original vision, I read into it more of like a where you could go
more intentional.
Yeah, like more of like a summer campy type thing. But I think that is starting to happen organically, maybe not intentionally. But I know that ATC is very is focusing more on seeing his original vision come to life.
The first time I had my family's gone to Damascus a few times to like ride the Virginia Creeper Trail. And one of the times we were there, we actually happened to just be there during Trail Days. So that was fun.
A little chaotic.
Yeah, we're like, wait, this is a little town. Where did all these people come from? Yeah. I remember even just riding on the Creeper Trail, there's a section of it where it's coming back down into the town where you start to get into where you can see some people's homes, like just off the trail. And it's like, oh, how cool is that this is like your backyard kind of thing. And I started to just envision like this whole, like, wouldn't it be great if we could just all live in little villages like this again, where you just had to go up a little dirt path to the community farm and this and that. So it's like, it's communal, but we're, everybody has their space, but they're also doing things together and all this. And I don't know, just very much more like, I don't know, medieval or Robin Hood-esque times. And so when I had read that in your book, Mackay's idea to have like the as you would be going along the trail, you would come into these encampments where there was things going on. Like if that was like somewhat consistent through the whole thing, which it sounds like might have been his original vision, like that would just be so cool.
Well, it's happening in some towns like Hot Springs where we live. We're right here in between Hot Springs and Marshall. They're both equidistant from us out here in the woods. That's a good example of kind of where that's taking place on some level. He had a vision about connecting all these towns also, as this being like a corridor to connect all these places. And in that way, it's happening a lot pretty naturally. You do get that experience in a handful of places throughout the trail. That's ATC's focus right now, is actually doing that. They're going into some of these trail towns like Damascus, and they're putting in their community center. And then they just put a brand new community center in, or headquarters, I guess you call it, in Damascus. And so they're trying to see through his vision on that front a little bit. You got a lot of towns along the AT, but only so many of them are like on the AT.
Right.
And so they're working towards that right now. I think that's what their mission statement is at the moment.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's cool that even though maybe some of the vision hasn't been completely realized yet, that a lot of it had been, even though it took a long time, but he had such an idea and it actually came into reality. And now we have this amazing thing, which I just grew up taking it for granted, I was like, oh yeah, I know this trail is the AD, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, and you grew up like 30 miles from it, so.
Yeah, and then we have the Blue Ridge Parkway where you just hop on the parkway and there's trails off of it. So it's just something that's always sort of been there. Although, like, my family's from New York, so a small part of my life I was in the city. I always think that's just amazing when someone has an idea and they can take it through this process of actually making it happen. And
the guidebook that we use is called the AWOL guidebook. It does a really great job of, it has all of your little points, where you get your water and whatnot. But then every so often, every couple of pages, it will be a map of the trail town, and then it will list like post office and like services that you need. But some of them have like trail angels that will come and pick you up, and you can come stay with them. So I feel like that's kind of a cool like way to see that vision too.
So besides what seems obvious, like shelter and a sleeping bag, what are your most important or favorite pieces of gear that you can't do without on the trail?
Number one for me forever is my small AM FM radio, crank radio, that has the NOAA on it for weather. It's a nostalgic piece of my history on the trail. We always hiked with crank radios when I was younger. It's cool to be able to just tune in to whatever's out there and have that at night when you're sitting by the campfire. Obviously spend time listening to nature and watching the stars and everything. But I love those crank radios. They always have a flashlight on them. They're solar charged. They're small. You can just sit there and just wind it while you're sitting by the fire. And that's actually how I discovered 88.7 and kind of how I ended up in this region living here, is when we were younger, going out on trail, and we'd be sitting around the fire drinking whiskey and pull out the crank radio, and you turn on 88.7 in the middle of the night and it'd be some crazy show. They used to be a little bit more out there, I think, with their late night shows and whatnot. But that was like a memory I always held on to and always kind of been connected to that radio station, which I love so much. Celtic Winds on Sunday morning. We live 30 minutes from a grocery store on the side of a mountain. We're basically on the AT out here. And when I'm out here doing yard work or working on the house or doing anything, pulling that radio, even at home, I use that radio constantly when I'm in the woods, just listening to 88.7 or whatever. So kind of not a hiking thing, but kind of it's that everybody's got that thing, your book, right? A lot of people, carry a book, have that one thing that kind of gives you
luxury item.
The luxury item. And then second to that is my lightweight hiking umbrella for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah. They make these really small, awesome hiking umbrellas. Gossamer Gear makes
much better if a storm just springs upon you than having to like wrestle on your rain gear.
Yeah, and after so long, the rain gear doesn't work.
Yeah, that's why like rain gear doesn't work. Okay, like if you're actually hiking in the woods, rain gear is going to do nothing for you but make you sweaty, and then you're wet anyways. At least for me, I'm always carrying weight and moving fast. Even if I'm not, I'm going to be sweating. So I like the umbrella because you can basically just be in the summer months, like be in your t-shirt that's water wicking in your shorts, and then at least if you have the umbrella above you, it's relieving that sensation of cold water hitting you constantly. And so then you can really still get a lot of miles done. Your feet are soaked, everything's soaked, but that's cool because you got your comfort clothes in the middle of your pack with your pack cover on, and they're going to be perfectly dry whenever you get to where you're going. And if you need a snack, you can turn your pack around and squat down with your umbrella above you, operate the top of your pack where your brain's at, and stay relatively comfortable. So that's kind of my technical gear piece that I think is always worth having.
Yeah. My luxury item is a journal. I can't go anywhere without my journal. And I guess second to that would be I use the Spot like GPS tracker just to get like a little peace of mind. Now, especially having kids, it feels good to have that.
Looking back at your experiences, is there anything that you would do differently now? Any kind of sort of you live and you learn moment that's stands out?
There's no time for all that.
Yeah, really. That's another one we could go, oh gosh, so far into. I know yours, because we talk about it a lot.
Well, that'll make this quicker and easier. You tell them.
The planning out food and doing food better. If we're talking about through hiking, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, we'll put it in that context. Maybe that'll help rein in the answer.
Please, I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's kind of would be mine too. Food would definitely be, planning out food better, because I relied on, although now that I'm saying this, I probably would. I relied on stopping into these little towns and doing the rice sides and like all the stuff that was full of sodium and sugar and Snickers and Pop-Tarts and like all of this bad food. So I'd probably plan out my food better and do more mail drops maybe, and take better notes, especially after writing this book and realizing like I wish I had better notes to look back on as far as what I'm seeing, rather than just like I'm feeling tired and sore.
Everything I did wrong on trail during my through hike is what's led me to be who I am now.
Yeah.
I probably brought an extra person I didn't need to bring with me on my through hike. That was a part of the project that caused me. I didn't enjoy a lot of my through hike because we were running out of money. We didn't crowdfund enough money. We thought we had enough money. We didn't have enough money. Internal conflict with my writer. Many things that caused my hike to be incredibly stressful, with the looming financial aid kicking in, with me thinking this was a project that was going to kind of push me in the direction I needed to go, which it did. At the end of the day, there was a lot of struggle after my hike. I survived the last 2 months of my through hike on $50 a week that my stepdad was sending me. And so I had to split from my guys and give up all my food because I didn't want to be around one of my people anymore towards the end of my hike. But this led to me meeting one of my best friends and the godfather of our daughter as a result of that. And these conflicts taught me how to be a business owner and how to deal with people and all these different things. And so my story and my regrets are like crazy layered, intertwined. But again, it's like, it's all, I can't really regret any of it. Although I would have done a lot of it differently if I were to do it now for sure. But it's, part of the journey.
Mm-hmm. So besides working on your book, what all have you been up to since you hiked the AT? Sort of, what do you do besides hiking?
Yeah.
Having kids is what we've been up to. Really. Having kids, doing the mom thing, writing, yoga, getting our homestead up and running.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've got a bunch. I have a local business to Western North Carolina. I'm a fine art reproductionist. Asheville Fine Art Printing is my company that we run here from the homestead. I photograph people's artwork, reproduce them on canvas, your watercolor prints, all your G-clays. I run a sticker machine, and so I service a huge portion of our artists here in Western North Carolina for all of their, reselling artwork needs. And so we have that, and then I'm a member of a nonprofit in Nashville, the Asheville Skate Foundation rather. We have a community-built skate park in the River Arts District called the Foundation, Foundy. And so I do a lot with the community with crowdfunding, raising money for building ramps. And then our nonprofit is responsible for coordinating the renovation that just took place at the Food Lion Skate Park downtown. We got a $200,000 grant from the city to redo that part. Well, not redo it, but add to it, fix it up. They actually got us another $30,000 for a mural project where the whole thing got painted by local artists.
Wow.
So when our mission statement is just to bring these safe spaces for children to have a positive outlet. And we're hoping to have skate parks in small form and large form built into, some of our less fortunate parts of Western North Carolina and places that need it. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Me and two of my friends have built our entire new home that we've been working on. So we got a lot going on, actually, now that I think about it a little bit.
What are things that help you stay feeling grounded and connected to the natural world during your daily life? And conversely, what helps you reconnect into quote unquote normal life after you're coming off the trail?
Well, daily life, my kids do a really good job at that. You have to be in the present moment. Outside time is fun because they're looking at things with these little eyes of wonder. So they always stop me. The other day we saw a Luna moth, and that was like the whole day talking to the Luna moth and like learning about the Luna moth and learning about the bees. And so like I feel like I'm hyper focused on the living natural world. And so that definitely helps me stay grounded. And then as far as what about you? How do you stay grounded daily?
I mean, I've spent the last 5 years of my life trying to carve our mountain out for our homestead. Our property goes from like 2,000 feet to 3,000 feet. And so it's a steep mountain with a lot going on and a lot of driveway and a lot of things going into trying to get us established here to be able to live comfortably. And so I spend so much time on our outside doing that stuff. And we're dealing with a bear right now, and we're always dealing with raccoons and all the things that come with living out here. And so I'm naturally just grounded through all of that and building our house. I mean, it's a full commitment living 30 minutes from the grocery store and being in this place we're at. And so I'm I just naturally brought into it all the time, dealing with our stuff here. I work in my studio here, and then 3 times a week, Amber and I fly into town I have a satellite location in Chief Joe's Art Stuff where I meet my clients for the printing company. And so it's this constant like in and out kind of deal. And so we're kind of immersed here, and then I go into reality and deal with the clients, drop off all the artwork, and then back up the mountain. So that's kind of the way we do it.
What was the second part of the question?
Oh, how do you reorient back into that sort of thing once you're coming off the trail? Like back into the grind. So
white knuckle it, pretty much.
Yeah, I don't need. Yeah, acclimating to real life is a challenge. I think people and lots of good day hikes, and I don't even know how to answer that question. But just to put one foot in front of the other,
float into it.
Yeah, that's a good question to ponder.
One day you're just like, oh, okay, I guess I've reintegrated now.
Yeah. It's a weird thing. I remember like speaking about like the through hike, like driving in the car was really weird. Like the ride, like from the trail to the home, I was like, whoa, we're moving so fast. And I'm like looking at the mountain range and being like, God, that would take us days. And it's a weird thing from being out in the woods for so long and then coming back home. It's almost kind of sad because now when I'm thinking about like our weekend adventures we take out, and that you just click right back in so fast, and it's like, oh, here we go. We're like switching gears. It is just like switching gears of a bicycle almost.
We're talking hiking, like doing any trips that are over 3 or 4 nights. Your acclimation usually involves food. So,
lots of eating.
You kind of acclimate pretty quickly because you're kind of just
dreaming of what your meal will be when you re-enter the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there was one part in the book where the guy had his like what he was eating. Oh my gosh. Do you guys I'm sure you remember that part. Oh, that was fun.
One of someone's stories?
Yeah, it was someone's story, and it was like it takes us a lot of calories to do the hike. So even though like it seems like a lot of like it was like peanut butter and oh my gosh, I wish I had like
we have a bunch of stories in there. I'm trying to pick apart.
I'm trying to think of it.
A lot of peanut butter too. There's a picture of my brother with peanut butter and fluff. That was
maybe that was it. It's just like this is a trail meal, and it seemed like kind of if you were eating it not hiking, it would be really, really strange. But like you need all these calories to do the hike.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do what you have to get the calories in.
Yeah, it's impossible to keep up with the calories when you're in a full-blown through hike. Nearly impossible.
Yeah, that's why I was like second guessing my mail drop, looking back, I'm like, oh, I probably would just be eating everything inside anyway.
Yeah, and there's a lot of tendinitis from people not eating enough meat, and you got to really be on point, just depending on how you're hiking. Some people, it just depends on how fast you do it, how much weight you're carrying, and
and
your body and all these details. And like, a lot of people get taken off the trail for tendonitis. And I'm under the impression, just from learning over the years, that has a lot to do with protein intake and working hard.
Everybody's going to carb heavy with the pasta side dishes. And
when we go into town for resupply, that first night back on trail, we're carrying pork tenderloins, we're carrying cheese, we're carrying things that we'll consume in the first 24 hours, that we know that weight will disappear quick, but we can have that, heavy protein intake meal that, not everybody's a protein eaters, but, for someone like myself, when you're exerting that much effort and carrying as much weight as we were, which was too much weight compared to the average through hiker,
because of all the camera equipment.
Yeah. And I prefer to carry everything I'll need, opposed to being light, but I've always had a camera with me, so I'm always carrying heavy. It just is what it is. One detail for that is rehydrating things like summer sausages and like, what do you call it? Like salamis, carrying whole salamis, you can get time out of that, and you can slice those up and cook them in the pan before you cook your ramen, and kind of, turn it into something that's kind of desirable that won't rot if you need meat. But it's really hard to have meat and stuff multiple days. Those dehydrated meals are full of, the expensive ones even are so full of so much sodium, and they taste horrible. And like,
that's where trail mix comes in handy.
Yeah, trail mix. I mean, I did a lot of cooking ramen with, just bunches of nuts in it and stuff, and doing that kind of thing, and, slicing up some salami in it. Yeah.
Has someone ever made like a trail cookbook?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of trail foodies.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was thinking that's got to be a thing.
Yeah, but hardly does any of that, for the most part, kind of apply to somebody through hiking. Usually. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, you're very limited with, you got to be packable and lightweight. Yeah. Well, you don't have to be, but you want to be.
Basically, most through hiking recipes are the 1,000 different ways to cook ramen, really. or mashed
use
potatoes,
a tortilla.
Or 1,000 ways to use a tortilla shell.
Yeah. I've thought it for a while that it's such a shame that so many of the instant meal, camper friendly, like they're aimed towards campers, meals are, like you said, they're so salty or like overdone in one flavor note, even though you read it and there's like tons of ingredients and you think, oh great, this is gonna be a whole meal, and then it'll only taste like cumin or something like that. It's just like, how is it that after all this time people have not gotten this right? Oh gosh, it would make everybody's lives a lot easier.
I will say, just because it hit me, one thing though that you can find, I think even Nancy East, who's a great resource for, she's a guide in the Smoky Mountains, and she's kind of notorious first responder, notorious author of hiking. And I'm pretty sure she provides some of this information on her website. But a lot of people do have tons of meals and recipes where you're dehydrating stuff. And so that is the one area and space where there are cookbooks for dehydrating things, and you can go so extensive with dehydrating meals. I'm just not a fan of dehydrated food in general. So even if it's the best dehydrated meal in the world, it doesn't necessarily meet my needs 100% unless it's like a super gnarly rice dish that's got everything in it, But there's a million resources out there for dehydrating. The sky's the limit on how awesome your food could be if you're dehydrating it yourself, So there's that.
Yeah, and that's a good point. It reminds me, going back to some of our other questions about your favorite thing and life lessons, hiking, backpacking specifically, really requires you to be very mindful. And Jennifer, you were kind of speaking about that with the hip belts and and feeling your body, and it just, you're constantly checking in with yourself and making sure, do I have enough water? And Josh is talking about the diet and how that affects your body. And so, I think that is definitely one of my favorite things about backpacking and how it connects you with yourself too.
Yeah.
Like sort of learning how to do that in a way that I know our day-to-day daily life doesn't sort of allow us to do that, but it's very important. Yeah, that's cool.
I made a little side note here to myself that I had to laugh at your little did you know tip on page 169, where you mentioned that the total elevation gain across the entire Appalachian Trail hike is the equivalent of climbing Mount Everest 16 times. And I was like, oh man, I don't know if you should have put that in that book. It's not a selling point. It kind of makes it sound way more exciting. I mean, I could see why it would also make some people be like, whoa, yeah. Like it's
a lot of people
like competition factor, but like, oh man.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather not want to see
It's a lot of up.
Yeah, it's gnarly.
It's a lot of up.
A lot of up, a lot of down.
Not down.
Hard on the joints.
Yep. And for me, in my opinion on the trail, is that the hardest hiking you do on the Appalachian Trail is in the southern states. As soon as you hit Georgia, you're getting beat up. In North Carolina, Tennessee, is some of the hardest hiking because we have just the gnarliest up and down scenario. Up north, things start mellowing out, and although you'll kind of climb bigger mountains, you're kind of hiking to that mountain, then climbing it. Opposed to what you do a lot in the south is just go up and down, up and down, up and down, and you can hit, like, I don't know what the actual number is, but you can do like 7-10 summits in a day or something weird in the south in some places. Or I don't know if that, don't quote me on that number, but it's like more summits than you'd expect in a day's worth of hiking.
You think, is that why people tend to start south? And because I would think, like, well, if it sounds like if you're fighting time and the snows, it makes sense to start north and go south. But based on what you just said, it almost like, oh, that's why you would want to start south and go north. When you have more energy, start with the up downs.
Well, honestly, that's actually to our detriment, I think, in the trend, because you would actually warm up to hiking better starting in the north. The fall off rate in Georgia to North Carolina is insane with how many people actually start within a week or off trail, because you just get it handed to you immediately. But I mean, most people, I think the trend to go from the south to the north just has a lot to do with like how vast up north is and how insane Katahdin is. Springer Mountain ain't that great. It's kind of just a hill in the woods. But there's Amicalola Falls, and there's a sweet waterfall system, and these stairs you got to hike, and there's cool stuff, and there's all that. But I think that
nothing beats Katahdin.
Nothing
That's
beats
like
Katahdin.
The granddaddy of.
So it's like, and nothing beats New Hampshire, in Maine, in Vermont, and it's like if you start in the south, then like you kind of get to hike to that gloriousness. Even though for me, the most fun part of the Appalachian Trail, just to have a good time, is between North Carolina and the end of Virginia. The most fun, the most water, the most everything, in my opinion, is in that region. But the views and just how epic it is up there is something to kind of push towards. And so I think that's how it's kind of ended up that way. I'd guess like 90 to 95% of through hikers go from
I think
from
it's
Georgia.
90.
Yeah,
I think 12% are
something like that.
Attempting south.
So like 89% of all hikers doing a through hike start in the south.
Okay.
Yeah.
The stats may be old. But
Yeah, the numbers.
that was at one
We're
time.
not
That
numbers
was
people. Yeah.
correct.
So, goals for the future? Plans to get back out on the trail, or do you think you'll write any more books?
You want to take that?
Yeah. We are potentially about to embark on a second chapter for the lack of a better word, in this situation with this book. And so we're working on details right now. It won't be this book, but we've got some other stuff in the works that we're hopefully going to be doing. And it's going to be a pretty vast undertaking, and it's going to take 3 or 4 years, and it's going to be hopefully it'll be cool. And we'll keep everybody posted on that. We can't talk about it at the moment, but Amber is prospecting and getting her master's in writing, and she is working on a memoir, and she's got her own personal writing stuff. Yep. I'm working towards becoming a guide. So I'm running a printing company for us to survive now. We had to have like a retreat here at our homestead. We have like an Airbnb that's kind of more integrated than an Airbnb, which is going to be a home base for my guiding company, where I actually will teach people long distance trekking and do the whole tourism thing, taking people on hikes, teaching them the history of the AT, the Pisgah, all these different things. And I want to teach people the technical skills to do this. And I'm going to do kind of courses here on the homestead and do stuff in our backyard where people can learn, and then also take them out. And this is kind of my long-term goal. And so these things are kind of the backbone of what that hopefully will be eventually. And so we're working towards that. It's a long-term thing. It's going to be a while, but eventually I'll be able to take on some clients to teach them this stuff if they want.
That sounds cool.
And it's nice because where you're located, you're in the, you said your favorite area to kind of go out is between North Carolina and Virginia. So you're situated in the sweet spot to get people broken in for it. So that's nice.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Camp Happy Mundo, Camp Happy World. Our homestead is called Happy Mundo. Happy's our cat, Mundo's our dog. And we have Camp Happy Mundo. It is a Airbnb that is all hiking themed and Smokey the Bear themed. It's a great place to come visit if people from out of the region want to come here and be in the heart of Madison County. It's got a creek going around it and a pond with fish in it you can swim in, and It's got waterfalls and a mountain view, but it's like 100-year-old home. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. So if anybody's interested out there, and that'll eventually will be more than just an Airbnb.
I'll put the link in the description so people can find it. And also, I know, Amber, you have a website. And Josh, you probably have a website for your business.
We've got lots of websites, actually.
We'll put them all up so everyone can find more information.
Yeah.
All that. Yeah. Especially also where to buy the book.
Yep.
Anywhere books are sold, you can find it. So easy to find for sure. Locally here in Asheville area, we have REI, of course, and then Malaprops has signed copies typically.
And Bluff Mountain and Hospital.
Okay. Do you guys have anything else you want to add before we just officially wrap up, or is there something that maybe we didn't mention? Or
normally we have events and other speaking engagements that people can come to, backpacking clinics, but I don't think we have anything on the books right now. We're kind of going into our summer of fun. But just connecting on the websites, Instagrams and whatnot.
And we'll be doing some clinics coming up here later in the year at Fjallraven and Biltmore Village, which is a trekking supply kind of company out of Sweden that are they make awesome gear, and we do some long distance, what do you call it, clinics, that was it,
like workshops.
And so we have some more. We're actually about to start planning, so if people keep their eye out, there'll be some opportunities to come and learn about long distance trekking, all the little ins and outs and the things you'd never think about. Tips and tricks. Yeah.
Awesome. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank our guests for joining us today. It's been so awesome.
Thank you for having us, y'all. You really so much. I love it whenever we can actually get into some of the nerd stuff behind everything, and not just kind of a
cut and dry.
So we got into it, so I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, definitely. We do too. All right, so this podcast asks the question, what are the many ways in which we can connect with the natural world in this disconnected society, and how storytelling can help us? We invite you to journey with us as we explore nature through stories. These are the stories from the earth. And we'd love to hear from you. You can email us or leave us a voicemail through Anchor. And you can tell us your stories from the earth, your story from the earth. How do you connect with nature in this disconnected society? How has this connection impacted your life? And also this month's extra podcast question, have you ever hiked the Appalachian Trail? And if so, what was your favorite thing about your experience? And you can leave your answers on Spotify, and this question will only be available through the podcast app. So you won't see it on the desktop form, or you can comment on this YouTube video, or you can send us an email. And then, of course, we're going to put all the links for Josh and Amber, so you can follow up with them. And you can follow us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. We have a YouTube channel, a Facebook group. We're on Instagram and TikTok, which is still kind of a work in progress, but we're up there. Again, we would like to invite our listeners to support us. You can go to our Patreon page and donate, and that will greatly help us out. And also you can leave us a review and a rating on Apple Podcasts. And until next time. Okay. Thank you.
We'll see y'all on the trail.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
Sounds good.
All right. Bye.
Thanks.